Growing with fishes. Growing with fishes. Growing with fishes.
All right, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to the first ever Aquaponic Cannabis virtual Aquaponic Cannabis conference. We have 2 days of Aquaponic Cannabis education. I do apologize. We did have a problem with the link. Zoom would not connect to the previously set up link, so you will have to join on the new link. I do apologize for that. We tried desperately to get this to work at the last minute. We set the show up using the same method every week, and for whatever reason it decided to break on us the morning we tried to do the show. So I do apologize that we have to switch chats there. I'll give everybody a minute to switch over.
Now I'm gonna try to put the link in the old chat.
Okay. All righty. Well, we have a long list of speakers, and well, I guess we'll just jump right into it. Let me pull up my presentation here. Marty's going to handle chat for now. Too many things.
I'll hang out in the other link as well.
Sure.
Just to make sure.
Okay. Alrighty. Hopefully this is working. Let me double check here. Make sure everything is working well on the refeed. It doesn't look like the screen is sharing. Oh, if it is, there's a little bit of lag. There we go. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we were all working. Sorry, we just had a couple of problems this morning, and just want to make sure we don't have any kinks. All right. Well, not any kinks that we don't like anyway. Welcome to the first ever virtual Aquaponic Cannabis conference. Marty and I have been talking about doing this conference for over 2 years. I think we've even tried to organize something at one point, and then has some issues with trying to get stuff together. So we finally are able to get this together. There's finally a large enough aquaponic cannabis community. There's over 24 farms now that are commercial. By that I mean over 2,000 square feet that are actively producing for the medical market or recreational market. And we're going to get over we're going to cover a whole bunch of different stuff. I'm going to cover kind of a brief overview and cover some different things and a build out that I've done recently and some of the different techniques and methods that I've been working on in the last year to 2 years. If you've seen some of my other presentations, I don't want to bore you, so we try to cover some newer stuff. So yeah, hope you enjoy it. Marty, did you want to say anything before we get started?
No, I just wanted to welcome everybody again. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I'll be in and out of chat, so if you guys have questions, I'm gonna try and pick those up. And I'll say in the other one just to make sure people get filtered over. And yeah, just welcome everybody. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. There's a ton of content that's gonna get dumped this weekend. So I want to give a big shout out and thank you to all of our speakers that are taking their time to share information. So, just give them lots of love, make sure and support them if it's an option for you. Any of those things are, are going to be super helpful in putting on more of these events moving forward. And I think they're just a lot of fun and a great resource. Especially for people that don't have the resources to take some of the other classes. So yeah, enjoy to all the speakers. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, all of our sponsors. donated items to give away during the conference. So in between speakers, we'll be doing various product giveaways, and we have some cool surprises and things for you guys over the course of the weekend. So we're super stoked on that. So we try to do something that was free, and try not to, everyone's kind of hurting a little bit this year, or it's kind of been, if they aren't hurting, they're definitely been through the ringer. We figure we try to do something free and give out a bunch of stuff and kind of give back to the community, since we've all kind of been through a lot this year. I know I was part of the year in Africa and ended up back in the States as one example.
Yeah, for sure. And everything that came in from sponsors is getting passed on as gifts and giveaways. So it's truly a free and open event. So big shout out to Steve also for organizing all of the guests and reaching out to everyone, putting everything together. So appreciate your hard work as well. And let's dig into it.
Thanks. Awesome. Well, we'll get started here. So this is just some pictures of the last year of some of the stuff I've been doing. You can see some really nice dual root zone DWC roots there, trying to help people adapt existing facilities. We got an awesome, cute little frog there. We found one morning while doing some top watering in the greenhouse. Looked down and about keeled over laughing. And then so I want to show some of the incredible living soil that we can grow. We've had mushrooms bursting out of the pots on almost every single day at the one grow I was working at this year. And you could go in and find anywhere from half a dozen to 4 dozen different mushrooms growing in the greenhouse at any one time. But it just goes to show, when you have tree frogs and mushrooms and all types of things that can survive in your grow, you're doing things organically and sustainably in a way that's provably sustainable and provably not toxic to the environment. And there's provably a way that you can show just through what's going on in the garden. Hey, there is no pesticides being used. There's no harsh chemicals being used, because none of this stuff would happen if we were. So what is aquaponics? Well, aquaponics is growing plants using fish waste and the mineralization process from that fish waste and fish manure in order to feed your plants and other things that you may be growing. Some people also incorporate mushrooms as well. And wine caps and some others do quite well in the right type of setup with aquaponics. The particular method we're going to talk about is hybridizing living soil with traditional aquaponic methods, and we'll get into that a little bit more in depth. Plants filter the water for the fish, mainly pulling out the different nitrogen sources and some of the other nutrient sources that can build up over time and become toxic to fish, and allow those fish to have nice, healthy, clean water again by filtering out those nutrients, so that the fish are healthy and can sustain themselves indefinitely. This is a picture from one of the early R&D projects we did in Colorado, where we were incorporating large fish tanks underneath the entire greenhouse in order to use them as a heat battery. We could use solar water heaters to heat that water, and that water would heat the entire greenhouse. And we were able to keep the greenhouse quite warm, even through very cold winters in Colorado with very little propane. That's a 50 by 30 by 18 foot greenhouse, and we were able to heat that with 80 some pounds of propane throughout an entire winter. It really is incredible when you actually hybridize it with solar water heating. But I believe Josh from tomorrow will be speaking quite a bit on that, on some of the different heating methods and things. I know he's been working quite hard on that. Aquaponics can provide a huge benefit as well. You get the additional benefit of additional revenue streams, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in depth. So why would you use aquaponics? Well, aquaponics uses on average 18% of the water compared to traditional drain to waste or hydroponic methods, or even soil. If field soil, unless you're doing really heavy sustainable soil, gets has quite a bit of water usage, especially in the heat down here. I've been growing in Africa earlier this year, and then now in Oklahoma later on in the year, and it gets pretty hot in both of those places. I'm not gonna lie. Any way we can save water and not have to worry about running our wells dry so quickly really is something that we want to strive for and try to utilize and take advantage of. We also use 10 to 15% of the supplemental nutrients. We're mainly supplementing iron, some of your micronutrients, a little bit of calcium and potassium, occasionally other things, but we're not doing a ton of heavy supplementation. We're able to run much lower nutrient levels than traditional hydroponics or even soil in a lot of cases in terms of actual ppm numbers of those nutrients, with a couple of exceptions. But really allows you to cut down your costs and again have a mineralization and minerals that are actually generating revenue via from the fish. Those fish are mineral factories basically for you that you can resell later on. And again, additional revenue streams from the fish, mineral waste, and inoculated water really helps keep those bills paid and cover your bills. Also, if you're trying to go for clones, you can grow incredibly fast, and we're going to get to that a little bit later on as well. But you can really crank the clone production. You can cut 2 or 3 feet off of the plants per week, and the following week it'll look like you did absolutely nothing to those plants. And ask anybody that's worked with me, it's quite incredible. And I got pictures and stuff we'll be showing you here in a few. Improved chemovar expression as well. We've seen a huge increase in chemovar expression between terpene and cannabinoid levels. We're going to get into that a little bit more in depth. But particularly against soil and hydroponic controls, a little less so against living soil in the terpene department, but certainly against everything else. It's kind of night and day. It's not even a competition. So we've had a huge cannabinoid increase using dual root zone aquaponics. We've run side-by-sides now. I believe Marty's going to show off some of that tomorrow, or some of them anyways. But we've run these now at 4 or 5 separate businesses. And yeah, it's pretty night and day. So against DWC and media bed only controls, we're averaging on average a 15+% increase in THC. And on average, a 30% increase in CBD, with some strains going from 4% to 8 or 9% CBD, switching to dual root zone from straight DWC and from straight media beds. So, the mycorrhizal component and the terrestrial microbes really plays a huge factor in some of these, the gene expression of some of these. There's a direct link to some of these terpene and cannabinoid expressions with the plant's immune system being activated by certain things that are in the soil and not found in aquatic environments, but vice versa as well. We're finding an increase, and we'll talk about this in the cannabinoids, but beta carpholine and some of the others specifically on the terpene side are also increased immensely, specifically by an unknown endophyte in the aquatic environment or an unknown beneficial microbe. So that's something that needs to be mapped out, but could also be exploited by soil growers. Remember that 78% of these microbes can live in your terrestrial environment from an aquatic environment and vice versa. So, what works good for one can absolutely work great for the other. It just might not work quite the same way, but you can absolutely use a lot of these methodologies for mineralizing, waste, or even have an aquaculture setup that you're strictly mineralizing that waste for an offline soil grow, and basically do a giant, for lack of a better word, decoupled aquaponic system using, field crops and soil, where you have the mineral generation coming from that. And we actually have done that on a couple of bigger scales as well. Nothing that we're ready to show off yet, but we have some stuff we're working on in Africa and some other places that we're going to be showing off probably next year, near the end of the year. So again, big increases in THCV and CBDV. We've had been able to over double THCV in certain cultivars as well, using some methodologies that are only really exploitable in aquaponics as far as we can tell. Potentially in hydroponics, but using some of these microbial methods that we're going to cover through some of these other people, and then a little bit later on in the deck as well, but really able to get a lot more control over some of these different things that previously have been kind of, grow for the cultivar and hope for the best, but, didn't really have ways to kind of boost them individually. And we're realizing that by having access to a wider pool of endophytes and a wider pool of microbes, and by changing the balance of those, and by utilizing some of the wonderful methodologies of living soil and natural farming, that we can actually exploit those to quite a larger extent, which we'll talk about a little bit later after we talk about design. So here's a picture, before we talk about terpenes, here's a picture of a plant that was transplanted into the dual root zone plants and then put on top of a DWC raft. This picture was taken about 18 hours after that plant was planted onto the raft. We planted it in the morning, came back the following morning, planted it about mid-afternoon, and came back the following morning, and it already had roots that were quite large. So just the absolute insane growth you get with aquaponics and living soil is just unparalleled compared to any of the other methods that are done. So with aquaponics, we've noticed on average 25% increase in soil. We very rare in terpenes against soil and hydroponic controls. Most cultivars are averaging above 1.7% total terpenes. We've had quite a few test above 4 and even above 7%, with one coming out above 10% in terms of total terpenes in testing. So you really can, push those buttons hard by exploiting every single methodology to boost those terpenes. And think about it this way. So what are terpenes? Terpenes are compounds the plant produces to defend itself from UV or from insects or from mold or from some other environmental factor that will damage the plant. Well, it creates these compounds to either filter that light or taste bad or to be toxic to those insects or to kill the PM. Well, you need to have something to activate those. It has to know to make those antibody, we're going to call them antibodies for the sake of the analogy, but it has to know how to make a defense mechanism or defense compound, the same way that your immune system has to have that. So the same way that you going and eating lots of probiotics and playing in the dirt and taking a bath in IMO 3 or 4 or whatever it is that you want to do, are using some of Alan's awesome Bigfoot soap or whatever your probiotic method is, you're able to stimulate your immune system and activate those. Well, with by having the soil there, we can do that same type of thing by having the soil microbes. The mycorrhizal fungi and the terrestrial microbes are stimulating the plant's immune system to activate those genes to increase those terpene production and wake them up and say, hey, there's mold around. It might not be enemy mold, but there's mold around that we should probably at least make some defenses for in case a bad guy comes along. We better get on that. So by inoculating your stuff with IMO, indigenous microorganisms, both in the water and in the terrestrial zone, and we'll talk about in a different talk I'm going to be doing at the Aquaponics Association conference, aquatic indigenous microorganisms that we've been working on collecting as well in a safe way, and a whole bunch of other more exploitable ways that you can increase those microbial biodiversity. And by doing so, you're able to further activate those genes and further increase that terpene production, because you're giving those plants a reference point to go, hey, okay, cool. I actually, now I've seen something that's kind of like that before. We can start to try and figure out how to make a protection against that. And by giving the plants the exposure to the maximum number of microbes that are non-pathogenic, and by doing this in the case that we're referring to here is with dual root zone aquaponics, by having terrestrial microbial zone with soil above an aquatic layer, we're able to exploit the full diversity of both terrestrial and aquatic microbes in a way that simply you don't have the advantage of doing one or the other. This gives us on average 168% more microbes in terms of total biodiversity on the root mass than any other grow method that we've ever tested. And that there's actually a separate study done by NASA that actually did that as well, that I believe oh shoot, you know what? I forgot to put that slide in this deck. But anyways, if anyone wants to see that, I can give you the link to the paper. I've actually talked about it in one of the episodes of the podcast not that long ago, 10 or 15 episodes ago. If you aren't familiar with the Growing with Fishes podcast, check out the Growing with Fishes podcast. It's a great educational space for aquaponic cannabis education. We have over 450, almost 500 hours of content on there. So check it out. And then again, if you're trying to see what the total terpene potential is for a given cultivar and you're a breeder, having a small aquaponic system where you can really force and crank them and force them to really maximize production, you can really see what your plant is capable of doing and look at that from a more whole perspective. So what benefits can aquaponics have for a soil farmer? Well, you can use it to start off plants that might be particularly tricky. You can see in the top right there, there's a prickly pear cactus that we grew from seed in a media bed, because you can. You can grow even cactus in aquaponics, believe it or not. People don't realize that there really is not a really big limitation on aquaponics. It's great for breeding, again, to find out the total expression of your terpenes, also for increasing, turnaround. If I want to bulk my plants out and really get them massive as quickly as possible, you really can't beat aquaponics. We can get 2 to 3 inches of growth, even 4 inches of growth, no problem. And you can see the uniformity and everything else there. These clones that came right out of the bed before they're sold. So it really is just a way to, you can do even 6 or 7 runs a year with flowering because of the increase in time, which we'll talk about later. Really fast clone production. Again, the plants grow so fast and grow uniformly fast that you can, create significantly more. We were producing 15,000 plus clones off of a grow space that was a little over 6,000 square feet of actually functional canopy. So, and we probably could have done even another 5,000 if we had geared the plants up a little bit more and spaced them out a little bit differently. So, yeah, I mean, you really can create incredible revenue streams. You can turn absolutely enormous amounts of feeds of stuff in terms of production that you simply cannot match using other methods. Mineral compounds for larger soil grows as well. So you can have, again, a large aquaponic setup that you're utilizing that maybe has way more fish population than it really should. You can absolutely mineralize that waste and either resell it or use it for your large terrestrial grow. I know there's FOOP Nutrients now. There's which is a sponsor of the podcast. They're aquaponic waste based. I know there's Fish Shit. They've been on the podcast as well in the past, and a whole bunch of others that are great. Great people and great products that have been out there. I know when I was back at the aquaponic source, we were looking at talking with beaver farms at the time to possibly do a product like that, but it never panned out. But again, it's super hyper mineralized and can give you just an incredible amount of minerals and microbes that you normally wouldn't have access to for your sustainable soil grow. And if you're homesteading, having large aquaculture setup that you can have for food production, that you can always constantly have that food and feed your garden at the same time, and maybe you just scale it back a little bit in the winter, really can be another great addition to your farm and to your homestead, and even incorporate it into a larger permaculture design. Can really increase your revenue streams. Again, you can sell that fish waste. You can sell those fish, depending on what type of fish you can get into. If you're looking at tilapia, you're looking at $4 to $8 a pound. But if you get into some of the more specialty fish, you can get above, north of $30 to $50 a pound, depending on what you're growing. Some of the other people that'll be speaking here, I know Liam Keys does decoupled, which is about the only way you can with salmonids, but because of the potassium issue, but with them in particular, but they actually grow salmon up there in Canada and BC. So they're in the right climate for that. I wouldn't try to grow that in Africa where you have to chill them. But if you have the right climate, adapt your facility to your climate. Don't fight it. Increase biodiversity. Again, if you're trying to increase your mineralized inputs for your soil garden, you want to have better compost tea for your soil garden. It really can be a great way to increase those things, to increase your biodiversity and really improve the quality of your compost tea. And then again, this is the last thing, especially for those in California and Oregon, you always have that emergency water supply. If you have to throw all those fish in a cooler and use those thousands of gallons you have to defend your home, you have that on a homestead, or you have that at a commercial facility that, you simply just wouldn't have otherwise. You'd have to kind of sit back and go, okay, well, let's cross our fingers. Whereas here you actually have a whole bunch of extra water, and hey, yeah, maybe you lose your fish or whatever, but it's better than losing your farm. So that's another great thing, especially for California, where, if you're in the right type of area, that might be very appealing to you. So fish species, we highly recommend starting with goldfish and koi. Koi are much more forgiving, have a much better resale value. Butterfly and koi in particular are really the bee's knees for most aquaponic cannabis growers. Here's quite a large tilapia. I believe that one's about 3 years old. Just in case you're wondering what tilapia looks like. Tilapia are also great, but remember that in the United States, meat processing is a federally regulated license. So they can't step foot in your cannabis facility without getting themselves into some trouble. So because of that, you have to work with a third-party processor or find someone you can partner up with and have them do the processing or sell them live or fresh frozen, or sell them under a pet license or a pet import license or import export license, just because of the legalities of the United States. If you're not in the United States, that doesn't apply to you. But in the United States, that is a problem in terms of revenue generation. Currently, there is no legal avenue to sell meat processed fish unless you go through a third party. So, also the other thing is that a lot of states also restrict you from putting your cannabis products back onto that fish. So you can't do like a honey glazed smoked fish or anything like that, because most of them restrict both dairy and meat. So hopefully, once we get a little bit more federal regulation, hopefully they'll allow us to start combining those products a little bit more. Yeah, fingers crossed. Tropical fish species can also be quite profitable. Growing arowanas or, some of your other larger catfish and things like that can also be quite profitable depending on the part of the world you're in and your local market. Common aquaponic myths. One great one is aquaponics can grow plants comparatively to hydroponics or soil with no supplemental nutrients. There's plenty of people that keep trying to promote this myth. None of them get with even a third of the yields that we get with supplementing nutrients. You absolutely can grow plants with no supplemental nutrients. You can grow in DWC, you can grow in media bed, you can grow in a waking bed. But you're not going to actually match the yields of commercial production in soil or hydroponics, and you're not going to be able to be financially viable for any length of time. You also have the chemistry issues of iron being oxidized, manganese and molybdenum being stripped out over time, and just things just getting out of ratio. You also have to adjust for pH. Your pH is going to constantly be going down. You're going to have to supplement for that. And that's a great avenue to add things like potassium and calcium and silica that their plants are going to uptake at a pretty rapid rate. And you can do that via, your traditional methods with natural farming, with ferments and mineral inputs and those things, or with natural mineral inputs, or with, even synthetic minerals, as long as you don't use ones that are non-fish safe. And we'll talk about that at the end. You want to feed your fish more to increase your nutrients in flour. This is a common myth spread by one of the largest aquaponic companies out there. That's actually has a hemp system out there that's I've ended up with a lot of customers from, and we'll leave it at that. But there's just a lot of terrible information, a lot of lettuce growers and things that have jumped over that just have only been growing cannabis a year or two, and it shows, their plants are high in nitrogen. You see this quite a lot in Oklahoma. There's a group out there that puts out a lot of them, way too much nitrogen, stretched plants, stretched, lots of issues with the stuff, reduced trichome potential and many other issues. So again, make sure that you're actually learning from people that have been growing cannabis and not a lettuce grower that's recently switched, because they're still trying to figure out the nuances of it. And you see it a lot. Aquaponic cannabis has a fishy taste or smell. Doesn't have a fishy taste or smell. We've had quite a few of those tests, and we've grown quite a bit of weed. And neither myself nor Marty or anyone else has ever had fishy cannabis. I don't think I would want fishy cannabis. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it's one of those common misconceptions, I guess, is that your weed will somehow smell or taste like fish. You use aquaponics. So it's just one of those, I don't know, repeating questions that we get. And so the answer is no.
Yep. So cannabis costs more than traditional methods. Cannabis actually costs less than traditional methods when properly set up in terms of per run. It also has a lot more revenue potential because you're not generating revenue strictly from the fish or from the plants alone. You also have the fish and the fish waste that can be monetized. Aquaponics isn't scalable. I've built quite large facilities now, or been part of the construction of quite large aquaponic cannabis facilities, including one over 20,000 square feet. So There's absolutely nothing that isn't scalable. I would say compartmentalize though, so that you're not committed. And we'll talk about that in the next design section here. I need to start speeding up because I'm running out of time. Aquaponics can't be organic certified. It absolutely can be organic certified. So can dual root zone aquaponics can also be organic certified. There's currently a producer in Switzerland that is organic certified and using dual root zone aquaponics. Symbiosid, I believe, is the name of the company, but I might be mispronouncing that. It's Swedish, or Swiss. So media beds versus DWC versus wicking beds versus dual root zones. So you can see here, there's an early side-by-side test that was done up at Green Relief Incorporated. They're trying to figure out if they wanted to go with dual root zones or not, and they were considering switching to media beds for a bit. I'm still not really sure why they haven't, but everyone has their own design ideas, right? So I worked with them back when they were first getting started, way back in 2016, right after they stopped working with their previous partner. So media beds give you the great ability for the plants to anchor, but they don't have any ability to add additional nutrient inputs. So that becomes a problem, especially in flower. Or if you run into an issue that, say, you might need to fix that isn't easily plant fixable without harming your fish. DWC lacks the additional ability to input nutrients, although we've had quite a bit of luck using dual root zone pots on top of raft beds. With some adjustments, it's a little bit more finicky. You can have more things go wrong than with media beds. You don't have that diaphragm action that causes that increase in gas exchange that we're going to talk about. But yeah, we'll get to it. So wicking beds, it probably can be done if you had the right soil mix, but we just gave up after 4 runs. We just had too many problems with the fact that the plants start to kill off the root system right at the end of flower, the same way that they're dropping leaves. They start to kill off sections of the roots. Start to just not feed them as much. So that becomes a problem with how active the microbial community is in the aquaponic system, and especially in the wicking bed systems, it starts to eat those. And we've had some root rot issues right the last week or two of flower. And a lot of the testing we've done, I think you could do it, but again, we've just had problems. So dual root zones, flood and drain really is the best in terms of grow method and growth speed. DWC dual root zone would probably be, slightly slower than that in terms of actual day-to-day in our testing. But absolutely the media bed flood and drain is the way to go, because it creates that diaphragm action and gives you the best of both worlds and gives you the best gas exchange and the most control. And we'll get on that. Decoupled can be done, but again, it has a lot of problems. You end up with nutrient imbalances and flow imbalances, and just creates complexity that unless you're doing a specialized fish species, it really makes absolutely no sense. It adds cost. You have to discharge water. It costs money to remediate in many instances, and everything else. So it causes more problems unless you're specifically going after a certain fish species that you have to have it for. Something that's low or high pH, something that needs a radically different temperature than cannabis. Indexing valve systems, again, you're committing entirely too many plants to one system that if you have a failure, you'll lose a lot of plants. That's why if you ever see any of my systems, we either use loop siphons or bell siphons, and we have no more than 24 to 48 plants on a single setup. This also gives us the ability to easily keep the system online. If we have a power outage, I can partially flood all the beds and come by if I have to, even with a bucket, and flood and drain them, or a gas-powered pump and flood and drain them once in a while, without any kind of issue, without having to commit the entire space. If I just want to consolidate the plants into a few beds and keep them going, and we don't have the whole place filled up, it also, or if we have a failure, right? Again, if that bell siphon or loop siphon fails, I only have 1 or 2 beds affected versus an entire row and thousands of dollars. So that's one of the other big mistakes you see some of the newer producers using. And then vertical methods, again, they just simply, I haven't seen any that have been more profitable than doing a square footage with greenhouses. And as the price keeps coming down on cannabis, anything outside of greenhouses, unless, again, you're in a very cold climate or specialized climate, if you're in Canada, obviously it doesn't apply, but if you're in a warmer climate, you're far better off going a wider horizontal greenhouse facility than with a vertical facility. Or if, the other exception to that would be maybe California, where you have the square foot canopy tax that you can kind of cheat on a little bit. So coupled multi-loop really is the best option for a large scale commercial. We're going to show this off here in a second. Allows you to adjust the number of fish tanks onto a single bay with similar to decoupled without actually losing the full coupledness of the system, and allowing that constant microbial production and constant nutrient production to happen while having offline mineralization to maximize mineral production. Basically gives you all the benefits of the closed loop and a couple of the benefits of decoupled. So kind of a hybrid system almost. So you can see here in this design, we have the fish tanks here up on the right. That goes into your radial flow filters, and they run into one of three separate manifolds that feed each bay here of the greenhouse, and then one for the nursery. And we can adjust an extra fish tank on or offline for veg, and then I'd still dedicate one per bed, or even bring them offline entirely and run them with no fish tanks if we want to really finish them off at the end of flower. So this gives us a ton amount of nitrogen control while still maintaining the bulk of our mineralized inputs and everything else, and not totally disconnecting the system. We're not screwing our nutrients up and creating imbalances to the point where there's issues, because it's constantly circulating within part of the system, or we can plumb the whole system together if we just need to balance everything back out between runs. It makes it quite easy. So here's the facility beginning of construction. Here you can see painted off the lines here for the plumbing, trenched out the plumbing to put in the plumbing underground. These are all plumbed underground. You can see here the drains going up to the surface, all tapped in. There we go. Now, again, like we talked about, we don't have more than about 18 to 20 plants committed on a single area. If we have a problem, there's tons of redundancy. And again, you're not committed. You're not going to lose more than, a couple $100 or $2,000 if you have a problem. Whereas if you had them overly committed, you're going to have all kinds of problems. You can see here there's the feed lines for each bed for the water in, and then the outputs there for the drains. Here's the sump tanks. They were supposed to be covered top ones that we could bury in the ground, kind of like a gas tank for a gas station, but they sent us the wrong 3,000 gallon tanks. So I don't know how that happened, but they sent us the wrong ones. So this is the sump tanks that we used. There they are sitting up in the base there. This was all trenched out with gravel. You can see there's a drain underneath of it that allows us to pump it out. They all run up through the front wall there. You can see how the plumbing runs through before that was backfilled, how the plumbing comes in through, and then, I'm not sure if we have a picture of the inside of that building, but here's the fish house. You can see the fish tanks come across there, and then into the radial flow filters that then flow out into one of three outputs. And then here you can see the mineralization tank. So the fish waste gets pumped via a solids flow pump that we just take the input line and drop it in each one once every few days, and that pumps it into one of three mineralization tanks that can be mineralized as needed, and then directly plumbed back into one of the three systems. So allows us to either mineralize each of them independently, or do one large batch and mineralize one or all three lines, or two lines if we decide to. So it just gives you a ton of control, a ton of options when you're trying to switch around, system to system or bay to bay. You can direct the nutrients without really having to get into it. Here's the inside of the bay. We would have, yeah.
I just wanted to give you your 15-minute warning and remind you there are some questions waiting for you in the chat.
Okay. Yep.
I've copied and pasted them in the Zoom chat, so you should be able
to. So this is a grow. There was some miscommunications on the bed sizes versus the greenhouse sizes before I got there, or we would have spaced them out a little bit better. So, happy to take criticism on that one. But they were supposed to be 30 foot, and then they were 20 foot. And anyways, that's what happens when you work remotely. Anyways, so you can see here's the layout. Here it is all built out, everything up and running. You can see the air lines, water lines, the fish all going, system cycling, and yeah, everything all flushed out. And then this is some of the early plants that got brought in from outside before I took off. This is in the nursery. All right, so dual root zones critical for aquaponic cannabis. Without it, you don't have that level of control that really makes it easy. You can see a bunch of mushrooms up there, happy roots. With this, we have a upper layer of soil, a lower layer of media with floods and drains with layer of burlap in between. The burlap helps keep the soil from falling into the media below. In order to figure out how much water you'd put into this upper area, you want to figure out what the saturation rate is. So let's say, for the sake of argument, if I pour 32 ounces of water into this using a measuring cup, that's when it starts to leak water out of the bottom of the pot, which is how you test it. Well, I'd reduce that 32 ounces of water to 16 ounces of water, and that's how much roughly I'm going to put into this upper soil zone so that I'm not going to drip through and harm the fish. Now, we stick to fish safe nutrients and all the stuff that I do in case there is an accident, but you don't have to. I just wouldn't do anything, you know, just avoid yucca. But that allows you to nutrient supplement and dose the upper part of the zone and still have a flood and drain or DWC in the lower part of the root zone. And here's a side-by-side media bed only plant versus a dual root zone plant. And you can see it's night and day. It's not even a competition. And I don't think it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that the dual root zone plant's going to be doing much better with, you know, 75% more root mass. Here's a plant here on the lower side here that is only about a month old, and it's got a stem approaching the size of my fist. And then we have some, again, incredible root picks from dual root zone. This one's a DWC pick. Again, makes it a lot easier to supplement. You can use a lot less nutrients, and it gives you a lot more control. Sorry, I'm going to kind of flip through this quickly to try and finish the deck real fast. Yeah, we'll skip this slide because we're running low on time. But yeah, it gives you quite a bit of advantages in the aquatic side. A lot of reduced water usage, particularly for island nations, can be a great way to reduce your run-to-run water usage compared to other methods. And soil gives you a great place for mycorrhizal networks, terrestrial bacteria, so, all your wonderful soil supplements. Just avoid yucca or wetting agents in general. And then in your top waterings, and it can add ferments as well. You can do it no-till. Really is a great way that you can you know, power through a lot of it. Here's some more pictures, different grow in Oklahoma of a very, very happy dual root zone plant. You can see just the massive healthy root growth on that, both above and below the soil line. And this gives you a breakdown kind of how the flood and drain layer works. You want to make sure there's an air gap, and as the water goes up and down, this creates a diaphragm action that flushes the air up through the soil, and pulls fresh air back down through the soil, and getting fresh air to the entire root system, kind of like a lung or a diaphragm. And this gives us very rapid root growth and rapid microbial replication. Your 5 controls of dual root zones are: you can dose nutrients into the water, you can dose nutrients into the soil, you can create super soil mixes that are time release for your soil, you can foliar spray, or you can change up your fish food. Remember, higher protein fish food is going to create a lot more nitrogen. If you go more towards herbivorous friendly foods, you'll have a lot more phosphorus and other nutrients. So definitely something to check out. And then here's an example of dual root zone plants. These ones are for DWC. I would also suggest, having done this now on a little bit bigger scale, this worked great for this, but I would also, instead, the one thing I would do differently is put kind of a cross across the bottom of it here, either with stick or, you know, bamboo, or just cut it so that there's maybe 4 openings instead of 1 big opening, just to support the weight of the plants. Especially if you're growing mothers, sometimes they can get quite heavy and start to push their way down through the bottom of the pot. So that can be a problem. And some of the earliest runs we did in aquaponic cannabis and dual root zones back in Colorado many, many moons ago. with Robbie. Yeah, in Colorado. It was fun. Here's some more recent commercial aquaponic dual root zone plants. On the left here is media bed ones. This one on the right here is Marty's, one of Marty's nicer ones. On the left here is a grow from Oklahoma from this year, using fish nutrients. It's quite amazing. And then right here is another picture of a dual root zone DWC this time. Again, hard to argue with canopy that looks like that. Just incredible uniform growth. And we were, again, this particular room here was generating over 15,000 clones a week in terms of actual production. So you can really crank out the numbers, and especially if you're doing that type of business model of clone reselling. It really is absolutely unparalleled in terms of production.
I'm pretty consistently putting out 15 to 30 clones every 3 to 4 days per mother plant. So,
sure.
Yeah.
So some other common do's and don'ts: pH up. Highly recommend potassium silicate, potassium bicarbonate, and calcium carbonate. It really is the best combination for pH up. Potassium hydroxide and calcium hydroxide only add one nutrient and not two that are plant beneficial, as the hydroxide doesn't really become plant beneficial in any way. And the calcium carbonate, again, while beneficial, is not as useful as potassium bicarbonate in terms of improving alkalinity or otherwise supplementing the system. Speed of growth, again, these pictures were taken 23 days apart, and just to give you an idea, the top ones versus the bottom. Again, the speed of growth you get is just unmatched. More runs per year. Again, we can hit 5, 6 runs, even 7 runs, depending on the cultivar. Increase in, or absolutely double the speed of growth in veg, and reduce flowering times anywhere from 5 days to 21 days, depending on the flowering length of the cultivar. So, also working on some other methods right now to exploit some other potential things that we might be able to adjust to even further reduce those and shave off even more time. We have some new stuff we're working on that hopefully be presenting next year. That's going to be kind of a bit of a breakthrough in that direction, which I'm pretty stoked about. Mushroom CO2 can also be added. The bottom here where the blue is fish tanks. These are mushrooms that we grew in Colorado with a gentleman named Nick Arnold. If you need his contact info, I'm happy to put you in touch with him. But you can do fully sustainable business models, incorporating even your CO2 into a sustainable part of your production. Super labs, we'll skip through, but basically lactobacillus, isolating phycocyanin to increase plant production. Phycocyanin is used to create your chlorophyll groups. We just don't have time to cover it in depth, but here's a picture of it, neon blue. Maybe we'll cover some of this in the lunch break if we have a little extra time. Plant labs, again, you know what, we'll just cover some of this at lunch. So we'll kind of drop it here at the mushrooms and skip to the end here. One thing I did want to mention is the True Nutrient subscription service. Roger and I from True Aquaponics have partnered up to do an all-in-one nutrient testing and nutrient delivery subscription. So you send us your water, we test it, and we'll send you a tear open nutrient solution that you can pour into your system and not have to know chemistry or dosing or weigh anything at all. As long as you can fill a bottle of water, you're good to go. So check that out if you're looking for kind of an easy solution, or you're an aquaponic cannabis grower and you're struggling with your nutrients. Be sure to check that out. And then for more information on myself, I have a book coming out next year called Aquaponicia. I was hoping to get it out this year, but between COVID and losing my mother and some other crazy life events that happened in the last couple of months, I have not had time to finish it. So it is going to come out next year. You can check it out. Check me out on the Ponics YouTube channel. On the Growing with Fishes podcast, email at potentponics@gmail.com. Website is Ponics, and Marty and I also have a joint aquaponic cannabis class that will be on sale now through Black Friday, or actually now through the end of November. You can check that out at apmjclass.com. We've been recording a long format class that is quite a few days long now. I think we're over 5 days of solid content. So with video from all over the world, different grows, and and lots of great in-depth coverage from stuff that we've been doing. And then the Facebook group, which is the largest community of aquaponic cannabis growers, facebook.com/groups/APCanna, or aquaponic cannabis growers. All righty. Go ahead, Marty. Did you have the question?
So yeah, the questions from chat. What are some of the cons of aquaponics?
I would say the biggest con is upfront cost. You're going to spend on average about 2 to 2.5 times what it would cost to set up a similar size soil grow for a similar type facility in terms of equipment cost. Your tanks and your plumbing and stuff like that just gets a little bit of depending on the scale, can be a little bit pricey. That's probably the biggest downside. Other than that, I think that's probably the biggest thing I can think of.
Cool. I mean, I would have to agree. I would have to say just the added element of, of aquaculture, I guess. All the things that have to do with fish are things that you have to keep them alive and happy. And sometimes that adds complication. I would say that's probably the biggest, at least learning curve. I don't know if that's a con or not, because I really enjoy the fish now. So second question is flushing needed?
No, flushing is not needed, although I would back off of, I wouldn't go balls to the wall, heavy supplementation in the upper part of the root zone all the way to the end. But even when we're supplementing, we're not supplementing a lot. Most of our supplementations are in the 300 to 500 total ppm range for people that are used to hydro. So we're not adding all that much. We're just kind of fixing what the fish water can't provide, really, and then maintaining microbial health in that upper root zone via whatever supplements that needs. Again, it's.
I would agree. Flushing is kind of one of those weird terms where people define it differently. So some people say different things at different times. So next question. Might help to give sugar to the microbes, though.
Absolutely, yes. So if you're doing fermentation, then go with brown sugar or raw sugar. Or if you're doing microbial mixes and you want something fast, if you're doing something for more of a compost inoculant or something you're going to put into a long-term living soil bed or a hugel bed, then go with the molasses. But anything for fermentation or compost tea brewing or anything like that, or rapid microbial growth, always go with sugars over the molasses, because you'll get a much better response and faster microbial replication, significantly faster.
Cool. Somebody also asked, how do you mineralize exactly?
Sure. So mineralization, let's see if we go back here. Oh, sorry, set my alarm for myself. Do we have any? Okay, so mineralization. So you can see here in these brew tanks, they're the same as a compost tea brewer. So we take the fish waste, we throw it all in there until it's about a third-ish full in the tank. And then we top it off with water, and then we'll add some molasses, usually some IMO, a liquid IMO or even IMO2, just a scoop of it right in there. And then we'll also add any supplemental nutrients. If I know the system needs something, we'll add some of that with, in a lower level to the microbe mix, or I'll add potassium silicate to boost the pH back up, or whatever it is I need to add to supplement to fix things. We'll add it to that and then brew that for 3 to 5 days, or even 14 days, or even in some cases 30 days. And then shut that off, allow the solids to settle for a few hours, and then siphon off the clear water on the upper portion above the solids. And that gives us this heavily mineralized and heavily enriched mineralized water that can greatly help your plants. And that's how we unlock the nutrients from the fish waste.
Great. Yeah, aerobic microbes and air, lots of both.
Yeah.
So, and then the last question here, could you explain the advantages of running your system with a water pump versus an air pump?
Yeah, so you can run the system by an airlift. The flow rates are just not there. And when you scale it, I've actually seen it where you have too much aeration and it starts to artificially buffer the pH. In fact, I was at a large grow in Texas where they had managed to do that. So what wasn't cannabis actually, full disclosure, in Texas at least. Anyways, so that one was a problem. So definitely something that you have to be mindful of. You can actually overdo it with aeration, but I don't like using airlifts. I would only use an airlift maybe in an extreme situation, but even then, by the time to get the same flow rates to match, you might as well use electric. You know, it's just not worth it. All right. Anything else? All righty. I think we're going to get started here with our next guest. I think we'll do our first giveaway though, real quick before we do that. So we actually have some Mammoth P microbes. I think we'll grab somebody at a chat here before we switch to the next speaker. Make sure I got everything pulled up. Again, sorry for the switch on the link there. Marty, did you got somebody that's participating quite a bit in chat?
Yeah. Let's see.
Looks like let's do MH23D00.
Agreed.
Why don't you message email Ponics, and we'll get you some Mammoth P. Send me your address and we'll get that off to you. Alrighty, let me introduce the next guest here. Our next guest is Angela TenBroeck. I hope I pronounced your TenBroeck. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. I recently learned it actually is a type of structure or defensive structure as well, that term. So I didn't actually realize it was actually the name of a thing until I was Googling you a little bit before this. So I really appreciate you taking the time. She is an expert in food safety and biosecurity and all things of those types of topics. So she's going to be here talking to us about how to address those types of things in our cannabis facilities. She works with a lot of both vegetable and cannabis people out there doing just this type of thing. So really, really excited to have her on, and kind of someone that you don't hear from enough in our industry. And we definitely need to hear these types of voices much more and try to help steer us in this direction. So thanks a lot, and take it away.
All right, thanks for having me. I need to be able to share my screen so that I can begin my talk, if that's possible.
Sure, yeah, just there on the bottom there, it says share screen in green, and then you can pick.
It just tells me that the host has disabled it.
Oh, shoot, hold on a second. I apologize, 1 second.
Steve broke it.
I apologize, I'll fix it, 2 seconds.
I cut my hair just for you guys today.
Oh, looks great.
You know, Steve has the other half of my hair.
I brushed it. That's all.
I know you guys. Y'all all have my other half of my hair.
Trying to find the setting for it here. Oh, here we go. All right. All right. All right, cool. Should work now.
Awesome. Let's do this. No worries. We're gonna get this done.
If we run late too, we'll make sure it's not a big deal.
It's all good. All right. So my favorite thing to do when I meet with cannabis growers is to talk about the medicine. So I first encountered this term when I was working on a food safety for when they were kind of walking in the state of Florida's hemp and medical cannabis information. And I kept hearing these people talk about their medicine. Don't take away my medicine. So my talk today is your medicine safe? So a little bit about me so that you can kind of know who's talking to you. I have owned and operated more than 100,000 square feet of aquaponics in the last 5 years. And we were the first aquaponics facility in the world to get SQF certification. That is what sets out aquaponics to become a commercial operation. And so today I'm in the midst of building this thing that you see here. I'm currently building phase 1, which is a 26,000 square foot facility. that has is a decoupled system. It looks a little bit like Steve's system in a way, but we grow 31 different items, not in the cannabis space. So you're hearing from a person who not only works in food safety for the future of aquaponics, but as well is farming in that space. So that's just a little bit about me. We are 4 generations of greenhouse growers since the 1970s. Started at 5 years old in the greenhouse. So have a few experiences, that I can share with you. So kind of let's talk about where ag tech is now. Where are we now and where will we go? So farm equipment, we have inorganic and nutrition, fertilizers, we have robot sensors, we have all sorts of stuff. And we have just-in-time farming. I think that you're going to find the cannabis space is going to go to this using a lot of these sensors and so forth. Steve talks about a lot of the amazing portion of why we grow the way we grow. But I think the most important thing that we think about is our future. And so as we think about our future, let's think about the tech of growing indoors. So plants that grow differently in different conditions, if we do CEA, we're actually able to produce for our local folks 24/7, 365 production. It also allows us to better be able to grow because we're able to manage our temp, our pH, our humidity, and the mechanics of the greenhouses. The tools also allow less labor, which allows us to have a smarter workforce. I'd like to give a shout out to Artemis. So if you guys haven't heard about this, so by the time my talk is done, you'll understand why maybe a platform system such as Artemis could help you be able to manage for food safety and quality. And irrigation, which is the most important thing and resource that we use in farming. Many of us aquapons are interested in making sure that we are doing doing well as we do good. And so as part of that, we want to make sure that we are, not having runoff and so forth. So a lot of the reasons why we farm has to do with not only, this amazing product that we can produce, but as well, the opportunity to be able to reduce water and resource, suppression. So the future of harvesting in tech and farming is harvesting. And so you'll have autonomous farming equipment. Now that the big boys, so to speak, have gotten into our space, you're going to see a lot more tools that allow us to grow smarter and, pack and harvest and so forth. And you may wonder why I'm talking about these things. And I think you'll kind of gather and capture that as my presentation goes. I like to talk about the autocart. While the autocart is ingrained today, I believe it will be something such as autocart will be in our future tomorrow, which is the autonomous harvesting and so forth. And then you have the robots, which we call the sweepers. So both of those are things that you can look up and see a little bit more of information. So let's start to the meat of my real conversation here. Why does food safety matter? Why does it matter in the cannabis space? Well, besides the obvious of you could be sued and you could lose your opportunity to grow, or you could go to prison, it gives you an opportunity for marketing your higher quality products. This is a really important piece as cannabis becomes more mainstream and you have the opportunity to sell it on the wide market. So as a multi-generational food grower, what we have found is that we find little sticks that try to put our program ahead of everyone else's. So as you grow and you want to become more profitable, you want to have things that you can call out to the people who may buy your food or your consumer so that they can know that your product is the highest quality they can get. I also want to point out, and you're going to hear me talk about this each time you hear me speak, if one of us fails in aquaponics, then all of us can fail. And I don't want to sound too motherly here, but I want to remind you that the work that you do in these early stages really does matter. And so you must be mindful of the fact that it's not only about you, but it is around all of the people who are involved in aquaponics. There's also the ethics of food safety, which gives you a base. The SOPs, standard operating procedures, plans for consumer consumption, and it defines your science. What you have heard in the prior conversation with Steve and those guys and Marty is the fact that you have an opportunity to do some really good science in the early stages of this. So why should I consider food safety as part of my business? If you want to expand nationally or internationally, you will want to be able to prove what you do. Currently, tinctures, topicals, edibles, and smoke, it will become regulated. And in many places, it already is. I'm seeing consumers when I go to the local cannabis stores asking for COAs. So you need to make sure that you're doing your data. So my favorite thing to say is, do what you say what you do, and prove it. And you prove that not by your conversation, not by your work, but by somebody else validating your work. Your retailers and consumers will at some point require you to be able to provide more than just your COA. So I'm going to suggest that you begin baseline data. So how do you know your water's safe? Many of you probably have seen this picture in your very own farm, and you know that your radial flow, or depending upon how you flow your sediments, also depends upon how you manage your water. So do you test your water? If you really want to become food safe and moving forward into this regulation, embrace the regulations now. So by the rule, you should start your baseline as soon as you begin your farm to know where you may have an issue. You may say to me, but wait, if I know I have an issue, I don't want to tell anyone. Well, I think you want to know where your problem is. I think you want to be able to address your problem with science and management. So if you know there's a possibility of a contamination or a pathogen issue, you want to be able to monitor it. You want someone else to say, yes, they sent me their water. Yes, they sent me their product. And this is what it says. So you know your numbers and you're able to defend your numbers. So as long as you know your numbers, the rules state you can do this, you can't do that. They don't really do that. The rules state use science as your decision. Use science. So you can develop your plan and make sure that you really know what's happening in your system. This is going to require that you have drawings of how your water flows. You're going to know how to track all of your products and a variety of other things. If you want to enter this and be successful in your role, you must remove the obstacles so that you are able to. So, biological soil amendments, raw manure, which is what many people are going to talk about when they get all in a dither about aquaponics. We can overcome this. It has to do with your terminology. Fish manure, fish waste is a soil amendment, okay? So you have to have something to transition that solid fish waste to that liquid plant food. And I would encourage you to really pay attention to the guidance that has been given to the produce industry so that you will be able to embrace and not have these hiccups. I know that it was once illegal to be growing in places and you've done this way and you've made money at it, but now we've turned the page and you must turn the page as well. So, terminology matters. What do you call it? How do you deal with your amendments? What are your SOPs for seeding, for harvesting, for storing, for movement, for recall? What are your plans? You need to have a plan and an SOP in place for each one of these. And if I come to your facility and there's people who I work with in the cannabis space, they will tell you, you want to have your plans and SOPs in place before Angela gets there, because she's going to walk through and point out everything that she can so that you are successful. You want to use someone like me before your real auditor comes in for your SQF or your GAP or your Primus certifications, because I'm going to point out as a grower, as a PCQI, SQF, HACCP individual, these are your issues. I'm going to get on my hands and knees and I'm going to put light on stuff that you haven't thought about. That is the advantage of working with someone who's in this space, doing what you're doing, trying to make sure that none of us fails so all of us can succeed. So this is my favorite thing. So the flow chart for seed to harvest production, do you have one of these? Do you know how things come in? When your seeds come in, who checks them in? Who knows what the lot number is? Who makes sure you have first in, first out? Who makes sure that if you have failure, Do you go back to the seed company? If you have, you know, in many states, I know in the hemp space, they are requiring you to have a certain propagation percentage. So you need to make sure that you're able to do that for your reporting purposes, because even though hemp is now a commodity and cannabis, you know, higher THC products will become a commodity, I am anticipating very soon. You must have your action and process in place so that you are able to maintain your license and maintain consumer confidence. It is the most important thing you will do. How do you start? How do you finish? How do you know who's using your product? What is your documentation along the way? How are you able to prove what you're doing and doing what you're proving, you know, saying? So this is my favorite flow chart is, okay, the seeds come to you. You've put them in propagation. What are you what's happening? How many sprouts did you get? Or if you're getting clones, is it true? Are these COAs right? What kinds of situations? What kind of ads are you having as you're planting and growing? You know, what are the task is, how do you document all this? What's the variety? What's the amount planted? What's the location? Steve has covered this very well in his last presentation about he decouples, you know, he has each house running on a very specific system. That redundancy matters so much. And it will matter if you ever get a major outbreak so that you aren't able to, you won't lose your whole crop. So these things are things that you should consider very, very important. Document what you do as you progress. So biosecurity. My favorite thing to ask is, where's your biosecurity plan? And people look at me like I'm, you know, what's that? So your biosecurity plan is an actual plan that you have that is preventive. So if you have, if you're going to have a tornado, if you're going to have a storm, if you're going to have, what's going to happen? Who, where, what? If you're not there, who's going to call the what police? What people do we call? How do we call them? It also prevents, you have a whole portion of your biosecurity that talks about pest prevention and invasions and so forth. What do you do? Your biosecurity plan is the plan that you utilize, that you build for your farm, for your spot. So if you're not there and you're on vacation and you have a major malfunction, who do we call first? How do we get gas off? What's the water company's name? Do you have a water company? Do you have a well person? If you have a major disaster, how are you going to make sure that your products remain, you know, highest quality and so forth? This is the plan that you write, that if you write this plan efficiently and effectively, you will pass every state and most governments around the world's plan for food safety and biosecurity. The other thing that you must consider is that there are times when people do things, they come onto your farm in the after hours, and there's possibility of they may do things to taint your facilities. And because we work an environment that is a very symbiotic environment between the fish and the plants and so forth, you have to manage for not only your plant system, but for your fish system. What if somebody pours in something? What if you have an angry employee? How do you manage all that? You have to have a plan in place. So what does this look like? When you come to our farms, you're going to sign in. I'm going to walk you around and I'm going to manage where you work, where you walk. If you come to work for us, we have a very specific plan and manner in which you work. If you work in fish, you don't work in plants. Or if you work in plants, you don't work in fish. If you do, you have a whole sanitation and hygiene procedure that you work. The other thing is that I notice on many farms, many times people have other animals besides their aquaponics system. We must plan and manage for those things. So you have facility movement issues. So how do you move your feed carts from your chickens to your fish? Do you move them? Do you interact? Is the person who's feeding the chickens the same person who's feeding the fish? You must be mindful of these things, because when your auditor comes, they're going to ask that. And this will be part of you becoming the very best farm facility and the grower that you can be. It will be profitable in the future for you, I assure you. How do you do biosecurity? You're going to have an SOP in place. You're going to have a food safety plan. You're going to have management plans, hierarchy. You're going to tell me if I'm a fish keeper. What do I do here? If I'm only in the grow space, what are my tasks? What education do I have to have? What's my job description? What do I do on Monday? What do I do on Tuesday? What do I do on? I'm going to ask you all those questions because your facility at this point should have a bit of management plans when you are running your facility. The other thing that's important is your maintenance of your facility. In an aquaponics facility, it is very important that you maintain your facility at the highest quality that you can. This means that you have a plan for how you maintain your biosolids, your raw manure, your soil amendment, whatever you want to call it. You must have a plan and maintain your facility so that every week someone knows it's happened and someone has agreed and signed off their name that these specific things occurred in your facilities. So that's kind of food security and biosecurity in a nutshell. What I always like to do is stop my presentation right here and begin to answer questions. So Marty, Steve, anybody, we have any questions so far?
I haven't seen any pop up in chat just yet, but let's give them just a minute to take a look. I just wanted, while we're waiting, I want to say thank you for bringing up so many great points and stuff that I feel like don't get brought up when it comes to talking about growing. A lot of times we get so focused on plants and how they grow and what they do and what they look like and how pretty they are and how much they yield and so many things that I've seen very successful growers try to make the jump to say, let's say, less than legal markets to the business world. And so many of the things that you talk about in here are things that they struggle with because you don't have these in a lot of traditional grows. We'll say, again, less than legal grows. So if you want to know, the headaches that you can avoid, this presentation, the stuff you just talked about is the note taking you should take. So let's see here. I don't see any questions so far. Steve, did you have anything?
The one thing I was going to re-emphasize or just would love to have you maybe touch on again is one, the value of good SOPs, and two, how you really should, you have to have those really to get started, and how a lot of people kind of jump into it and then want to hire a consultant after the fact and then expect them to do their normal rate for SOPs. And that's just completely unrealistic. There's a lot of time and effort and research that goes into all that, and they don't, so I think there's maybe not a true appreciation for those. Maybe that's something you want to touch on.
Yeah, so the most important thing that I notice is that in aquaponics, there seems to be a lot of discourse on system design, whether it's, I sit at each conference, I've been in this space. So my family's been hydroponic growers since the 1970s. And I, entered the space in 12. And so, and I always remember my great-grandfather when he was doing the Dutch method in the 1970s and all the conversations about how they would tweak it and make it better and this and that. And there was a lot of sharing and conversations going on. And so I always, whenever I go to the aquaponics conferences around the world, I always kind of smile to myself because all of you guys are always arguing about can this be scaled? My system's better than yours and this and that. And I always say to myself, well, they all grow food. They may grow it differently, but are they safe? Does it cut the mustard in the professional commercial world? Because really, I believe that the way in which we can solve hunger and our medical situation in the future is by embracing the small, medium-sized commercial, our family farm that allows them to be commercial and have a living. And so I always smile when they start talking about system design and so forth, whereas we really need to jump past that and we always need to have the Steves of our world who are talking about their cutting edge technology and science and so forth. But as well, we need to be thinking about how can you make money in this? How can you feed people better? How can you make better medicine? How are you able to do this? And so it really matters that once you have decided you're going to enter this world and you've decided that this is the system you're going to run, while yes, you should, consult with the best folks around. But once you do that, you need to be thinking about who are you going to get on your team as a consultant or a full-time person to run the biosecurity and food and safety of your place. I see a lot of times people do things that are really not acceptable in a commercial realm because they think they don't have the money. Whereas if they started smart, they would finish smart.
We have some questions now.
Yeah.
So I guess the one I just pasted, have you seen any good IAVS systems, or is that a dead horse? That's the sand bed stuff
That's the
with
sand
putting the
bed
fish
stuff.
waste on the sand.
Yeah, I have actually seen those systems work. I've seen them work, and I know where I know they work is in India. I've seen them where we've seen them, but I'm not really an expert in that area, so I stick to what I know, and that's not. I don't know much about that, but I can tell you that I have seen them, grow some stuff. The other questions I see is, what is the most common issue you see in regards to food safety that seems like common sense, but a lot of people miss it? Well, washing your hands and gloving is probably the most interesting thing. And when I'm in a facility, I am almost always, there are two things that I think that I always notice. The first thing is you cannot have your pets in your facility. That's the first thing. The second thing is your hand washing and gloving techniques really do matter. And so those are, to me, really very common sense, things. So that's my first answer to that. The next question is what, Angela, what is Artemis? Artemis is a platform that allows you to be able to track and monitor your facility front to back. Allison Koff was once called AgriList, and now she has merged and now is Artemis. They have a really great platform, and I would encourage you, if you're looking to have some traceability and so forth, that program can assist you. How would you write an SOP for smaller scale operations? It doesn't matter if you have a one-man operation, you should have an SOP. You should have SOPs for everything you do. So how do you do it? An SOP is simply, how do I do this? What am I trying to make sure happens? And then I'm signing off once a week that these things have happened.
I think one of the other big things I always make sure I include my SOPs is what equipment are you, sorry about the background. What equipment are you using? And then and mainly also, what are the cleaning procedures for that equipment? Doing cleaning procedures for each of your equipment that you can always pair with that item makes your life a lot easier, because you don't have to rewrite that 10,000 times. You just write it once and then copy and paste that into any set that includes that item.
Well, yes, Steve. So one of the things that we do is we do SOPs for everything. So we would have an SOP for hand washing, for walking through the facility, for gloving, for all those kinds of things. Then you would have a maintenance program that's an SOP for each. So for your tanks, for all of your pumps, I have SOPs for even the airlines and stones, and we have an SOP, and so one person is responsible for very, very specific things based upon their position as a greenhouse associate in our facility. So how would you write an SOP for a smaller scale? I would just simply say to you, if you want to have a hygiene SOP, that would be one thing. So hand washing, your cleaning and management. The other thing I would have an SOP for is your equipment, such as Steve. The other thing is also make sure that you don't have your cleaning supplies are not crossing over. That's a really important thing. So anyway, so what are some of the ways you are being sustainable in energy consumption? So we actually use we use gravity and a variety of other physics principles and so forth to design and build our facilities. So we use less pumps, and that allows us to do that. We as well have done a new design in our greenhouse with this build that allows us to use less exhaust. And so we're researching this new design, and I'll be able to tell you at the next conference how it's going to work out for us. It says, what is the best book available now to set up the plumbing for my first home setup? I want to have a lot of fish, so demineralization included. I would simply say to you, you're going to have people in the next day that you will be able to, listen to. And many of those folks have given free shareware online on how to set up your system. There's some really easy, simple systems that you could run. And I say keep it simple, and so forth. So what design considerations are important for system safety? So one of the really important things that I know that you guys are going to yell at me when I tell you this, but I don't have wood in our facilities. And the reason is because it's for the maintenance and so forth of the facility. We are a water environment. And so therefore we must maintain hygiene of our internal system water, but as well, water is going to get out. And so I always say to people, be very, very mindful of where you have your wood, because you have to have in your SOPs how you're going to clean it. I have actually worked recently with someone as a consultant. They had a downy issue or a fungus and some other issues occur in their greenhouse. And it was simply because the wood that they simply could just not get it clean. So you should be cleaning your facilities on a very regular basis. And so it's really important for design considerations that you are able to clean these places in a way that, so when you come to my facility, people often make fun of us because they say that we are medical grade clean, but it allows us to reduce our pest intrusions. So therefore we are able to have, some advantages for that. The next question is how would you write an SOP for a smaller, okay, we have that. Is salmonella a risk in aquaponics? What are other possible bad ones? So I always test, actually each month I test for salmonella, E. coli, and listeria. And so I always test for these. And if you have chickens in your midst or birds in your midst, you probably should test for salmonella because it seems to be kind of something you happen in the midst. Let me just give you an example. When I was building one of my previous farms, we once a month, we would do tissue and water collection and send out to a third-party lab to examine our materials. And one month I got a call that said, hey, something's, on your lettuce products, you seem to have this. And I always say test further, and then I'm going to send you. So my protocol is if I get a possible positive, I take from the same area, because before we harvest, 1 week before we harvest, we always test our products, send them to the lab 1 week before harvest, and we know what area we are going to harvest. And in that week, it gives us time, if we were to have a positive, we could eliminate the whole area and retest to make sure it wasn't just a false positive. And 1 year we actually had, or 1 month, we actually had a concern. And so we went back through and sent back the protocol for how we manage that. And what we found was that we were building our other facility, and the trucks that were bringing in the dirt, the dump trucks that were going around our facility actually had the soil that was brought in for the leveling of it actually brought in something into our facility. So it's really odd. Even though I have 50 mesh on my curtain, we have all the preventive controls you can do. We had to make sure that we manage that appropriately. So that's, just one of those examples of, it may not be in your system, it could just be in your midst. Okay, it says the next question is, curious if the E. coli and other bad guys are still a concern in deep sand beds, being you have a lot of good biology. I think that you must be concerned with E. coli and all of those other things, no matter what you do. You must know where your issues are and be able to go from there and eliminate or manage what could be your future issue. Steve, Marty?
I think that's about the only other thing I was going to say with E. coli is I've personally had 2 aquaponic cannabis facilities test hot for non-human pathogenic E. coli where it was detectable, but not in the form that's a worry for humans.
I'll be
We
glad
were
to talk
able-
about that.
And we were able to eliminate it via lactobacillus inoculation
Right.
over the
And
course of 2 weeks.
yeah, and Steve, that's actually very common in our facility. So what's going to happen is you're going to do a fecal coliform and a variety of other things. And what's going to happen is your lab is going to call you and say, you have high fecal coliform. Why, yes, we do. And so you ask them to continue the testing to see if it is the human pathogen. And science proves that the E. coli that's in the gut of fish generally do not make any humans sick. And so we use science to guide our conversations and questions. Many times I see people when I go to aquaponics facilities that are homegrown facilities, what I see is a lot of people don't have some sort of processor. We'll call it a bioreactor, clarifier, swirl tank, whatever. They simply run fish to their plants. And there presents some issues if you are going to try to scale that. So you must be mindful. And I would suggest that you would meet with folks that are, you have, Steve, put together a lineup of people who can really, who have experience and who do this on a daily, who could assist in that. And so, yes, lactobacillus, there are other things that you can do that are very easy and common to manage for pathogens and pests.
We had another question. Is the main tool for cleaning pressure washers, or what chemicals are you using? Can you talk a little bit more about cleaning in general?
Yes, actually, I will be glad to. So we use high pressure washing. So let me kind of talk to you about how this looks. So you come into my facility, you're going to walk into a series of sanitation. So you're going to walk onto rocks, and then you're going to walk through foot baths. And then you're going to walk onto sticky papers. And then you're going to walk into a negative pressure room. And then you're going to enter a containment area. And you're going to have a very specific way in which you walk in our facility. Every day that we are in that facility, the foot wash or the foot bath, the rug, and the containment areas are all washed down. And we use we have a PPT for chlorine. We don't use quat in our facilities. We have an expectation for a certain amount of PPTs of chlorine and we wash down with a chlorine solution that has a little bit of basically soap in it that allows the surfactant to sit on. So this is all ground washing. From there, in our facilities for our fish, we have very specific cleaning tools for fish. So we use, depending upon where we are washing. So in our fish tanks, we wash inside of our fish tanks. So the fish keeper actually washes weekly all of the interiors of our fish tanks as far as their arm will go. We wash all of our pipes and so forth. If the pipe has some sort of, we'll call it gradu or crud, we would take the pipe off. We have unions at each spot, take the pipe off and run it in through a bleach solution that is, we have a dipstick for how many PPTs we accept so that we don't have too much bleach, because too much bleach actually is not a good thing as well. And then we rinse it, wash it, clean it off of the debris, rinse it really well, and then let it air dry, and then we put it back in. And so we do that. We haven't had any issues with the bleach killing anything or so forth. Many growers use quat. You can use quat as well. I just don't care for it. Our folks seem to like to use that as well. The other thing is all my inlet waters and all my exit waters are maintained with, we do clean them in the manner in which I just shared with you, as well as within our trays and in our rafts and variety of other things. We do a very specific maintenance when we are harvesting. So every 30 days on a lettuce harvest, in a tomato, pepper, celery, depends upon what we're harvesting, depends upon the cleaning, but every week we maintain the pipes and exteriors of the grow area and then the floor around that area. We maintain our fish tanks, and on a harvest, we harvest every week, once or twice a week. We maintain a very specific protocols, and then everything is washed down and everything is replaced, cleaned.
Awesome.
Looks like we have more questions.
Yeah, we have a couple more questions from chat. It says, could you explain more information on cleaning mini splits and other air ducts?
Yes. Okay, so mini splits air conditionings are really interesting. We utilize them in our facilities because we found that mini splits, when you run them with, we run them with our coolers, and they also allow us to pull water out. So because you were in an aquaponics environment, many times people get condensate, and now you can purchase anti-condensate plastics and so forth. But as well, we use our mini splits and we maintain them. We clean them on a very monthly basis, and we have an expectation for how we maintain where the air flows out and stuff like that. The next question is aquaponics student and USDA hardiness on 4A. What are the most important things to take into consideration when setting up an SOP? So we build facilities in the Pacific Northwest and Delaware. We have them, we work all over. And so you must maintain your facility. You must build for your environment, obviously. And so I would say to you that your SOPs are not going to change as far as how you move, how you operate internally. Your system design is going to matter. So if you're growing, a very specific fish that is, say, like a tilapia that's a warm water fish, you would obviously need to maintain your water in a certain parameter and then have your plants that grow within those parameters. If you're going to do such as Kitsap Farms up in the Pacific Northwest, or Bear Hole Farms in Selbyville, Delaware, they're maintaining their facilities year round by very specific controls that we have implemented within their systems. So this would be just, starting out, I would say to you, let's just keep it simple and buy yourself some cattle water heaters, put them in your fish tanks, and you can begin right there. I can buy those off Amazon every day, and really they will keep your system warm. You'll size it based upon, how many gallons you have and so forth. But I would encourage you, no matter where you are, you will be able to grow food if you do it, thoughtfully and utilize the knowledge of the people who've already been there and done that. So introducing beneficial predatory insects and nematodes jeopardize the safety of your system. Yes, so we actually must be mindful of the beneficials that we add. Charlie McKenzie is one of my favorite guys to talk about this. I would say to you that you would not want to do that when you're fixing to have a harvest. You want to be mindful of that, especially if you are going for designations of, say you want to have kosher weed. There will be a thing, and you will be able to get designations in such a way. So you want to be mindful of what beneficials that you do add and the manner and the timing in which you do add them.
I want to ask a question on that. Have you seen any beneficials vector anything that would potentially be a food safety issue?
Yes, we have had some. I'm going to say it like this: you must buy your beneficials from people who are certified and they certify their products, because anything you add, that is part of that SOP that I talk about. And that's part of that flow chart that I talk about. You want to be able to make sure. And the new rule, folks, the new rule that just came out from the USDA has to do with the management of our water. And one of those things that you're going to talk about is and things that they're not only going to ask you about what you put in as far as chemicals, but they also want to know what beneficials you're using, because in some states there are some beneficials that really are considered invasive. And so you have to have a plan for how you're going to maintain them. And so really pay attention to that. so that you aren't getting anything that's going to bring in a vector or pathogens on just not really meaning to, but they will. And so you must be careful of that. The other thing that you want to be mindful of is if you're going for designations, for the kosher designation or a halal, or if you want to go for any of those designations, you need to be mindful, because heck, that's a whole area of business that people aren't thinking about that could really be an opportunity for you to set apart, your kosher or halal. So anyway.
Awesome. Is there any other, pest management practices that you've seen potentially vector issues? Any biocontrols or anything else that maybe is becoming a problem as far as maybe false flags or other issues?
Yep, I see sometimes people use things. So many times people are shooting for this organic designation. And so they are looking to try to reduce pests using, some sort of something that they think is organic and has the OMRI approval. That doesn't always mean it's the best. The other thing is that you must change up and maintain in your scouting routine. So part of your food safety and pest prevention and biosecurity has to do with how you scout. So when you're walking through your facility, do you know the sounds? Do you know the smells? Do you know the way it's supposed to hit? I can get out of my truck at the farm and I can tell you if there's a pump out or if something's gone wrong. You need to know your facility that well. And so the smell is the most important thing that you should pay attention to. And in the cannabis space, what I find is that it's not so much that you're getting pathogens that are coming up your roots. What I'm finding is it's the pesticides that are on top of it. And so we have been trying to mitigate with biosecurity plans. We are really, so that you have containment rooms and so forth before you get to your crop, so that you are able to really reduce the amount of pesticides and chemicals that you're having to use foliar, on your plant's leaves and such, so that you don't have these issues. Ideally, Steve, it would be great if we could never have to put anything on them. But we do know that people bring in stuff on their clothes. And that's the most important thing that people don't, that's common sense to me. And a lot of people do not pay attention to these common sense. So animals in your facilities, hand washing, and the clothes you wear. If you have been romping and stomping over there in the chicken yard or in the fish house and you've got fish crap all over you, change your shirt, wash your hands, okay? And pay attention to what you bring in. Your clothes are your vectors. Your shoes are the things that are bringing in stuff to your greenhouse. Don't think that, no, many times it's the human interaction that has done what we have is the major problem within the facility.
All righty. Is there, I guess on that note too, is there any beneficials that you've seen cause more problems than they solve? I can think of one, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I've seen a variety of, I've seen parasitic wasp. I've seen all sorts of things. I have actually seen where, workers have had some issues with some of the things that have been brought in. Steve, you and I have talked about this. So, we can go back and forth. And I don't want to poo-poo anybody's, beneficials and predatory insect stuff, but there are, I'll just say it like this, they're not all created equal.
I was just going to say that ladybugs definitely don't pull the weight that they traditionally have told to have pulled.
Yeah, ladybugs are not your friends always. They don't really do anything. To be honest with you, ladybugs are fun, friendly, and they're beautiful in your facility, but don't use them.
I always tell people they're wonderful for childhood education, and that's about it.
I agree with you. I think there are so many other opportunities to do better, and the science has proven this. Just leave your ladybugs outside and leave them be. They carry a lot in with them. And if you ever see how they're transported to you, I'll never forget, I had 1 million come to me one time in my first facility, and we were not using them for inside. We were using them for our outdoor crops because, you know, we do recirculating agriculture. So we not only do aquaponics, but we as well use our aquaponics fluids on the soils outsides in our orchards and such. And so we were utilizing them outside, and then all of a sudden we go to our greenhouse, and all around the greenhouse door were the ladybugs. I mean, literally covered. The next week or two, we get a different pathogen than we had ever seen, and it was directly related to the ladybugs.
Anybody that I've ever encountered using ladybugs, I've always suggested, like, hey, just whatever you're spending now on ladybugs, just spend it on lacewings and tell me that it doesn't make a difference. And nobody has ever gone back to ever buy ladybugs again. So feel free to take me up on my challenge.
I'm a lacewing queen. I love me some lacewings.
And they're relatively the same price. They're much more effective. They can't fly away, but they still cover lots of ground. I mean, there's if you're spending money on ladybugs, take that money, spend it on lacewings for just one application, and tell me that you don't see a difference, because that's never happened.
I'm with you, Marty. I'm with you. I'm trying to do so many biosecurity controls that I don't have to use any of them, but I do use lacewings. And like I said, Charlie McKenzie is one of my favorite guys on the beneficials. I mean, his crop walk is always very interesting. If you've never heard Charlie talk about that.
There was do you want to tell us a little bit more about your orchard growing? Yeah, and using the fish waste for offline a little bit. That's one of the things that we have a guy talking about extensively tomorrow, but there's a lot of soil growers. I think a lot of people that are watching this right now aren't necessarily aquaponic growers. Maybe they're soil growers or otherwise cannabis growers, who are thinking about how can I incorporate this into my larger permaculture design.
Yep. So, you know, we prescribe to permaculture. We believe the 8 layers is the way of the future, and it's going to regenerate our soil for carbon sequestration. And so all of our facilities are built to exceed, we want to repair the earth. And so in that repair, so we are, our statement is we build health and wealth in communities, starting with the soil up. And so what we do is we have in our orchard area, we have piped a 2-inch pipe out of our greenhouses for our bottom solids. Whereas it goes into our orchards to fertigate out there for because our water has the microbes that is needed to feed the soil. And many times you'll find that you'll be able to make better soil with the aquaponic discharge or solution. And because we are a large grower operation, we're starting with 26,000 square feet soon, and we will go into almost 80,000 square feet within phase 2. We'll be actually, around 80,000 square feet. With that, we have to manage for not only now we have impervious pavements. We have to manage for where our water flows. So we have a 1-acre pond, and in that 1-acre pond, that's where our water goes from our greenhouses, the roofs. So we have 0 runoff. I'm also on a watershed that is injured. And so when we bought this facility, it allowed us to be able to rehab, not only do well within our community, but to do well for the earth. And so we took over the largest meat fish operation in the Southeast at Anguilla Farms. And we'll produce around 24 tons of hybrid striped bass once we're up and operational in our first phase. In our second phase, we will have 48 tons. And so a collective, 24 and 48 tons. So we have a commercial operation of hybrid striped bass, decoupled system that's kind of proprietary to us. And then part of that is that we have the outflow of the pond water plus is the normal way in which it's irrigated. And then our nutrient water, which is irrigated differently in a drip irrigation method. Now, let me talk to you real quick. Most of you probably are recognized that you can actually get a USDA greenhouse for $10,000 or less that you can do orchard-based growing. So if you are interested in growing into the ground and using fish fertilizer for your operation, you can actually get a USDA greenhouse if you have already your farm track number and your wetlands and all of that USDA paperwork done. So I'm actually speaking at the Aquaponics Association about this sort of thing. So we actually do drip irrigation. Our greenhouse, the water is already out to our fields. We were doing flood drain furrow from there.
That's really awesome. Yeah. And I think a lot of people don't really realize how much they can hybridize those wonderful aquatic microbes with their terrestrial growing. Remember, and it was a NASA study, I believe, that was cited at one of the recent aquaponic conferences, association conferences, that 78% of those microbes can live in a terrestrial and an aquatic environment. So, all those wonderful mineralizing microbes you're making in your aquatic system, almost 3/4 of them live in your orchard. So people don't realize that.
Well, the interesting thing is that I have, and during my science, we do all of our facilities. We have our practice is that we have a R&D facility that we practice everything out of. And so what we found was that it was like kind of like time release, and it didn't burn the plants. And so we were able to grow peaches, sugarcane. We utilized, the soil was very compacted, so we did a turnip and radish, field. And then in our current facility, we've been breaking the ground with onions, and then doing soil building by, we don't do till, so we knock down and then plant on top. So we do recirculating, we call it recirculating agriculture. So we utilize our fish waste, and so you can actually go into the field and see the what we call the solid gold that's in the field, and it just time releases, and it doesn't, and if it flows, say if we had a flood situation, it won't hurt the river. That's the most important thing.
And this is critically important because if anyone's been following the California's rules, all cannabis involving an aquatic nutrient solution has to be recirculating starting, was it next year, or I forget what date next year, but sometime next year. So if you're a producer in California, switching to aquaponics, if you're a hydroponic producer, can absolutely save you from some of the up and coming regulations. And it's only a matter of time before those similar regulations spread to Europe and Canada and then other parts of the United States as well.
I actually work in Europe and in the Caribbean, and what we're finding is that they're early adopters because they see the importance of it. Because, like, for instance, some of the countries that were on communist rule and the manner in which they cut their lands to feed everyone, it took the topsoil off. What we allow is that if you put your aquaponics solids or solutions onto the grounds, it actually allows you to build soil. And so all of that topsoil can actually be rejuvenated faster, is my belief. And so that is what we're finding is because our small spoke farms, which are the farm and goes, we call it fooderies, actually are on brownfields. And so we build those on the brownfields because no one knows what to do with them. We don't use the dirt. And what, if any, stuff when we're doing our outdoor permaculture stuff, it actually helps the ground rejuvenate.
Wonderful. Well, it looks like our time is just about up. Do you want to tell everybody how to find you, how to find out about your resources and everything else? We have some links in the chat. I'll make sure if we're missing any, we'll get those in there.
All right, so you can find us. Our large farm operation is marinelandaquaponics.com. Our smaller operation is the foodery, as fooderyfarms.com. You can find our consultant business at aquahortusfarms.farm. And you can always, I left you in my PowerPoint. You can ring me up, call me up. Some of the folks that are, I work with are some of your participants in the conference here. We've worked with some of the largest growers in the world. We're pleased to help any way we can. We have a nonprofit, the Center for Sustainable Agricultural Excellence and Conservation, which is for farmers by farmers. And it's for nonprofit education to help people become growers or to go from, from the small to the large. And we have some resources there at csaec.org. We are grateful for the opportunity to share about why food safety matters. I want to leave you with, if one of us fails, all of us fail. Let's stick together and do the next right thing.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. It was a very informative talk, and definitely learned quite a bit and touched on some topics that I definitely didn't think we'd touch on.
Steve, it's always amazing to work with you guys. I kind of miss the fact that you guys aren't smoking, talking to me, because the conversation just gets better and better. Oh, yes, you are, Marty. Good job. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right.
Appreciate it. I really appreciate all the information you put in here. Like I was saying earlier, there's so much of the stuff that I feel like is really going to help people sidestep if they pay attention and take notes and listen. Obviously, as you know, as a consultant, you can't always guarantee that aspect of it. But I think you did a great job highlighting a lot of, like I was saying, the challenges for even people that already know how to grow. Just kind of like what you were saying before about not, getting into the debate about what system is better or how to do it. Everybody needs to do these things regardless of what you decide to do, making your decisions, documenting them, seeing them through, all things that may sound just like common sense, but are way more complicated if you've never actually tried to write it down on paper. So thank you for putting all that together, and hopefully everyone will benefit from it.
Thanks, guys. It's always a pleasure to talk with you, and we look forward to doing this again.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Have a great day. I'll see you on the line.
Great. I'm working with Roger here. He's having a last minute issue connecting. He'll be with us here any second. Do we have any other questions from chat? I wanted to thank everybody again for coming out to this wonderful conference. We have a ton of awesome speakers lined up for the rest of the day. I do apologize for this minor hiccup. I've been working with Roger here the last few minutes trying to figure out.
We're trying to get Roger from True Aquaponics connected, right? Isn't that the Roger you're talking about?
Yep. So those of you that don't know, he has the largest selection of aquaponic fish-safe nutrients available on the internet. Him and I also run a consulting service. If you aren't familiar with it, you can check it out at trueaquaponics.com. We can handle the nutrients and dosing for your system. So if you're just a fledgling aquaponic producer, we can get you straightened out. Or if you're having problems, just can't quite figure out why your plants look a certain way, we'll get you sorted. Looks like Roger's almost back online. Looks like his router's working again, and we'll have him on here too. Yeah, Marty, why don't you go ahead and do that?
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and do. Are you talking about the giveaway? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, we'll give away a 3-week nutrient dose from True Aquaponics this time.
All right, that sounds good. Go ahead and pull something out. Also, I just wanted to mention too, we were talking about heaters just a little bit ago. Roger has a great heater that I know a number of different people in the group, in the Facebook group, have had really good luck with. So if you are looking to check out a heater, that's another great way to do it. So go ahead and post in the chat anybody that is interested in the giveaway, and we'll pick a name here in just a minute.
Do we have any other questions while we're getting him sorted out here? Let me go back through here and chat. I think there's a couple of randos.
I thought you got most of them. Is a wood chip biofilter a crazy idea?
So the problem you have with wood chip biofilters is they put a ton of tannins in the water. Now, a small amount of tannins is very beneficial for terpene production, but too much tannins really screws stuff up. I know Dr. Robert Faust has done a couple of great, from BioAg, has done a couple of good presentations specifically on the bell curve on tannin saturation in an aquatic nutrient solution, but it applies just as equally in aquaponics as in hydro. Yeah, there's Brian. Maybe we'll have Brian pop on for a second while Roger's getting his stuff sorted, and and just pop a little bit out of order. Why don't we do that? So Brian, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit and tell everybody about the Aquaponics Association.
Well, real quick before that, let's go ahead and do the giveaway for Joe Gonzalez. He's got a couple of acres to set up in Santa Fe, so we'll go ahead and shoot that out to him. Go ahead and email, was it Ponics@gmail.com, right, Steve?
Yep.
We'll get that going for you. Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
No problem. My name is Brian Filipowich. I'm the chairman of the Aquaponics Association. We have our big annual conference coming up October 16th through 18th. It's pretty exciting. I'm actually going to be on here in an hour and 55 minutes talking about walking through the conference and talking about what's going to be happening there. In the meantime, I have to go pick up my daughter and bring her to my aunt's house. Long story. So right now I'm just here to say hi. I watched Angela's presentation. It was good. Angela will be at our conference on a panel with a few USDA staff and one staff member from Capitol Hill talking about aquaponics and public policy and the USDA. I think that's a pretty cool. I'm kind of a nerd about those sort of things. That makes me excited. Steve will be there talking about microbial inoculation and advancements in aquaponic cannabis, which you're probably already hearing a lot about now. Brandon Yep will also be there talking about cannabis, a new study he's done about advancements in, it's a fancy research study title, so I don't remember the whole thing. But there will be panel discussions, regular sessions, there'll be breakout discussions, there's opportunities for socializing, there's virtual cocktail hour, which for Steve and folks might be virtual 420 time or something, which if you have ever been to a real Aquaponics Association conference, that's the experience you kind of get. Yeah, we're excited. We're on a new virtual platform. It's called Run the World. So all conference guests will be able to do direct messaging with each other. There'll be live Q&As. There'll be breakout discussions with just a bunch of guests in one room, able to talk amongst themselves. We have some great international speakers, a few people who are at this conference as well. I'm stressed out, but there's no reason for you to be. You should just be looking forward to it if you want to come.
It's a lot of work, and you put in a ton of effort. You pour a lot of time and energy into it. As someone who's currently throwing a conference myself, I fully understand the amount of energy and time that goes into everything from booking people to making sure that everyone's coordinated and knows what time they're supposed to be on, and making sure, as is currently, that they don't have any technical issues where
things are just stressful, even if they go well.
Yep.
Usually I'm stressed until the end of the first day. Once the first day is over and it's gone well, it's like, fine, I'm fine.
Oh, looks like Roger's just about connected here.
Cool.
How do people find out more information about that? How do they navigate to that?
Our main conference website is aquaponicsconference.org. I could type it here in the chat box. And we have our 3 days of schedules posted. I'll be walking through those at 12 Pacific in 2 hours. But if you want to go to the website and look at them yourself, PDF versions of each day's schedule. If you are a STEM educator, or you're in aquaponics education, or you work for a small business or small nonprofit, we have very affordable community STEM discount tickets available. If you get it without the association membership, it's only $79 for all 3 days. So, you know, if you're really into aquaponics, I think that's a pretty good deal. One other great thing about the conference is our virtual platform automatically records 100% of the conference, and all conference guests are going to have access to every session online through the end of 2020. So there's going to be some double tracking, but you'll be able to go through until the end of the year to watch every session as many times as you want. So I think that'll be a benefit to growers.
It's really awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we really appreciate all the hard work you're putting in, and we got the link up in chat, and everybody gets it, and appreciate it, and we'll speak to you again here in about 50 minutes or so.
An hour and 50 minutes?
No, about 50 minutes or so. Or yeah, no, you're right. An hour and 50 minutes. You're right. Matthew speaking after Roger. I forgot.
Copy.
My bad. Sorry.
Okay. Great. I'm going to drop off, but I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, thanks, Brad.
Yep.
Thanks. Alrighty, Roger's just about ready. Marty, did you have anything else you wanted to add real quick?
No, I just want to give a shout out again to all of our sponsors. You know, all the stuff that we're giving away was given to us, and you know, that's really kind of what we've always done and the vibe that we've always been looking for. So I feel like it's been you know, one of the things that we've tried to keep a main theme of, and we can't really do that without all of the people providing products for us to be able to give away. So anything that you see us giving away on here, from the nutrients we just gave away, to microbes, to gear. Whoops, my camera's off again. Sorry about that. So the hats that we give away, all that stuff people just gave to us. So please do your best to support them. If you're in the market for their products, please consider them and check them out. Always do your due diligence, of course, but I definitely want to thank all of them, because again, without them, we don't have a large part of that. And then the people showing up like Angela, you know, obviously that information from a consultant standpoint is, you know, basically gold. So much great stuff in there. You know, definitely want to just double down on almost everything that she had to say. So she's been on the podcast before. Definitely check that out if you guys haven't been on to listen to her episode. That's a great place to start. You know, we're just kind of killing time here while Roger continues to try to get connected. But he's been on the podcast a lot of times, and I have to say he probably does more legwork to research not just the product itself, like whether or not, like let's say potassium bicarbonate. Okay, it's great. You know, in terms of its fish safety and how to use it, providing information about it, but also its source. Where are you getting it from? You know, he goes to great lengths to make sure that things are fish safe, and will specifically work for aquaponics. I don't know any other distributor that has done something like that. So he's got a wide range of products that are really just that he does the legwork to gather up and put into one store for you guys to be able to have. And then the nutrient service that he does in coordination with Steve is great for larger grows. You know, so if you got a commercial operation and you're struggling with something, or you're looking to produce better or use some of the things that we're talking about on this podcast to increase your production, that's a great place to start. You can basically just subscribe to it, have your tests sent in. So you're probably already paying for water testing to a certain extent if you're a certain size commercial grow. Even if you're just doing your own testing, there's usually some cost involved there. So you know, getting extensive water testing done, and analyzation and dosage and packaging, it's definitely worth looking into if you are running any sizable commercial operation at all. And all those things run through True Aquaponics and the stuff that he sources. So even though he's not connected yet, trying to give him the best plug we can. And like I said, he's got other stuff too, like the heater and the liner that I use. When you guys look at any of my videos, he carries the exact same liner that I use, and I get tons of questions about that. So when we talk about that, we'll be able to do that. And yay, it looks like he's here.
All right.
Hey, Roger.
We'll give Roger the floor here.
How's everybody?
Doing well,
All right.
thank you.
All right, take it away, bud. Oh, do you need help?
All right.
Oh, there you go.
So the screen should be up now showing, it's just our start screen. And I heard in the last broadcast, or at the beginning of this broadcast, where Steve was talking about how we are the largest mineral supplier to the hobbyists, serious growers, and commercial growers as well throughout the United States. But we also ship overseas quite a bit. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But you can find us Aquaponics.com on the internet. All of our products are there. So let's just skip on into this. A lot of people want to know how we got our start, and it's a strange thing. It was a life-changing event back in the summer of 2012. I got really ill, went to the hospital, spent a couple of weeks there, and while there, it was a life-changing event for me. So I started looking at better ways to feed myself, because I figured it was my food that was causing the problem. That being store-bought food for the most part, just not having in it what it should have. And then, of course, the junk food that we all take in because we love it. So when I first started looking, I started looking into hydroponics, thinking, okay, this will be the best way I can get organic and what have you. And it does work for a lot of people going just hydroponics. And they have become part of our customer base as they've gotten away from the pre-mixed stuff. And it helps them not have to dump their water so much. And that was one of my concerns, was I'm going to have to dump my water every so often. I'm going to lose all that water. So we were looking to make sure we got the full spectrum of vitamins and minerals from our plants that you typically don't get in store-bought food. Even when it says organic, they a lot of times are very low if you haven't tested in vitamins and minerals that they should have. So after that, going to the next slide. How I found aquaponics. Like I said, I was looking into hydroponics, and I was laying in my hospital bed, had a laptop in my lap, and noticed a little banner at the bottom right of the website. It said Aquaponics, and I had no clue what that was back in 2012. So I clicked on it, just had to check it out, because I was in learning mode, trying to save my own life. And while doing so, one of my doctors came in, who's actually a lung doctor, and he was just doing a checkup and preparing me for some tests that they were going to do the next morning. And he just happened to look at my screen. I think he was just being nosy, and saw I was reading about aquaponics. And when he did, he got a look on his face of astonishment and excitement, and told me, he exclaimed loudly, "Hey, I've got one of those. I've got about 100 tilapia in my system, and I love it. I love the food out of it." So that was basically when I got the first inkling that I wanted to do aquaponics. And as soon as I was released from the hospital and came home, I started figuring out how to build my own system. So within the next 3 weeks, I had a system operational. It wasn't perfect. We made mistakes, or I made mistakes. Like I said, when I got home, I started watching and reading everything I could. And one of the things I noticed was that when people were teaching how to build aquaponic systems and talk about they were talking about the great growth of plants in aquaponics, which is true. They never talked about the minerals that they weren't adding. They all acted, for the most part, like all you have to do is put in fish, feed your fish with whatever off-the-shelf food you could find, or even a mineral-rich food that was mineral-rich for the fish, and that's all you had to do. The plants would just grow. Turns out that's not quite so true. There's just not enough minerals in those foods that pass on from the fish to take care of your plants. So if you're not taking care of your plants, you're not taking care of you. So after I had that realization, we built our system, took about 3 weeks. We got plants in, and it wasn't very long, and I realized, hey, yeah, our plants are really lacking some minerals here. We could see some bad things going on with the plants. It was tomatoes that we were seeing in them mostly. Just so happened to be an iron deficiency was the first thing that showed up for us. So about 6 months later, we had already been buying iron chelate and adding it, and noticed it really made a change. And I just started buying potassium and realized that with both of those additives, my plants were looking a whole lot better. So it took about 6 months from the very start for us to open our store and start reselling the stuff we were buying in bulk. And that's where we kind of got our start. And at this point, we're shipping to about 30 countries and all over the U.S., of course, Puerto Rico, you name it. If they're growing plants in aquaponics or ordering from us, we sell to a bunch of soil farmers now that don't want the commercially mixed minerals. They want to be able to control the minerals they're putting on their plants. And when you buy a commercial mix, you end up with whatever they give you. So that's just one of those things. What I'm hoping you folks take away from this presentation is that if you feed your plants, they'll feed you. And it's happy plant, happy you. And you can see we have happy plants here inside the fish, and then of course my wife and I. That's Terry. A lot of y'all have never seen her, and a lot of y'all don't realize that Roger Terry on Facebook is actually both of us. That's her. Isn't she beautiful? So why are the correct amounts of minerals so important for your plants? Number one is plant growth. Number two is plant health. Without that healthy plant, what you'll see is pests will move in to try to remove that plant and get rid of it to allow a healthier plant to grow in its place. That's just nature. That's the way it works. We want our plants to be able to produce vitamins in the plants and produce more vitamins when they have. I'm saying that wrong. Sorry, guys. A little nervous after the hiccup we had at the beginning of the show. Plants produce more vitamins when they have the correct minerals and, of course, the correct sunlight and all that. If anything's really lacking, you're going to see a drop in your vitamin content as well as your mineral content. So the production of minerals in plants, and plants don't produce minerals. They uptake them and move them to the various parts of the plants, whether that be the leaves or the fruits or whatever. If the minerals aren't there, you're not going to have them. And let's just say somebody was growing only beets in their aquaponic system. Beets are known to be extremely high in iron, and they will grow without it. Make no mistake, you will get a big, beautiful looking beet. But if there's no iron in that water for it to uptake, when you eat that beet, you're going to have an iron-free beet. So in other words, you're just eating a plant for no reason. It's just filler at that point. Important minerals in aquaponics, and this is actually important minerals anywhere you grow. Your macronutrients listed on the left: nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, magnesium, and believe it or not, sulfur. And then your micronutrients are the boron, copper, yes, copper, iron, manganese, molybdenum. I'm hoping everybody gets a laugh out of the fact that I can't say that. Zinc and silicon. Silicon is one of those unknown minerals that is being pushed to become an essential mineral and just isn't quite there yet. But we'll talk about that more at the very end of this presentation, how important it really is. So how much of each nutrient mineral does your aquaponic system need? And that is a loaded question. There's several factors to consider, whether you're a commercial or hobby system, or your crops, how many gallons of water in your entire system, what are your water conditions, such as pH, ammonia, nitrite, nitrate, and then your mineral levels. Well, how do you know what levels you have as far as minerals go? There's only a few ways to find out. You can spend a lot of money on really expensive gadgets to test your water, or you can send your water in to be tested, and that's a option we've added on our website, so you can actually get your minerals tested. And we'll give you a list of everything that's in your system. So you can actually look at your levels. It's about $50 a test. It's pretty cheap. And you can see what's going on in your system and make a choice for yourself as to what you need to do. Then we also offer a nutrient management system for people with aquaponic systems of 3,000 gallons or higher. And to date, we were talking about this just the other day. We've never had anybody cancel one of those subscriptions. We've got quite a few people that subscribe. And what you do is you send in a water sample, we test it, we read it, we take all the information about your system, what you're growing, your water conditions, your lighting conditions, and most importantly, your crops, like I said, what you're growing. We compile all that information, and then we send you a pack of what you need to put in your system. nothing to measure. You get individual packs for your first week, then 2 weeks later you do it again, and then you retest your water, and we set you up for the next month. So it's a great little service. So we kind of covered some of this, but I'll go through it anyway. The water conditions you're dealing with, along with the air and water temps, and the amount of light, will all determine what you can grow, as well as what minerals and the type of minerals you need. So there's some plants out there, if you've got a lot of sun that you're getting all day long, you can grow them, no problem. But if you're getting down to 7 or 6 hours of light a day, and your temperatures are a little lower, you've got to decide which plants you can grow that will grow well and give you the best produce, the best food possible. You darn sure don't want to end up growing something that you could have just gone to Walmart or whatever grocery store and picked up that was, you know, as good or better. Just not worth the hassle at that point. So just for instance, if your pH, and I said that was a factor in what minerals you could use. Let's say it's above 7.6, which we don't like to see, but if it is, and you can't get it down, then you're going to have to use a chelated iron that will work above 7.6. And the only one out there that does so and does so very well is EDDHA 6%. Now, if your water pH is below 7.5, then you can use a DTPA. There's another one on the market we have to warn you about. It's ETPA, I think, or ED, I don't know. It's EDHA, something like that. Anyway, it can become toxic to your fish. It's also used as a broadleaf herbicide, so it's not really something you want to use in your aquaponics system or in your soil systems or any other system that you're using to grow. And the main reason is that your plants can't uptake it unless your pH is at 4.5 or below. So it's just a waste of money, and you take a risk of killing your fish. The pH levels will also help you decide if you need to be spraying minerals on, depending on the minerals you choose to go with, or if you need to add them to your system water. There's some things you just do not want to add to your system water because it can upset the balance. It can kill your bacteria, and we make sure you know exactly what you're getting and how to use it, so that you're not getting a product from us and thinking, hey, it's great, I got this potassium whatever here, let's just put it in the system, it'd be great. Well, not necessarily. We've got some that will raise your pH. We've got some that will add chlorides if you put it in, which we don't want to do. So you end up with other issues if you do it. All right, so let's get down to our micronutrient deficiencies. Nitrogen is one that everybody should be aware of. They should know what it looks like. So we haven't linked any pictures to it. But what you'll see is the entire plant, for the most part, will start to turn yellow, and the veins will remain green. No, I'm sorry, the veins even turn yellow. The whole thing turns yellow. In extreme cases, they turn a bright white. So it's a really unhealthy looking plant. Phosphorus. This is something that a lot of people don't realize their plants really need. And it's going to start with your older growth and typically on the underside of the leaves. So if you went out and were looking through your plants and you saw a tomato and you flipped the leaves over and looked on the underside, in the early stages of phosphorus deficiency, you're going to see the bottom of those leaves start to turn a reddish purple. So you can pretty definitely say this is what my problem is. And you can read this whole thing, but a couple of things. If you don't have enough phosphorus in your system for fruiting plants such as tomatoes, you'll notice that your fruits will be kind of small. They won't be the size they should be, because phosphate also helps with seed production, which is very important. So let's just look at what phosphorus looks like when it's lacking. And you can see here this reddish purple. This is the top of the leaf, and then it's severe when it turns like this. If it's on top of the leaf. Same thing here with this tomato plant. It's a severe deficiency. That's not where you want to see your plants. If you're at this point, you need to take action very quickly rather than later. Potassium. This is known as one of the most lacking minerals in aquaponics. You'll see this deficiency with the older growth first, and that's because it's mobile. So in the heat of the day, one of the things you look for is your plants. If you're not seeing yellowing of your lower leaves, you'll see in the heat of the day your plants are starting to wilt down, and then as it cools back off in the evening, they stand back up. 99% chance that's a potassium deficiency. Let's just look at some of what that looks like. So this is a tomato leaf that's got severe potassium deficiency. And this is on older growths where this picture comes from. It's not the top of the plant, it's the bottom of the plant. If you're growing an indeterminate tomato that's got the vines running out a long ways, the potassium deficiency will move out that vine quite a ways. It's only the new growth where you're not going to see it. For the tomatoes itself, the fruit, and a lot of people will say, hey, if your tomato splits, it's because your watering is changing. So you've had a lot of rain, or you hadn't had much rain, then all of a sudden you get rain that causes the tomatoes to grow real quick and they split open. This is partially true. They do that if you're growing in soil or something of that nature, a pot, a raised bed. If you're really dry and you got tomatoes growing and all of a sudden you get a lot of water and they grow real fast, they'll split open. To combat that, you use potassium because your plants are going to be potassium deficient, and it makes the skin more elastic, so it will stretch as the rain starts to fill your plants, and the plants are filling the tomatoes with more water and creating more seeds and growing faster. The skin just can't keep up. It's just like people, when they grow too fast, they get stretch marks. Well, that's a stretch mark that is split open. Let's see, it should have, there's another potassium deficiency, and you can see it in this plant, it's very severe. It's even starting to burn the edges of the leaves. So it's, in fact, there's a couple other deficiencies in this picture, such as magnesium. And this is what cannabis looks like when it has a potassium deficiency. So let's go back, move to the next page here. Calcium. This deficiency is one that a lot of people don't realize they have until it's too late. And when I say too late, I mean their tomatoes or their squash or the cucumbers have blossom and rot on it, zucchini, you name it. If it's fruit bearing and you're lacking calcium, you're going to see blossom and rot at some point. Not to be mistaken with a rotting that happens due to lack of pollination. But this, if you're seeing blossom and rot, chances are you've got a calcium deficiency, and there's different ways to handle it. We show that, all that's in our store, so it's easy to get to. Let's go ahead and look at what calcium looks like. This is blossom and rot on these tomatoes. One of them survived it, so I guess Mammoth tomato plant liked him a little more than the rest. This is another picture of tomatoes that are hanging, and they're showing that blossom and rot. Just looks like the bottom of the plant is dead or dying. There's no way to fix this. You're going to lose this fruit as far as it being sellable. I mean, if it ripens, you can cut that part off, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just not sellable. There's another same picture that I had on the last screen. Sorry about that. And then this other one here just also shows what blossom and rot looks like. You can see the blossom on this one never even fell off. And that's one of those things, the blossom just stays there and it starts to rot. It will or won't fall off. And so, whoops. Let's get back out of there. All right, let's go to magnesium. And one of the things you need to know about magnesium and all these other minerals we're looking at is that cannabis needs this stuff too. It's not just for veggies, though I tend to focus on veggies. Cannabis is really what we're at this conference for. So remember, just because we're talking about one plant, all plants need them. If you're growing cannabis or hemp, if you don't have these minerals in proper levels for your plants, they're not going to grow well, they're not going to produce, they're not going to flower. They're just not going to give you what you're looking for. So magnesium we didn't look at yet, but we'll show you a couple of pictures, and this is going to happen on your older leaves first. And even on cannabis, it's going to show the same arrowhead shape. And then on some of them, it's going to show these dry dead patches in the middle of the leaves. It doesn't matter if it's a tomato plant or cucumber, squash, cannabis, it's going to look just about the same on all of it, but it's on your older growth. Not to be confused with potassium deficiency. And a lot of people will look at this leaf and say, oh, that's potassium. And so they'll start adding potassium and nothing changes to the point where the leaves start to actually die. The product can die. We didn't put anything in for the sulfur as far as pitchers go. It's not so much an issue in aquaponics to have a sulfur deficiency. Most people have plenty of sulfur that either comes through the water or through the minerals they're dosing with. So we really didn't bring up any pictures of that. Let's see, if you do have a deficiency, you'll see it in the new growth first. So start to turn yellow, and then it'll spread to the older growth as well as it gets worse and worse. But again, not usually a problem you're going to run into in aquaponics. Boron. This is one that's new to me as far as realizing that I needed it in my systems. Over the years, I'd had the ends of limbs that were dying, didn't know why, I just thought I had bad plants. Let me show you this. It talks about the terminal buds will die off. So as your plant, your cannabis, tomato, whatever, is growing, as it gets to this very top, you'll see these terminal buds. These aren't flowers, these are stems trying to continue growing. They will die and fall off. And it'll almost look like the bud of a flower that's dead, but it's not. It's the stem trying to continue on. So it's important, if you're seeing that, you've got a boron deficiency. So that's something you want to look into. Copper, also very needed in aquaponics. But this is one of those minerals you have to use caution with. You need to make sure you've got somebody professional that knows what they're doing. You need to test your water, see how much is already there, and get the correct amount to put in. Don't just start adding it thinking you're going to correct the deficiency you think you have. If it gets to a certain point, it's going to kill your fish. So don't just go throwing a piece of copper pipe in your system or copper nails, because you're taking a real risk. Iron is one of the more seen mineral deficiencies in aquaponics and a lot of raised beds. People growing cannabis see this quite often, and where you're going to see it's the very top of the plants, the new growth of the plants, because it's immobile. So what happens is it goes to the first leaves it comes to. If there's not enough, it stops moving up. So let's go ahead and look at some of that. These are tomato plants, which you can see the top of the bush is yellow. Same on these. And then on strawberries, for those of you who like those strawberries, that's what it looks like there. Oops. Wrong one. Sorry about that. So that was it on iron. And the same thing in cannabis. If it's at the top of the plant, it's yellowing, chances are you've got an iron deficiency happening. Manganese. This is another one that I've known about for years, but never really paid much attention to it. It kind of looks like iron deficiency, but it's just a little different. I could not find a good picture on cannabis to show, so I grabbed this picture. And again, this is one of those minerals you need to use caution with, and you can create more issues than you're fixing if you overdose it. So make sure you go for professional help when you're getting ready to add this mineral. So basically, this is, I don't know what kind of plant this is, but what will happen is it'll look almost like it's checkered, and this will be on the new growth. So your first thought would be iron. If you add iron and it doesn't make a difference, then you've probably got a manganese deficiency. But the best way to tell for sure, and we highly suggest it, is that you get your water tested and let somebody professional go through that test and make sure you're low on manganese before you start adding it. Molybdenum, y'all can laugh at me again if you want. This again is one of those you got to use great caution with. It doesn't take much to become toxic for fish. So, I mean, in most systems, it's less than a gram that's going to be added. It's very, very small amount. So use great caution. Make sure you get your water tested. Get it professionally read by somebody that knows how much certain plants, whether it be cannabis or whatever, and make sure that we know that you've got fish in your system. That way we don't get to a point where it becomes toxic for fish. We want to keep it good for the plants and good for the fish. Let's look at what that looks like, though. And I couldn't find any good pictures for cannabis. I just did these pictures this morning, so forgive me on that. It's something we added last minute. So this is what it looks like. You'll see this strange looking light color working its way in from the outside, not to be confused with magnesium deficiency. Magnesium on these leaves would make the leaves look arrow shaped. And then on strawberry plants, this is something I've seen for years. and didn't realize what I was looking at, those leaf tips on those strawberry plants get burned just a little bit. And that is a sign that you've got a molybdenum deficiency. So that's just one of those telltale signs. Again, get your water tested if you think this is the case, because if you add too much, you could do much more harm than good. Zinc, terminal leaves may be rosetted and yellow and occurs between the veins of new leaves. This again is one of those minerals you want to use with caution. We all too often see people use zinc-coated tanks for the fish tanks, and they end up killing a lot of fish doing it. Some people get away with it and don't kill their fish. They may be using fish that are a little more zinc tolerant, or they may grow algae quick enough to put a coating on that zinc to stop it from leaching in the water. So, but if you're adding it, algae is not going to slow it down. If you add too much, you are going to kill your fish. So if you've got this issue with your cannabis or your other plants, get your water tested and make sure that somebody that knows what they're doing tells you how much to add. Because again, you don't want to kill your fish. Now, this is one of the ones that people are not talking about much yet. It is one of our higher selling products. When I say that, I mean we sell more of this than anything else. It's a silicate or silica, and you can see the benefits from using it. Is using silicate, or in our case, potassium silicate is what we use. We get not just potassium, but silica at the same time. It strengthens the cell walls, which allows your plants to grow larger. It guards against environmental stress. And I don't care where you are, what time of the year it is, you're going to have environmental stress. So it guards against that heat stress, drought stress. So let's say your pump's shut down and your grow bed, if it's a media grow bed, was empty for 2 days. There's a good chance your plant's going to survive it just fine if it's got enough silicate to help it maintain itself. Improves the uptake of water and other minerals, so that's very important. If it's there, then what you're adding on a week-to-week or bi-weekly or monthly basis is going to uptake better into the plant. So you're going to have better overall growth, better looking plants, and your production is going to be much higher. And those of you growing cannabis, that's your key. Your key is to have high production that's high quality. And this is one of those things that'll help give that to you. So that's when you're adding it to the water. It also helps the plants heal quicker. So if something happens to a plant, it gets a broke stem or leaf damage from whatever, insect or whatever, it helps it to heal itself quicker. So it can concentrate on growth and not on damaged areas. When it's sprayed on the plants, and this is something we'll look at in just a minute, it does still strengthen the cell walls as it takes in that silica and potassium through the leaves. It guards against environmental stress the same way. It protects against powdery mildew. Now, that's one that a lot of people have never seen. They don't understand. They've seen the powdery mildew, but they haven't seen a way to protect their plants from it. It protects against fungus and other mildews, and I've got a picture that shows that in just a minute. It also protects against many pests. So many of the pests that come along, they get on your plant, and they will gnaw into the leaves because they're after the sap, or they'll gnaw into the stalks because they're after the sap. When you spray this on, and we do it weekly when we're spraying it, it will actually put a coat of almost glass. In fact, they call potassium silicate water glass, because when you mix it with water and then spray it on, it creates a really fine sheet of glass. And if you look at it under a microscope, it's got sharp points that point up, and bugs just do not like to eat through that. They'd really go somewhere where the meal is much easier. Then, of course, it still helps to heal plants quicker. So let's look at some of those photos. This is what we were talking about with the fungus, whether it be powdery mildew or anything else. Without silicon on the leaves, you see what it looks like? A fungal spore lands, it grows right into the leaf, and then it can spread rapidly as it creates new spores for other fungal infections to grow. With the potassium silicate sprayed on your plant weekly, fungal spore lands on your plant, and it's much more difficult for them to get through that silicon layer. So that's very important to have. I mean, if you're really trying to protect your plants, this is one of those things that will help you do it, and it's very low cost for what you're getting back. Now, a lot of people will go out and buy the liquids. You can actually buy the powder from us, the potassium silicate powder, and mix up whatever strength you want, and then mix into a 1 gallon sprayer and spray it on. Or you can go out and spend a lot of money on that liquid that's pre-mixed and do it that way. It's totally up to you. This is another couple of pictures I found of a tomato plant showing the blossoms, and the blossoms are irregularly shaped and the plant looks a little spindly. That is also lack of silicate. So that's something you can look for if you're growing tomatoes in particular. So it helps fruit bearing plants. It helps all your lettuces and other greens. It also helps your cannabis. It's very important to have potassium silicate in your repertoire, so that when you're going out to, or you're trying to make sure your plants are safe and they've got what they need and they're making sure they're growing fast and large, that they can do what they need to do with the potassium silicate. So that's it for there. Just in time too, even though I started late, I got through it, and we're coming up on question and answer now. So anybody got any questions?
Yeah, we had a couple of questions from chat here. How does one supplement molybdenum into their system? What is the purpose for plant physiology?
All right, basically, like I said, with molybdenum, you need to test your water to see what you actually have in it first, and have it professionally read, and then let one of us tell you how much to actually add. And it's just in powder form. So when we send this out, if let's say you're doing our nutrient management service, when we send molybdenum out, it comes prepackaged. There's no measuring. You just cut it open and add it in. If you're doing it yourself, if you want to buy it from us, we sell it 1 ounce packs. And the reason we sell 1 ounce packs is that goes a long way. Unless you've got a really, really huge grow, you may have that pack, that 1 ounce pack, for 2, 3, 4 years, maybe longer. Next question.
So one of the other things I was going to add, sorry, I didn't realize my mic was still live. One of the things I was going to add is that molybdenum also helps with purple. So if you're looking for sales appeal of your cannabis, it really helps with that.
Absolutely.
It also helps with frost resistance, and it helps with the plant's ability to process nitrogen. In aquaponics, you want to run higher than a hydroponic system in terms of molybdenum levels to get that optimal growth, because of the aquaponics being more nitrate based instead of ammonium based. So it really helps balance that out. So definitely key things about molybdenum for sure. Do you want to tell people a little bit about as well the subscription service?
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a second. I just also wanted to go back to the Molly, talk about that a little bit more with the nitrate. One of the things we run into with aquaponics is a lot of people, especially when they're new, they overstock. Not to be confused with overstock.com, but they overstock their fish and end up with too much nitrate, so they get above 80 parts per million. And Steve, you actually taught me that with a little bit of molybdenum to help with the uptake of nitrogen. The plants will actually start to uptake that nitrogen at above that 80 parts per million, which they'll quit doing at that point. So just want to throw that in there. Let's see,
You've also had interesting observations with silica in terms of temperature resistance in both directions. Do you want to touch on that? With the silica helping with frost and with heat resistance?
Yes, actually, yes. Silica does make a big difference. Well, that is not what I meant to share. There it goes. Okay, so silica does, potassium silicate, when you're using it, we talked about the environmental stress that it helps with. It also will help with resistance to freezing, frost. Probably not a hard freeze, but if you get a light frost, we have seen with our plants in an open area, we've got plants now that are 3 years old. So they've been through 2 freezes, coming up on, or 2 years worth of freezes, and we're coming up on the 3rd winter now to see if those will make it through again. And during the winter, every week we go out and we spray potassium silicate on our plants. And we have seen good results out of that. Now, subscription service for the commercial aquaponics. So if you've got a cannabis grow and you're wanting to get the most out of it, and you want to save money on farm management, so instead of hiring somebody to stay on site and tell you what your plants need by testing the water and reading those tests, we do this off site for you. You collect the water, you ship it in, where we tell you to ship it once a month, or even twice a month if you really want to narrow down and needle down into it and get it perfect. We tell you what things you need to be doing, such as changing your pH or adding certain things, removing certain things. We'll catch you if you're putting in chlorine or chloramine and tell you how to fix that. We'll give you some basic pointers that you're going to need to keep your grow growing well to get the best product, whether you're selling it or it's for personal use or medical use. So it's a really important and a much cheaper way to go to get the same information that you would get from somebody who were paying $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year to stand there and just look at it. And then after this water test is done and we read it, we actually pack up exactly the minerals that you need, and we send them into you numbered for when to add it. So when you get it, you may have a number 1 and number 2. So that's going to either be week 1 and week 3, or if you're on a subscription where you're paying for 2 tests a month, you'll be week 1, week 2, if it's needed. Sometimes it's just week 1 if that's all your system needs, so we don't overdose anything. It keeps your levels at optimum, so that if you're in vegetative state or flowering state, we know that through what you tell us, what the questions we ask you. That way you get the best possible product and make the best possible money on the back end. It starts out pretty cheap at 3,000 gallons. And again, this pays for the water test, the minerals, the shipping to you. It does not pay for you to ship the water to the lab. That's something you'll pick up yourself, but still it starts out really cheap for a 3,000 gallon system. On this page, I'm hoping you can see this over here, but if you just go to aquaponics.com and click on commercial services, it'll bring you to this page. You can read everything we've got on here about it. Where it says fill out a form by clicking here, just click there. It's going to take you to another website. It's our questionnaire. Fill it out, submit it, and within a day or two, I'll get a quote back to you. I'm not sure why it's doing that, but anyway, there's a questionnaire there to fill out. I'm having internet problems today, so that's probably what the issue is. Steve, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I have an enormous amount of data I've compiled over the years. So everything from lettuce to fruiting crops, fruit trees, cannabis, you name it. We have all different types of farms utilizing this service now. We've had a huge response and a lot of people that kind of were in desperate need of this service. So I was super excited to launch this. We launched it at the end of last year kind of quietly and then went public with it earlier this year. And it's really kind of grown faster than we expected. So we're super excited about that, and super excited to finally help a lot of these aquaponic producers get rid of some of these phantom plant problems that they've been having, everything from lettuce to cannabis, and kind of provide a one-stop shop, easy price to handle one of the more complicated portions of your facility. So allows your workers to focus on working with the plants and not fiddling with the water, so they don't, it saves a lot of time and labor for you and your team. So, all righty. Anything else you wanted to add there, Roger?
Yeah, I mean, want to kind of talk about our Facebook groups. So we've got 2 of them that we.
Looks like you froze there. Roger runs the True Aquaponic Facebook group.
Not sure what happened there.
There we go.
I'm just gone for a second. Anyway, I would like to talk about our Facebook groups, True Aquaponics and American Aquaponics. True Aquaponics is a private group, so people can't readily see what you're posting in there. They can see that you're a member of the group, but you can post anything you want and nobody from the outside can read it. American Aquaponics is an open group for members that for whatever reason don't want to be part of the closed group or the private group. So either one you want to join, if you're brand new to Facebook and you try to join either group and you're coming from this, make sure you let me know, because brand new people I typically won't let in because they're usually scammers just want to post a bunch of crap that nobody wants to see. If you're growing cannabis, either group will help you in. If you're just growing plants, whatever you're doing, we're going to help you with it. So log into those, join them, and let us know that you saw us here so we make sure we get you in. That's about all I got.
All right. And what's your website? How do people find you?
TrueAquaponics.com. And I'll just share that right quick.
Awesome.
So, and there it is, TrueAquaponics.com. Takes you right to it.
Alrighty.
One of the things I hadn't talked about, because it really doesn't have much to do with minerals, is the heaters we build. And there's a picture of a couple of them in a gentleman's tank. But there's 10% discount on them right now through the 1st of November for anybody that needs to heat their water during the winter. Some people like to, some people don't want the expense, so it's up to them. Anyhow, that's it for me. A little bit early.
Got a question. When using potassium silicate for pH control, have you ever encountered any issues with fish tolerance or toxicity?
No, we never have. As long as you are testing your water for your potassium levels, I've never seen it get toxic. And even if you overdo potassium and silicate, I've never seen it get toxic for fish. I've seen it get toxic for plants. It takes an extreme level.
You can kill fish, especially trout, salmonids, and striped bass, and a couple of others are a little more sensitive to potassium. Fish that transfer from fresh water seem to also be a little more sensitive to potassium levels as well. And then someone else asked, does application of micronutrients differ in dual root zone? Some may be applied directly to the pots rather than the water system as a whole. I found mainly with the micronutrients, you can dose most of those through the water, although some of them seem to have a faster response rate through the soil. So, we're still kind of further flushing out exactly which one's best to soil versus water. Have some of those have fully flushed out and figured out. Some of them are still testing one versus the other in tissue samples. So that's definitely something that's a process, but we have multiple dosing schedules that work just great. Any other questions? All right. Well, I think we'll wrap it up here. Do you want to give away something here to transition us there, Roger?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's give away a couple of pounds of potassium silicate. Just need somebody to type in if they want it, and I'm just not seeing a whole lot of chat. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
All right. Been talking to myself. If you want the potassium silicate, make sure you say potassium silicate in chat and we'll pick somebody. We'll give that a few minutes. While we're doing that, we will introduce our next guest. Our next guest is Mathew Gates, also known as Zenthanol or Sink Angel, if you're familiar with him on Instagram. He is one of the most leading cannabis experts in terms of pests out there, and one of the best guys to work with. Not snooty, and loves to work with other people. loves to share pictures and data. I know at least once a month I'm sending him some pictures or trading pictures or documenting something I think he might find interesting and sending it off to him. So definitely excited to have him on. Alrighty, let's pick Super Lemonade. We're gonna pick you because we're about to launch a lemonade in Oklahoma. Super Lemonade. If you want to email me at potentponics@gmail.com, we will get you your silicate. Thanks a lot. All right, Matthew, take it away.
Get us one more for potassium silicate.
What's up?
Get us one more person for potassium silicate.
We'll do it on the next break.
All right, that'll work.
All right. Let me, I think he's muted there.
I see. Can you hear me now?
There we go. Now we can hear you.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the compliment. Thank you very much. I think I'll have to share my screen, right? Is that not the case? Hello?
Yep, you should be able to. Let me know if you have a problem there. We'll get you straightened out. There we go.
There we go. All right, you can all see this?
Yep.
Cool.
Dominic.
So my name's Mathew Gates. I am an integrated pest management specialist, and I have been for the past 10 years, actually. What a year to end the decade on, huh? Well, I will agree with my friend here that he does often have really great pictures to send me. And for that reason, he inspired me to talk about one of the pests that I will be going over, which are just moth larvae in general. Anyways, here I'm going to talk about some sort of basic and advanced aspects of integrated pest management, and also bring in some aspects that are relevant to aquaponics in particular. And then also we're going to talk about some of the pests that I see both in aquaponics areas and just kind of generally, especially this time of the season. So it's a little bit of a seasonally inclined iteration of this presentation. You can find me on Instagram and Twitter at SyncAngel, and you can also find me as Zenthanol on YouTube. And I have a bunch of integrated pest management videos about various pests and evolution and cannabis ecology and its origins and all this sort of thing. So if you're interested in that information, you can check out my YouTube channel. But here's the bottom line up front. So I like to characterize the different kinds of integrated pest management sort of techniques or actions that you can make in sort of like groups. Usually I put them into 5 groups that I normally name, and sometimes I'll change them a little bit, and I'll get into that. But essentially they're the biological, the chemical, the cultural, the genetic, and the mechanical types of controls. Biological controls are kind of self-explanatory. They are living agents. Generally, I also like to put viruses into this category as well, although there aren't a whole lot of viruses that are used in integrated pest management, but that might be changing in the future. I know that's a scary subject right now, but there are some beneficial viruses, plant viruses in particular, and mycoviruses that infect pathogens of plants that are fungi. And so there is some possibility for using them as sort of a natural biocontrol agent, I suppose, although some definitions of life don't include them. There's also chemical controls. Those can be synthetic or they can be naturally occurring. Of course, many synthetic pesticides that are used in agriculture cannot be used in cannabis or should not be used in cannabis. A lot of times that's because they are systemic. And it's important to know that there are different kinds of pesticides. Some of them are systemic. So that means that when they get into the plant, they actually move through the tissues. They can move up and down to various degrees. It depends on the compound. And that's the reason why people don't like to use them in cannabis. There's also regulations against this, of course. There's also translaminar chemical pesticides. These are pesticides that do get into the tissue and don't stay just outside of the tissue, but they don't actually travel throughout the plant like a systemic pesticide would. And then you have pesticides that don't have either of those sort of effects, and they simply stay as residue on the plant. Maybe they last a long time, maybe they last a very short time, maybe they're very photoreactive, and so they decay in sunlight or ultraviolet radiation or something like this. You've also got cultural controls. Cultural controls are sort of like your procedural controls. They're how you go about doing things, your SOPs and that sort of a thing. And whether you're growing on a small scale or a commercial scale, this is an extremely important aspect because, in my opinion, most of the controls that people like use or actually use to affect change within their crop are these cultural controls, and they tend to be very cost effective. They might be something as simple as changing how you harvest, or changing one of the products you use to, or whatever process you use to like cure the final product. Or in the case of cultivation, maybe it's how you prune your plant, or maybe it's how you train it, or something like this. Or maybe it's the fact that you have caulked up a bunch of holes in your facility or your garage or wherever you're growing so that pests can't get in, or something like this. There are also genetic controls, I like to call. Usually you don't have very much effect on this once you're actually growing plants and crop. This is more of a thing that is affected by your pedigree, your breeding, the genotype of the plant, sort of, and its resistances and susceptibilities on a genetic level. For example, hemp, so in some cases, plants that don't have the ability to produce THC, cannabis plants in particular, some of them have a gene cassette, a sort of a string of DNA that, or genes rather, that are that have the THC synthase genes that are important for that pathway to create that cannabinoid, that metabolite. But they also lack certain resistance genes to fungi. And a company called Medicinal Genomics has been looking into this and has published information and research on this. And so it turns out that plants that lack this gene cassette are naturally more susceptible to certain fungal pathogens. So it's just a thing to consider. This is true for other kinds of crops as well. Basically, all kinds of plants have genetic susceptibilities and weaknesses that pests and other sorts of environmental conditions can have a negative or positive effect on. And then finally, we have mechanical controls. Those are things that are going to be based on physical destruction of the organism. Although a lot of people are used to thinking of like chemical like interactions and that sort of a thing, things like ultraviolet radiation cause physical damage by like disrupting the genetic makeup. It's one of the reasons why sunburns can be so bad. It's one of the reasons why skin cancer happens in the way that it does. It's why melanin is so helpful for availing yourself of that and getting rid of that problem. A lot of insects you might have noticed and mites for that matter, will feed on the undersides of leaves. And there's also a predator sort of evasion behavioral reason for this, but also it's because of the UV radiation. A lot of organisms are sensitive to UV radiation in some way. It's one of the first things we had to sort of adapt to when we came out of the ocean, so to speak. There are other mechanical controls like literally just squishing and killing a pest, right? The I in IPM is your integration. The key is to be able to integrate all of these different factors together so that you put as many advantages on your side and levy as many disadvantages to the pest side, whether they're an arthropod like an insect or a mite, or whether or not they're a fungal pathogen or a bacterial pathogen. You have to consider all of the possibilities when it comes to getting rid of pests and preventing them, both in a curative way, but also in a prophylactic way. In this example, I have biological control. We have a predatory mite, Embasius swirskyii. We also have a yellow sticky card as a mechanical trap, which generally these small ones are primarily used to tell what kind of pests you're dealing with. They're not actually meant to be very good in the way of actual control. But this is sort of an example. You can get sticky cards and rollers that are larger and kind of sticky tape that you can apply as well. There's also mesh screens and barriers, which are another kind of mechanical control because they don't cause any lethal damage, but they prevent things like moths and large insects, and even small insects in the case of thrips screen, which I am a big advocate for as a mechanical barrier to keep things from coming in. That gets rid of most of your problems on the onset. You also have crop scouting, which is incredibly important, and I would call that a cultural control. It's a process or standard by which you go about doing things, and it's important, and I train people on this, how they go about it, how they take samples, what are they looking for, both in the case of pests or their damage, or abiotic factors like wilting or problems with like the piping in your facility or that sort of thing. There are non-biological aspects of crop scouting as well to consider, but mainly from the biological side. You are tracking whether the beneficials are being effective as well if you're using any. You're checking for signs of like parasitation or predation or that sort of thing. And just generally if you see those organisms after you release. If you don't and you're using certain chemicals or maybe you're applying something else, you might consider, well, maybe I'm negatively affecting my biological controls. And then you can just simply remove pests as well, which I would also call a mechanical. In this iteration, I have a mechanical heavy IPM sort of example here. But there are many other ways to go about IPM, and every context is different. I did already give an example of different biological controls. I have 2 videos down here. I'll probably not play them, but there are 2 biocontrol examples here. On the left, we have Cryptolaemus montroseri, which is the mealybug destroyer. It's a lady beetle that actually feeds on mealybugs, not on aphids, for example. In fact, the lady beetle group is very varied. Some of them are even herbivores. Other ones feed on fungi, but many of them feed on insects in particular. You've also got your entomopathogens. So that includes like Beauveria bassiana, or Bacillus subtilis, or Bacillus thuringiensis, and its different isolates. So biocontrols can be microarthropods. They can also be larger things like birds and lizards that might exist in your natural area. But they also don't necessarily, they're not necessarily as controllable or commercially available. Moving on to chemical controls, I'm giving here examples of different classes by how the pesticide or what kinds of things a pesticide affects. But pesticides are often categorized in chemical classes. So whether or not the chemical agent utilizes, or whether the chemical agent is a kind of structure or comes from a certain place. Yeah. Let me check the chat real quick. No, it's not. Oops, never mind. So we have like fungicidal agents like myclophenol, which of course you should not use in cannabis, but I bring it up here so that people know exactly what, here's what the name is. If anyone calls it myclo or refers to it like that, you actually know what I'm talking about or know what this is exactly. And that's a systemic fungicidal agent that you shouldn't be using, but many people have used for powdery mildews and fungi and that kind of thing. I mean, it works, but also it gets into your plant systemically, and that's not good for you.
I've also seen people test hot for it if they just happen to be directly next to an orchard from overspray. One thing I wanted to add on that.
That's a really good thing to add, actually, is that you might be doing everything right. This is also true for other pests, for that matter, for both the fungus you're going to get and also for other pests and biocontrols, for that matter. There is they don't care about your borders. There is spray drift. There is a great example where a few years ago, with the sort of dicamba ready, this herbicide ready soybean lot, there were people who were applying dicamba to them and they were fine, but because it was a really hot day, the pesticide volatilized and drifted across. So they didn't even have wind drift in the beginning, but because of the heat and the wind pickup, the compound volatilized, moved through a bunch of soybeans that weren't herbicide ready and just destroyed them all, defoliated all of them. It was like a large acreage, a large amount of damage and acreage damage. So it does happen. There's also things like silver nanoparticles for that matter, or sulfur, which is a totally natural element. Usually in the wettable sulfur applications people use, you shouldn't be using that in flour, but you can use it for various situations in veg or kind of around your area. It just sort of depends on what you're dealing with, but it is a fungicide. It's also insecticidal and mitocidal for that matter. And if you apply too much, it's also herbicidal. But the dose makes the poison. There are insecticidal agents like cyantraniliprole, which is another one of those sort of systemic insecticides you shouldn't be using. There's a product out that's kind of new called the Spear series, and it's actually, I guess you could call it a biopesticide too, but it's synthesized Blue Mountains funnel web spider venom, which is pretty fascinating to me. And so they synthesized it, but they cleaved off the parts that affect mammals and only kept the parts that affect arthropods. And I think the active ingredient of the Spear series is this omega kappa venom peptide, which is just really, really cool to me. So I thought I would add that as well, that these sort of new chemical agents, these new biological agents are coming out that I think will really help with the sort of truncating of our uses of noxious chemical agents. There's also mitocidal agents like bifenazate or hexythiazox or clofentazine, none of which you should be using in cannabis, but there's a lot of very common miticides that are out there that people are familiar with in the agricultural sphere, or they become familiar with some research and they somehow acquire them and utilize them. So you just got to be really aware of this sort of a thing. And it happens more often than you think. And then we have finally herbicidal agents like glyphosate or sodium chloride, regular table salt. Both of these things, people will probably already know this, will definitely affect your plants negatively. I've already mentioned some cultural controls earlier, but to go over some, we have, to put a name to it, psychrometrics, which is sort of that interaction between humidity and temperature. So when people talk about like vapor pressure deficit and that sort of a thing, this is kind of what they're talking about to a degree. And evapotranspiration, when the water goes into the soil, goes up the plant and releases through the stomata, this physiological process, that definitely has interaction with the room. And if you don't really know what that is, you can be on the you can be behind the power curve with regards to certain fungal pathogens, for example, that are very sensitive to a change in temperature and humidity, because that initiates the germination of the spores in a lot of cases. It's what they use to be able to tell that the situation is ripe for germination and it's not too dry or too wet. Your labor operating procedures, a cultural control, which I kind of mentioned earlier, but how you go about things, all of this affects your IPM in minute ways and in very large ways, of course. Your physical construction of your setup is also incredibly integral to how you go about your IPM. Obviously, if you're growing in a tent or if you're growing in a like a small room in a residential area, those are going to have very specific differences. You might be doing multiple things at once even, or you're operating in a large facility or outdoors. This all matters. In addition to this, your biogeographic area matters as well. So where you are in the world is going to influence what pests you deal with and at what frequency, and year to year and season to season, what their changes in population will be as well. And then of course you have hygiene maintenance, how you keep your area clean. Do you use a lot of bioremediation efforts in an aquaponics setup? Of course, you have to keep things very hygienic, and you can't let things get into the water or allow things to foul. That's a very important aspect of aquaponics to consider, because, and also if you keep the temperature too high, I'm sure people have already mentioned this or might be already aware of this, but water pathogens can become a huge problem if the water temperature heightens. Do you have anything to say about that, Stephen?
Oh yeah, it's a big problem we see here in Oklahoma and in Texas and a lot of the southern aquaponic facilities. One of the best ways we've found to mitigate that, and actually he's going to be on the panel tomorrow, someone who just installed one of these, Bain Howard of Vertica. Actually just installed a giant geothermal coil onto their main facility up in about 2.5 hours from where I'm at. What they do is they put these giant coils in the ground that circulates water through the system and then down underground, which bleeds it off into that 58 degree, 56 degree temperature and allows that heat to dissipate. And it's honestly the cost-effective way to do it with the water temperature, in terms of you don't have to have chillers, you don't have to have a ton of power, you can run it off of a solar panel and run it completely off grid, and it doesn't cost you anything to run. And then you can also hybridize that with, again, doing a similar method with air exchange and doing GAT systems, which I believe, again, Josh is talking about tomorrow.
That's excellent. You would have great insight. So let me continue. Genetic controls, I mentioned some genetic controls earlier, but to give you some specific names, we have RNAi, mediated crop protection, which is RNA interference. And so that's when you use, so plants actually have RNAi naturally. There are aspects of plant physiological processes that allow them to silence DNA. And that can be very useful when pathogens use sort of similar tactics to override or suppress the plant's immune system. And of course, there are possible avenues for utilizing this in an IPM perspective, but it's kind of a new sort of a discipline. So technologically, I don't think a lot of this will be out very soon, but hopefully sooner rather than later. Because it would be very targeted and you wouldn't be able to achieve this sort of targeted nature in this specific way when using other techniques. So there's a lot of advantage to that. And especially from an ecological or environmental perspective, if you can sort of use the natural RNAi sources, or if you can instill a particular kind of RNAi to a plant through breeding or some other process, you can achieve this sort of level of deft effect. You've also got general plant resistance. Now, I think it's really important to talk about the terminology of resistance. So a lot of people will have different definitions, and I don't think there's a lot of there are a few organizations that might define resistance or disciplines rather too, that will define these things differently. But for me, and I have a research report, or rather a recommendation from an organization that I can send to anyone who's curious about it. But resistance is, so you have three kinds of resistance. You have tolerance, which is when a plant can still grow relatively well, even though a pest is feeding on it, a particular species. And it's important to bring up that tolerance and resistance and all of these words, they are only going to be really effective if you give some sort of qualifier. It doesn't, you can't just say resistant, it's resistant. Resistant to what? And to that degree, is it resistant to all the different kinds of those things, or only specific species, or a specific isolate, for example? It's important to know, because plants have various ways of defeating different kinds of threats. And if you know that it's resistant, you should know what confers that resistance in the plant if possible. And that's something that I'm excited to see more and more in cannabis. But tolerance is when a plant can more or less grow pretty well, even with some level of the pest. Resistance is when the pest actually has problems, or it's difficult for the pest to actually establish on the plant, more or less. And then immunity is actually when the particular organism that we're talking about cannot colonize the plant. There's something very inherent about the plant that is just not possible for it to colonize. Maybe even extremely minimal colonization or something like this, but pretty much not at all. So there are some aspects of immunity where a plant is just simply not a suitable host, and that's like the most basic kind of immunity. It's just they're just too different from what the organism or pathogen or whatever is used to interacting with. Then we have gene drives, which are a method of enhancing the inheritance of a preferred trait. Through breeding, for example, you can establish this effect where it's essentially how resistance accrues in various pest populations through natural selection. Mechanical controls, I'll go over this pretty briefly. We've got trapping, which is pretty self-explanatory. Putting up sticky cards or putting up some sort of an adhesive, or possibly even using light traps or pheromone traps in order to kill the organism. Although a pheromone trap would kind of be like a chemical control and a mechanical control, right? You can straight up remove the pest, which is oftentimes really helpful, especially if you notice that you only have one plant that's kind of colonized by like spider mites, or if you have a really pernicious pest that's very serious, like maybe hemp russet mite, for example, it might be just the more strategically optimal choice to just bag that plant and destroy it, because, and then maybe apply some sort of a preventative or prophylactic biocontrol agent or application spray or something like this, because if the infestation gets to be too much, you might very quickly end up on the wrong side of the cost benefit analysis with your crop. You can use non-chemical sterilants. I already kind of mentioned UV radiation does this, but boiling hot temperatures does this, desiccation does this. There are various ways that are not chemical that you can sterilize an area. And I'm excited to see better ways of people being able to do that in residential sectors as well as in commercial sectors. You've also got various ways of hand killing, which can still be kind of useful, especially on a small scale, but it's a lot less effective, of course, at large scale. And then I have a very, very basic graphic here from the Crop Protection Research Institute that showed that integrated pest management, at least in vegetable crops, is really great. You get about $19 for every $1 that's spent on it. And as far as cannabis is concerned, I would say that you probably get quite a bit more money per dollar of investment. So it's very important that you prevent and sort of become forewarned, because to be forewarned is to be forearmed. And if you have the sort of resources that are going to allow you to achieve that objective, like some of the videos I have on my YouTube channel or on Instagram, I'm very happy to help people with insect identification or various other sorts of tasks that are important to get you started. It's very important to me that people are able to get access to cannabis and also good food and that sort of a thing. And if you can grow it yourself, or if you're getting it from somewhere else, you can at least assess and know how they're going about it. And then I have a few pests. Hopefully I'm good on time. Yeah. So, and after this, there's a Q&A, of course, right, Stephen? I think so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that. So the rice root aphids, the first one that I want to start on, of course, in an aquaponics setup where your roots are below, there are some, they're not a totally aquatic aphid. There's actually a sister species called the water lily aphid, and it is actually semi-aquatic. So the rice root aphid also has some of that trait. It can definitely do well in like a hydroponic setup. It can definitely colonize a cannabis plant and get at the stem and even parts of the roots that might be kind of out of the water somewhat, depending on how your setup is made, I suppose. They're considered to be originally from Asia and possibly, perhaps probably in the Japanese archipelago, and they have a different kind of a life cycle where they move from two different alternate host species, but in the West, in North America in particular, they don't tend to have this sort of normal life cycle. And that's probably because of not being in their native territory. A lot of aphids actually do this. There are two main groups of typical hosts. You have your grasses like wheat, sorghum, rice, obviously, rye, barley. And I find these kinds of plants often on people's properties growing kind of fairly. And if you're in a place where these grasses are grown commercially or residentially, then you should really be watching out for the rice root aphid, because many times I will do a site evaluation and I find that people dealing with a rice root aphid problem are the victims of the plants that they have on their property hosting the rice root aphid, especially your here stone fruits. You might have a plum tree that you never even realized, or people will say, oh yeah, this used to be a converted orchard, or this used to be this guy, he used to grow various fruits on his property, and that's really great, right? And I say, yeah, it is really great, but also it can be really great for pests. So you just have to be aware of this fact. And aphids in particular are really, really good about having multiple hosts if they're generalists anyways. And then just like all aphids, for the first two traits here, all aphids for the most part have telescoping generation, so they're born pregnant, and that makes them incredibly fecund. Maybe fecund isn't the right word, because it's usually clonal offspring. So when they live birth, usually they don't lay eggs until it's the right season for them to do, and they produce a specific morph that has wings that can go out and do that, lay the eggs, overwinter, and then the nymphs can come out and recolonize the plants. Hopefully the plants were also successful, laid some seeds, and now the sprouts are coming out. That's one way that happens. You also have the production of honeydew. Aphids feed on the phloem sap channels of plants, and they've been doing this since before flowering plants ever existed. And they've gotten really good at taking a ton of sugar out of the phloem sap and using enzymes like sucrases and invertases and various other compounds that might be produced by their endosymbionts, which are bacteria that live in special cells. And they process all of the sugar and amino acids that are in the phloem. And they can't even do all of it at once, because the turgor pressure between the phloem sap and their bodies is so different that they're basically just tapping this really pressurized stream and just shunting it into their body. So they can't even get rid of all of it or process all of it at once physically. And that's why they produce honeydew, which is a super concentrated sort of sugary exudate that aphids or that ants really like, and a lot of other organisms like honeydew as well. And you might find city molds that grow in the honeydew as sort of a black, molded looking thing. And it's not a direct pathogen to cannabis or other plants, but it does use honeydew as a substrate. So you have to watch out for that. It's also a great way to find out if you have aphids or another sort of hemipteran that might produce honeydew, like leaf hoppers or plant hoppers or that kind of a thing. And rice root aphids are somewhat water tolerant. I definitely see them in hydroponic setups especially well, and I have seen them in a couple of aquaponic setups as well, specifically deep water culture. Just some bionomic information. You can find this on my rice root aphid pest primer video on YouTube. But basically, they don't do very well at temperatures greater than or approaching 35 degrees Celsius. And I have here that a high temperature plus a RHPV infection could severely induce lifespan problems. And that's because we might have a potential ally for rice root aphid in the future, which is the Rhopalosiphum patty virus. Rhopalosiphum patty is another aphid species, is the bird cherry oat aphid. And this virus is known to infect many kinds of aphids, and it actually can exist in plants systemically. It doesn't cause problems for the plant, and it lasts in some plants anyways that's been tested in for about 2 weeks. And what's really crazy about this is that it doesn't outright kill the aphid, I suppose, but it does infect their ribosomes, and it heavily decreases their longevity and also their ability to propagate, which are two things that aphids really have going for them physiologically. So it's possible that this virus might be colonizable in other plants, and we might be able to take advantage of it in the future. We've also got Septoria cannabis, which is a leaf spotting disease pathogen. There are actually very many Septoria out there, but this is one example of what the pathogen can look like on cannabis in particular. You see sort of like brown spotting. You might even see some hyphae growing out of the necrotic tissue that's sort of died before the brown spotting happens because of the dry circular infection points that it makes. Septoria cannabis infects cannabis in specific, but I say that with a caveat because Septoria is one of those pathogens, one of those fungal pathogens that can hyper-specialize. And so you might, I mean, it's kind of hard to say whether something's a species or a subspecies at that point, if you know what I mean.
I've seen 3 different distinct expressions of Septoria, and one thing I think I've noticed that I just wanted to add to this, when the early infection is, it often really looks like water spotting, like you've got water on it during a hot day. That's how almost always with all the different ones it starts to look like, and you go and you yell at the guy who was watering. Sorry about the beeping in the back, but you go and you yell at the guy who's watering, and then, you know, the next day it's further up the plant and, you know, he didn't do it. And then you realize, oh, that's not the problem I had.
That's an excellent point to make, actually, because it's very true. It does look like water spotting. I've also had people misdiagnose this as, understandably, chemical burn from like a spray application or something, or if they're not used to seeing what that kind of looks like, they might be afraid that they've burned their plants or that's light burn or something like this. But the very circular nature of the infection is sort of a diagnostic characteristic that can help you achieve that level of identification. And I'll stress again that like you might not necessarily know whether it's Septoria cannabis in particular, but this is one of the main species, and there's a reason why it's got the cannabis species epithet attached to it. But certainly other Septoria could infect cannabis, and like Stephen was saying. We've also got the dark-winged fungus gnats, which are part of the Bordizia genus. This is actually a frame from my pest primer on fungus gnats, in particular the dark-winged fungus gnats. This on the upper left is an example of what the fungus gnat looks like in adult. You might also be familiar with the larvae at the bottom there. They tend to, one way you can tell them from other kind of fly larvae is that they have a black head capsule, and also other worm-like things that you might find in your soil, like potworms or nematodes are very small as well. But fungus gnat larvae have this sort of characteristic cream-colored larvae or larval color. They've got the black head capsule, and despite their name fungus gnat, they don't necessarily just feed on fungus. In fact, they can feed on plant tissue just as easily as they can feed on fungal tissue. So don't think, because I've definitely run into people who've had this interpretation of the name, that they are specific to fungi or that it means that you have fungal, that you have some sort of like fungal population. You probably have some, but that you have a major one or a problematic level of fungi in your soil. That's not necessarily the case. Although it could very well become after the fact, because fungus gnats can vector various pathogens, and Botrytis cinerea is one of them, and it's definitely a fungus. And you can also get Fusarium solani. This is an example of Fusarium solani on the right that was vectored by fungus gnats in peas. I also have to tell you about the lettuce sclerosis virus. I've talked to Stephen a little bit about this too. But recently it was documented in the authorized farms in Israel. Currently it is incurable. Usually it often, like its name implies, infects lettuce, but also many other plants. And those plants are usually not worth, because they're annuals, sort of the process that we have to affect viruses, which is typically through tissue culturing and that sort of a thing. So usually if you get this pathogen, which is vectored by the silverleaf whitefly, Bemisia tabasi, which you can see in the upper right here. At that point, you kind of are at a loss. And that's kind of just the unfortunate reality at this point. It's very, very difficult to conventionally treat viruses. And although there might be some ways in the future that are much more economical and democratized, it's just not the case at the moment for the vast majority of cases, for a lot of pathogens for that matter, but viruses in particular. And that's due to the way that they systemically infect plants. One major problem with LCV in particular is that because it's vectored by this super vector of over 180 plus viruses, this silverleaf whitefly, it also, the host causes a yellowing when it feeds on leaves a lot of the time. Not all of the time, but it can. So you don't really necessarily know, because the main symptom of leishmaniasis virus is chlorosis, that you're actually dealing with that chlorosis problem. It's only after much of the plant has become chlorotic that you might be more sure, but at that point, you probably haven't achieved control. And that would be a very sad thing to happen. And you can see some diagrams of cannabis in this chlorotic state. Now, just because you see chlorosis doesn't mean that you have the LCV, but there are places where you might be able to test. I believe Medicinal Genomics has a test for LCV as well as other cannabis viruses. I think also B. curly top virus as well, which was also recently documented in the Midwest, particularly Colorado, and probably is in other places too, unreported.
No, Joshua Steenland documented it in Oregon last year.
That's right. I keep forgetting that point. I usually remember the Colorado example. Is there anywhere else that you can think of?
I've seen it this year in Oklahoma, or what I think it is, but I don't have testing for it, but it looks identical to what I saw in Oregon last year.
Yeah, you heard it here first, guys. Like that's a lot of different places, all Israel to, well, also I should say this, LCV is thought to originate in southwestern California. So that's another place. So if you're like me and you live in southwestern California, you should be aware of that. The Crini viruses in general are thought of as coming from this like southwestern North America area. Ironically, the silverleaf whitefly is considered to probably have originated in India based on a bunch of parasitoid wasps that also seem to specialize on whitefly. And if that's the case, those are two totally different biogeographic areas. So, it just kind of makes you wonder.
One other thing I wanted to add about the lettuce chlorosis virus is it's one big reason why you shouldn't be doing heavy lettuce production in the exact same system as your cannabis. You want to make sure you're running them in separate sump tanks, separate fish tanks. There's 2 aquaponic facilities that were DWC facilities that I've observed what we believe was lettuce chlorosis virus. This was before there was testing, but all the symptoms were there, and it sure as heck looked like it was on the lettuce. The lettuce stuff is heavily documented. So we were, again, on 2 separate grows, we were able to basically wipe everything out and then do a lactobacillus treatment and just let it sit for a couple of weeks with nothing in it and planted it, and didn't have that reoccurrence. Again, we didn't observe any whitefly. I'm not saying they weren't there or there wasn't some other insect vector that could have also potentially done it, but it wasn't observed. So
yeah, I mean, these sorts of reports are likely to come up, and now, embarrassingly, I actually forgot that we had this conversation in the moment, but that's true. And that's one of the reasons why I really like to get insight from Stephen here, because that was a really great conversation that we had about that previously. But yeah, LCV interactions are very likely to continue to propagate as cannabis kind of continues to languish in that regard. Many people are just unaware of it, and the way that people share clones and other sorts of tissue is going to have that effect. So the Spodoptera are the armyworms. They are a genus of moths. They're probably not the worst genus of moths to get into cannabis, but they are one that I feel like people don't hear about a lot. So I wanted to focus on them a bit here. Other moths that people are dealing with more so are probably the tobacco budworm moth and the European corn borer and the corn earworm, all of which are very well known for boring into the flower bud, and then they defecate in the flower bud, and then the flower bud becomes moldy. Or also the wounds could transfer the various pathogens like botrytis and other sorts of fungi that just ruin the product at the end. These armyworms do not do that to that degree. They're not really typically flower borers or even stem borers like the hemp stem borer. But they do constitute a problem because they are great defoliators. And like all of the Lepidoptera, the thing that they do really well is they grow rapidly and they eat a lot and they continuously eat. In fact, caterpillars, if they don't get enough food, will have major problems because they're literally built to constantly eat unless they have some specific species adaptation that allows them to not do that. Most caterpillars have a very quick life cycle of a couple of weeks, but some caterpillars take like multiple years to come to adulthood, believe it or not. But you won't be dealing with those with cannabis. Here I have two Spodoptera, Spodoptera praefica, which is the western yellow-striped armyworm, and Spodoptera frugiperta, which is the fall armyworm. And they're both pretty common in North America, especially in the west of North America. And this is about the season you'd probably be seeing them. In fact, I took this picture on the left 6 days ago. So you can see that, and also for an example, you can see what the frass of a caterpillar of this size constitutes. And this was after I let this specimen feed on about 2 like really, really small dandelion leaves. And this was after it actually, I was doing a test because it had actually vacated its entire digestive tract already before I gave it the food. So I wanted to test how much volume you got going in and coming out. And that's actually quite a bit. So even a very, very little bit of feeding can cause a large amount of frass to come out the other end and ruin your flower. Yeah, and they developed about 18 million years ago, and they tend to feed on your legumes and your beans and that sort of thing, the Fabaceae, your peppers and tomatoes and tobacco and that sort of thing, your Solanaceae, and also the mallows, which are in the Malvaceae. So that's just sort of an example of what they feed on. They're generalists, they'll feed on woody plants and herbaceous grasses as well. And here we even have an example of some of their adaptations. Here's a diagram from a research report, which I didn't cite, unfortunately, dang. But if you want the citation, I'm happy to give you the research report. Yeah, so you can see how they've evolved over time, and you have 2 major types. A type that specializes on grasses because of their sort of tough silicate leaves, and also those on woody herbaceous plants, dicots and monocots, essentially respectively. And that's it for this presentation. I actually wanted to give a pretty good amount of time for Q&A. But again, my name is Mathew Gates. Zenthanol Consulting is how I operate. You can find me at SyncAngel on Instagram and Twitter, and also at Zenthanol, which is the same channel that I will be interacting with in the chat. Yeah, so hope that was illuminating. And if you have any more questions, if you want me to share any research, or if you want to check out some of the research on my YouTube channel, please feel free.
All right, we got a ton of questions. That was a really awesome presentation. I guess first off, can you please go over Septoria a little bit more? I've been getting crushed by it here in Michigan a few years now. I've sprayed just about everything except fungicides like copper sulfate. Do you want to touch on that, and then I can touch on what I found works here in Oklahoma?
Yeah, absolutely. I found that a simple suffocant like Sulfoyl X was pretty useful as well. I'm sad to hear that this person's having so much difficulty with it because it can be kind of pernicious, and I do have trouble with controlling it if it's already kind of become a huge problem. That's why crop scouting is such an issue, or such an important aspect. If it's a very small infection, then you can kind of control it really quickly with a spray. But I feel like it becomes more and more arduous as it multiplies in the crop.
Awesome. Sorry about that. A little bit of a delay there. All right. What other questions? Oh, so what I found for Septoria is when I first see that first sign of it, I just hit it with a Bacillus pumilus, then a Bacillus subtilis, and then a good lactobacillus, kind of on a rotation every 2 or 3 days, hitting them with one after another, and then coming in with a good liquid IMO to kind of give it the competitors and a new fresh inoculation. That particular procedure, you repeat that twice, and it seems to, hit it pretty much out of the park here in Oklahoma. You do have to catch it early. Once it's progressed to a certain point, those plants pretty much are gone, and you can't really reverse it once it's past, progressed beyond more than 25 to 30% of the plant. It can be really hard to reverse after that.
Yeah, don't forget in some of those situations too to not just replace your plants, but a lot of times replace the soil that you're working with, or at least treat it. Too many times I've seen people will go through and clean their entire grow and swap everything out and then reuse the same likely infected soil. So, just remember to also consider that in your cleaning process. If you are going to pull something out or start over, if something has gone too far, don't cheap out on the soil. Make sure you at least treat it if you're going to reuse it.
I definitely agree with those two things, especially the biopesticide of Bacillus subtilis.
Yeah, those are really good. The best one I've found out there currently is a product called Cease. I don't know if you have a different one that you're a fan of.
I like Cease myself.
Yeah, I found the best combo in general for biocontrols for mold is alternating Cease and Sonata, which is the Bacillus pumilus. Seems to work really well. I'm trying to find the other questions. There was like 5 questions and now I can't find them here. Okay, maple trees have septoria. It doesn't seem to bother the trees, but I've wondered, should I spray the trees to protect my cannabis?
I would say absolutely. That's definitely part of your sort of biosecurity assessment. Like I was saying for rice root aphid and other pests, it's very possible that plants on your property or plants that are just outside of your property, almost more annoyingly, can cause problems for you by harboring pests and pathogens.
All righty. Another question, what beneficials are safe to use in flour?
Oh, say that again.
What beneficial insects are safe to use in flour?
Yeah, sorry, I got a little bit of a garbled message, but it's a good question. I like to use, so when you apply biocontrol agents, some biocontrol agents, depending on from whom you're getting them, and what kind of product you're getting, they might have like filler. And so I just feel like it's very important that people are aware that they shouldn't just dump that onto their flower material. A lot of people kind of intuitively get this, but I just want to say it just out of the gate. Sometimes that filler is vermiculite, sometimes that filler is bran, sometimes that filler is buckwheat, and sometimes the filler also has a bunch of frass from the organisms living in the filler, through their shipment process. Biocontrol agents like predatory mites, like Amblysia swirsky, Neosilius cucumeris, Phytosilius persimilis, californicus or Neosilius californicus. Your parasitoid wasps are generally going to be fine, and your predatory flies will be too. Lace wing larvae, that sort of a thing. I generally find that most biocontrols are fine to use in flower. The ones that I am reticent to use are typically ones that are part of a biopesticidal sort of application process. Those are the things that, because I'm not always sure, and every location is different about what the inert ingredients are, whether that's going to have a problem. Is there an enhancer they don't mention, like piperonyl butoxide and pyrethrin products, for example? That kind of a thing just sort of scares me from a regulatory and compliance perspective.
Oh, what a great answer. We have another question is, have you had any experience with a product called Nukem? And does it work?
Yes, and yes, that's been my experience, but um, I don't remember the exact ingredients off the top of my head. Do you, Steven?
It's a
I don't.
enzyme-based spray, so it's yeast to produce the enzyme and a little bit of citric acid, and I want to say like potassium silicate or something like that, or some other agent.
Potassium sorbate. I think it's similar to Dr. Zymes for the
Uh-huh.
most.
Similar to Dr. Zymes.
Yeah, I definitely remember the name, but I didn't remember the active ingredient. And I like to make sure that that gets said so that people who are thinking about using it kind of already know that and what they're looking for. They might have a similar product for a lower price point or a different formulation. Actually, on that note, I just want to say that pesticide formulation matters a lot, both in its efficacy, but also just like when you're considering if you see two products and the active ingredient's the same and the amount is the same. I One of the things I learned early for me in agriculture is that that is not necessarily the same product, and how it's formulated and the physical properties of it and any sort of like minutia in that process that you're not privy to could have a totally different effect in crop, both a positive one or a negative one. So it's just really important that you don't think that all the different potassium bicarbonate products are the same or something like this, or that all enzymatic products are going to act exactly the same.
I think a great example of this is Bavaria bassania. Each of those strains, Botanicard, that strain seems to infect insects at a different rate than Bioceres in different species. Bioceres seems to work better than Botanicard and vice versa, depending on the exact target insect. So, even incorporating the same species but different strains as part of your rotation can make a big difference, and especially prevention.
That's absolutely true. Just as a fun fact, in Botanigard, there's a Beauveria bassiana isolate GHA. And I've found that the GHA actually stands for grasshopper active. And the first Beauveria bassiana, if I remember correctly, I think I was reading some patents on it. And I think that it was first isolated from a cucumber beetle, Diabrotica diabrotica. And but they were trying to find a pathogen for grasshoppers and that sort of a thing. And I'm not saying that it doesn't work on other things. That's not why I bring it up. I just bring it up because like it's a neat holdover and it's a fun fact, I guess. But you're right. There are definitely isolates that affect various other pest targets, and I'm all for like a more targeted isolate because from an environmental standpoint, an ecological standpoint, my major caveat to Beauveria bassiana, which I love to use, is that it's a broad spectrum biocontrol agent in a manner of speaking. So being able to curtail that broad spectrum nature from an environmentalist perspective to like keep it from affecting things you don't want it to is something I advocate for.
Do you want to touch on successful grasshopper stuff? I have some cool stuff I was working on in Africa, but I know that there's Nolo bait as a popular one that people use for a biocontrol for grasshoppers. What have you found that works well for grasshoppers and the like?
Actually, to be honest, Beauveria bassiana is one of the ones that I found to have the most effect for me personally, and also the thing that you just mentioned as well. Not to like, I don't have a lot of experience with treating grasshoppers in particular. I tend to like to sort of advocate for and utilize physical barriers, just like at a greater degree. But those two intimate pathogens are really nice to use in combination with the physical controls. I find that combination works pretty effectively for a lot of people if it's implemented early enough.
All right. Someone else asked, do you agree that plants with high Brix levels are more pest resistant?
They can be, but not necessarily just because of the Brix. Because the Brix is the dissolved sugar content. And that will inform you of a lot of things about the physiology of a plant. like, for example, how much sugar is in it, but also maybe its photosynthetic rate. And so if a plant is at a higher photosynthetic rate, then you can sort of make the sort of assumption that ostensibly that plant is probably sort of physiologically doing good, or at least it's pumping out a lot of the food that it's trying to get from photosynthesis. But then, you know, whether or not that translates to conferring resistance, because like I said, plants and various plants have different ways of combating pests and pathogens in different ways. And so how that happens, you know, maybe that pathogen still has a great way to exploit susceptibility genes inherent in the genome of the plant. You know, the Brix levels will have nothing to do with this. It won't really matter if the plant has a like crippling exploitation that the pathogen can use, or a pest for that matter that's got some sort of behavioral or functional physiological way of mediating that. But generally speaking, a plant that's producing a lot of sugars is probably on its way to like doing well for what it is, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I think the other thing too is, you know, if a plant's got a high Brix level, it's just it's rocking, it's healthy, you know, its immune system is at peak, you know, peak production and you know, peak ability to produce those extra terpenes and flavonoids and other things that the plant uses to defend itself. So, you know, I think that's also the reason why when people think of that's probably more the reason of what's actually happening with those high Brix levels. It's not even that, it's not that the Brix itself is doing it. It's just, it's an indicator that the plant is just happy and as can be and is capable of defending itself.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to interpret that. I have heard some people say that like the sugars will be too much for the insect and that the insect won't be able to feed on the plant because of the high sugar content. And I mean, from my own experience and also from the research that I'm familiar with, the literature on subject, like insects adapted, or the herbivorous ones anyways, they adapted to an herbivore lifestyle. Carbohydrates from plants in the form of particularly sucrose is incredibly important. Aphids and other hemiptera can't get enough of the stuff. And when insects do break down those sugars in their bodies, they convert it to trehalose, which is a much more inert sugar, and it keeps the osmotic pressure down. So the insect can have tons of this sugar sort of moving around in its open hemolymph, sort of a circulatory system, unlike ours, which has vessels. And those sort of sugars, the trehalose, can be rapidly utilized by the plant physiology, particularly when it comes to flight, which this is one reason why a lot of flying insects like to feed on sugary substances, because it's very energetic, right? It's a great resource for that.
Absolutely. One thing I was going to touch on that we kind of got a little bit sidetracked on. I had real good luck with grasshoppers where we were collecting them in Africa and collecting a bunch of the grasshoppers and putting them into a pile and then mixing them with insect frass and then mixing them with rice and doing an IMO collection, indigenous microorganism collection. And then utilizing that into an IMO2 and then turning that into a liquid IMO to inoculate the plants with naturally occurring insects that feed on that chitinase and you know, on those insects locally. So that can be a great way to target your local insects, you know, collect them and mix them with some extra insect frass, throw them in your IMO collection and actually, you know, go out and try to collect and target those. It can be a great way to, you know, a great way to start on your own journey in that direction if you're looking to do those types of biocontrols. Alrighty, well, looks like we're about to transition here. Do you have anything else you wanted to mention, Matt, before we wrap up?
No, not really. Just to say that as sort of a community service, I really would appreciate if people are able to use me as a resource. So essentially, if you have identification issues, if you find that there is a pest you don't know, or that you need some help with something, please feel free to reach out to me. It's very important to me that I'm able to utilize this information. It fulfills me. It helps achieve an objective for biosecurity. Essentially, I look at my work as having this sort of prophylactic effect for as many people as possible. It does, and it all helps us all, the better we know about IPM in general. So don't hesitate to reach out if you are having issues, especially in this time where supply lines are difficult to ascertain. Situations in various parts of North America and other parts of the world are in great stress, both environmentally and biologically. So it's just very important to me to help as many people as possible within that context.
Awesome. Yeah, and be sure if you do send him stuff, be sure you send the location as much as you can. It helps him ID the insects as well. Alrighty. Well, much appreciated, and we look forward to talking to you again soon. Do you want to mention your podcast too before you sign off?
That is a pretty good idea. So in regards to like questions and things, one, on my YouTube channel, Zenthanol, I have an IPM FAQ series I do every month. So you can send me questions on my Twitter and social media and Instagram, and also on YouTube. And I'll collect all those questions and I'll answer them in the video series. I also have the Cheap Home Grow podcast, which Spartan Grown is on here as well, and various other people. I do that every Sunday on the Cheap Home Grow, growing with my fellow growers. And then I've also recently been on a podcast with Eagle Gardens, who is also in the chat right now, episode 181, and we talked about IPM and some of my background. So if you're curious about that, you can check me out there too.
Wonderful. All righty. Well, thanks again for joining us. Appreciate it.
Pleasure is mine. I appreciate the possibility and the chance to help more people.
Awesome. Well, take care. Thank you. All righty. Well, Brian, thanks for coming back. And why don't you tell us more about the Aquaponics Association conference coming up here in about 2 weeks or so?
Yeah, am I able to do a screen share, Steve?
Yep. Just hit share screen there and select the window you want to share, and away you go.
Nice. So my name is Brian Filipowich. I'm the chairman of the Aquaponics Association. The Aquaponics Association is a nonprofit member-based organization that works to expand the practice of aquaponics through education, advocacy, and connection. Every year we have an annual conference. The last few years it's been Austin, Texas, Portland, Oregon, Hartford, Connecticut, Frankfort, Kentucky. This year we're supposed to be in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We've pushed back to 2021, knock on wood. And this year we're going online. Our conference is going to be on a virtual platform called Run the World that has presentations, but also some more interactive type experiences to make it feel more like an in-person conference. The theme is cultivating the future. So it's all about, where are we going from here in agriculture? I'm just going to take a few minutes here and walk through the schedules. It's always kind of interesting to see what people are talking about. So the conference is October 16th through 18th. It runs from approximately like 9 a.m. to maybe 8 p.m. Eastern time. We tried to do a lot of pre-recording stuff before 11 so that most of the live stuff is when people in the Pacific and Hawaii are online. But then again, we have some people coming from Europe, so it's a balancing act. But having said all that, Friday morning, we are starting with a STEM track. The Aquaponics Association has a STEM working group, which is directed by Eddie Tivnan. And there's a bunch of speakers that are talking about aquaponics in the classroom, starting in elementary education all the way through college. And then there will be a panel discussion with a few of these STEM speakers. That is, I'm getting a pop-up asking me if I want to e-sign somewhere. No, I don't want to e-sign anything. All right. And then there's a panel discussion about expanding aquaponics in schools. So people have a chance to ask some of these experts, how do we get aquaponics in even more schools? That's one of the main things I practice is aquaponics in schools in Washington, D.C. Looking at the morning of the other track, we're starting off a little salty with 2 brackish water presentations. Yes, that's right, brackish water. Interesting stuff. Mineralization of fish waste in decoupled aquaponics. Is it aerobic? Is it anaerobic? I don't know. And then a cannabis presentation from Brandon Yep, who has been with us before and was on a panel last year with Steve and I believe Cabin Smallwood about aquaponic cannabis. We have 2 growers from Europe talking about vertical applications of aquaponics, and in particular, they have tried out some Asian vegetables, maybe some bok choy in there. Professor Schwartz from Virginia will be talking about their new Controlled Environment Agriculture Innovation and Education Center. Then we're actually going to have the live intro to the conference. We waited till 11:30 out of respect for Steve and your fellow Pacific Coasters. And we have a welcome from United States Senator Debbie Stabenow, who is the ranking member of the Senate Agriculture Committee and was the main sponsor of the USDA Office of Urban Ag and Innovative Production. The intent of this office is to promote aquaponics, hydroponics, and other new methods and urban growing methods. So that's pretty exciting. We'll get a welcome from the board, me, Tanya, Jonathan, Ed, maybe Kate and Aaron. We got a good team going on these days. All right. Next, here's a presentation I'm looking forward to. George Brooks created an aquaponics victory garden. Anyone who knows their history during World War II as part of the national, we were straining just to produce everything we could in terms of machinery. And so people had to start growing their own food, and 40% of food in the US was grown from people's backyards. And so now that, in our day and age, things have been better. So maybe we need more victory gardens. George Brooks has built an aquaponics victory garden in his backyard with very simple parts, including a backyard splash pool. And I believe he grew over 800 pounds of produce within 1 year. So that's exciting. Next, Jonathan Reyes and his partner from Amman, Jordan, and Jonathan's our newest board member of the association. We'll be talking about liberation with aquaponics in the Middle East. The next one is very exciting. I don't know if you guys know this, maybe some of you guys that have got caught with a dime bag a few years ago, but there's a lot of aquaponics in prisons these days, and there are plans underway to grow it exponentially. So Michael McLeon and Sam Fleming, Max from the American Correctional Association, Sam's from 100 Gardens, will be talking about how, the challenges, the successes, and the plans for the future. Next, we have a live tour type of session from Hawaii, Vernon Bird, and then Tanya Sawyer and crew from the Aquaponic Source talking about aquaponics and well-being at the Mental Health Center of Denver. Again, maybe another crossover topic with this conference. All right, then we have Professor Schwartz talking about recirculating aquaculture systems. Charlie Schultz and Pedro and Frank Curry are going to be showing us a virtual tour of the Santa Fe Community College greenhouse with an emphasis on their energy and microgrid technology. A few business presentations, Ken Rust, our friend out of Louisiana who comes to our conference every year. And then Julie Ogden, who comes to our conferences every year, is going to be talking about some food safety stuff, FSMA and Global Gap. Potent Ponics, a sponsor. Thank you, Steve. Moving on, later on Friday, evaporative greenhouse coolers with Rob Torsellini. Our friend Shuman Wang is going to be talking to us about big renovations to their large commercial aquaponics farm. On the other side of the track, another panel I'm kind of excited about because I'm kind of a public policy nerd in DC. We're having a panel, which I'll be moderating, about aquaponics in public policy and specifically at the USDA. So we will have a few panelists from the USDA, one speaker from Senator Stabenow's office, and Angela TenBroeck is going to be on the panel representing commercial growers. And anyone that knows Angela well, I think we know she will represent us pretty well. Then we have a plenary panel for the whole conference. This is one I'm pretty excited about. The potential for backyard, neighborhood, residential aquaponics. How much of our food can we grow from our open backyards? Again, we're gonna have George Brooks, who has experience, Yemi Amu from Brooklyn, New York, who does residential growing, neighborhood-based growing, Vernon Bird from Hawaii, and Sam Fleming from 100 Gardens again. Then we're going to have some Ask the Expert sessions. And I want to note something here about, so here we have breakout discussions. We have breakout discussions at all of our conferences. You know, you can go and take aquaponic classes anywhere, but the Aquaponics Association is a nonprofit, and we see ourselves as a safe place for people to come and have conversations. So we always want to have places where the guests of the conference, attendees, can talk and give your input and also meet new people. And then along with that, we also have a virtual cocktail hour, which is a special type of session that Run the World, our online platform, uses, where you're matched up with other people for 5 minutes. You get to click after you see them if you like them or don't like them, and anyone you like, it makes a list of all the people you liked. Then we're going to have a presentation Friday night. And lastly, Dr. Wilson Lennard is joining us live from Australia to talk about the research needs of the aquaponics community, which I think is a very important topic, and I think could generate a lot of good ideas for taking aquaponics to the next level. So now I think I might have to do something tricky to get the next. All right, I'm going to stop share. Now I got to pull up the Saturday one. Steve, it's okay that I'm taking this much time?
Yeah,
This
no,
is
it's
all
fine.
cool.
This is the lunch break, so this is kind of in
Oh,
between
cool. Nice.
our next speakers, and for about 45 minutes, so no big deal.
Lunch break. What am I? Chopped liver? Chopped tilapia? Okay, we're gonna go on to. I'm gonna do a new screen share. All right, Saturday. All right, screen share. Yes. All right, Saturday, October 17th. One interesting thing about Saturday is we are actually hosting a workshop that's being put on by Langston University. Maybe a month or two ago, we got word that Langston University was putting on a free aquaponics seminar on October 17th. And we were like, well, you know, the aquaponics community ain't that large. Let's, you know, not, maybe we could work together here. So they are putting on a business workshop that's going to be happening within our conference, a few business sessions, an IPM session. And I'm going to be talking about something I talk about every year. Again, kind of getting into the nerdy realm, but my whole thing is, you know, we always talk about how efficient we are, but then on the other hand, if we're so efficient, then why are we also always talking about how hard it is for commercial success? You know, if it's that efficient, if it's that great, you know, you should be able to translate into commercial success. And one big issue we have is that our economy is still favoring and pushing people towards very unhealthy agricultural practices, such as monoculture and everything it entails. There are real costs associated with those things. Nutrient runoff creates dead zones. You have to produce synthetic fertilizer. You have to produce pesticides and herbicides and apply them. And there's health costs with that. There's long transportation distances. There's a whole host of issues. those lead to real costs, but in our current economy, we do not make people pay for those costs at the time they happen. And therefore, large monoculture growers, their food is artificially cheap, but at some point, there's going to be a public tab for us all to pay that we're already kind of starting to pay for these practices. You know, just the dead zones in our waterways alone, which is from about, I think, 50% fertilizer runoff, costs, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars worldwide per year. So as aquaponic growers, we know we can grow with a lot less inputs and a lot less outputs, and we can do it anywhere. We don't need to be near arable soil. And there are great cost savings to our entire planet and people by doing that, but those aren't currently cost savings that us as the producers are reaping the benefits of. Currently, we're able to grow much more efficiently, and in effect, we're getting a high five. But you can't pay your bills with a high five. So I believe it's in the interest of aquaponics growers to support efforts to quantify and account for it and monetize some of the costs of large monoculture agriculture, because that would make our products that much more cost, you know, efficient. It would be cheaper relative to those long distance products. So that's my whole thing. If it's not for you, that's fine. All right. Other track in the morning, a presentation about aquaponics in India. Again, our friends from the EU talking about organics. Design considerations from our friend Tanya and company at the Aquaponic Source. Our board member, Jonathan Reyes, talking about data monitoring. A virtual tour of Gary Ledford's greenhouse. And then Chef Matt from Foodology is going to be joining us to talk about value-added products, especially in the time of COVID, to try to, for, you know, veggie growers to boost their profit margins. This is going to be switched up a bit. The first panel is actually going to be called How Much Can We Grow? And it's, again, kind of start to try to put numbers on aquaponics efficiency and say, what do we have to be able to measure and communicate about how much we can grow? For instance, you know, everyone says 99% less water, 95% less water, 92% less water. You know, what do we have to do to actually start quantifying this so that we can communicate our case to the public and policymakers? And then after that, we'll have a half an hour. I think on that efficiency panel, we're going to have Arvind Venkat from Water Farmers and one or two other folks. Then we're going to have a commercial panel. Again, this on the screen is going to be switched a bit from 1:30 to 2. I think Tanya's going to moderate, Jonathan Van Senten from Virginia Tech does economic surveys, and then a few commercial growers talking about the future of commercial aquaponics and what do we need to do to grow commercial aquaponics. Moving on to the afternoon, on the Langston track, aquaponics business planning with our friend Cabin Smallwood, technical and economic feasibility analyses for aquaponics by Professor Kamal Ghosh. Others track, we have another STEM track here with some more tracks about aquaponics in school. Next, finishing up the Langston track, a marketing plan for identifiable products, and virtual tours of 2 aquaponics facilities. And then finishing up the other track, a presentation about aquaponics in Romania. I think this was listed on Friday. It's getting moved to this time by Brandon Yep, the Cannabis Sativa L cultivation panel. We'll have some virtual vendor booths. We'll have a fireside chat with Tanya and JD Sawyer, Ask the Expert with the Koi Koi. We'll have some more breakout discussions and virtual cocktail hour. Then we have our conference keynote, which is going to feature all speakers ages 2 to 30, because the theme of our conference is cultivating the future. So their future is longer than mine. You guys talk. And so that'll be nice because, we've all heard old people talk for a long time. So we'll have some youngsters up there. My daughters too. Maybe I can get her to stand in front of a fish tank and say something to record it and put it on there. 2 might be a bit of a stretch, but nevertheless, 30 is the limit. We'll have some night owl discussions if people want to hang online. Then I'm going to stop my share. I'm going to open up the other thing. There's Sunday. I'm going to restart the share. Yeah, let's share that. All right. And we're back. Oh, and look who it is. 9:45 Eastern on Sunday. Our friend Steve Raisner talking about his microbial little buddies. This next session, I think, got moved, combined with another session. Chris Mullins from Virginia. Joe Pate, who's speaking at this current conference, talking about aphids and spider mites. This next session, I think, got canceled. This was a presentation from Saudi Arabia about using saltwater cooled aquaponics. Maybe we'll have to catch up with them sometime. We're going to have a session with some asking questions to EU experts. Then we're back with our friend Charlie talking about a aquaponics CSA program with Nate Downey out of Santa Fe Community College. Then again, Steve, Aquaponic Cannabis Keys to Success. Some commercial sessions, a panel on aquaponics and the organic label, including Charlie, Angela Caparelli from Kentucky, Lee Frankel from the Coalition for Sustainable Organics, and I think one certified organic aquaponic grower. Becoming the lettuce lady of Bella Vita with Amy Falcone. I've been to her farm, Bella Vita Farm, near Gaithersburg, Maryland. They got the double-decker deep water culture grow beds, very nice system from the aquaponic source. And then again, our friend Joe Pate with the nitrogen paradox, which is an interesting one. I like these thought-provoking ones, Joe. Talking about moving away from UVI feeding rates for a more balanced system. Interesting stuff. All right, the next track, we have a few presentations from around the world. Then Yemi Amu is talking about aquaponics farming, food justice, and environmental stewardship from out of Brooklyn, New York. Our old friend Phil Reasons, growing a food forest with aquaponics. Anyone that doesn't know Phil, he's done some pretty impressive aquaponic stuff. We'll have our breakout discussions. Usually on the last day, our breakout discussions are kind of focused on, like, do we have any next steps? So the Aquaponics Association has established working groups, which are still kind of getting off the ground and running. The STEM working group has made the most progress so far. But again, we're a nonprofit member-based organization. We're developing online interaction methods. And so, you know, what can we do to eliminate roadblocks to more aquaponics? That's our mission. We want more aquaponics. Then we'll have a panel on aquaculture. Our friend Nick Savadoff from Lethbridge College. Bruno Sarosi. I don't know if anyone knows Bruno. I worked with him a bit in Washington, D.C. at the University of District of Columbia. Before that, he was at Superior Fresh. It sounds like he may have a big key to one of the ongoing aquaponics riddles. Unlocking all of that iron in our water without having to dose it with the other stuff, the FDP. Okay, then a panel on aquaponics research, microbial digestion for hydroponic nutrients from Joseph Tetrault from Harrisburg University. And then non-health, we started with some salty brackish action, and we're going to finish with some salty brackish action with Jill Fisk out of Kentucky State University. Lastly, the closing session, where do we grow from here? It's a pun. You know, we'll wrap up what we learned and talk about next steps. Yeah, so that's an overview of the conference. Just briefly want to, you know, tickets are on sale. If you're a small scale grower or a teacher, you can still get tickets for only $79 for the full 3 days. Pretty darn good deal. The conference has a lot of interactive opportunities, breakout discussions and instant messaging and live questions. virtual cocktail hour. And also another perk, which I mentioned when I hopped on earlier, is that everything that happens on our conference platform automatically gets recorded and given to us a few days after the conference. So all conference guests are going to have access to 100% of the conference content through the end of 2020. So during these double tracks, you will still be able to watch everything that's happening, and watch it again and again if you want. And then before I'm officially finished, I want to make a little side note just about aquaponic cannabis in general. You know, Steve is Ponics is an affiliate member of the Aquaponics Association, so we post some of their materials on our social media. And it just so happens that every time we post something aquaponic cannabis related, we get a decent share of little angry faces. Okay. So here's the thing. Our mission is to expand aquaponics growing because we believe, you know, in many cases, aquaponics will be the best way to grow in terms of environmental health, local economic growth, especially for people that don't have access to arable soil. We all know that in the coming decades, there is going to be a lot of cannabis grown on our planet. As the Aquaponics Association, we believe it would be pretty good if a lot of that was grown via aquaponics. It would just be a lot better for the planet. You'd use a lot less water. So I realize like cannabis can be a touchy issue for some people, but at the Aquaponics Association, we are supporting the practice of aquaponics. You know, if you're going to grow something, whether fish or plants, we want to help you if you think aquaponics is the right way for you to do that. So,
I think
yeah.
to add to that one thing, I think a lot of vegetable people, and especially people that maybe haven't been exposed to it, don't realize is cannabis actually has money for research that lettuce producers could never dream of. You know, lettuce people do not have the ability to test the terpene, flavonoid, and other micro, compound levels within their plant. They just don't have the funding for that. It's just not there. Their margins aren't there. Whereas on cannabis, we have to legally test every 10 pounds we produce. So the amount of data that we grow, just being legally compliant, a single cannabis grow almost produces more data in a single set than some vegetable farms do in a year, just because of legal compliance. So, and I think that that's something where the cannabis industry really has, rocketed forward on a lot of the data end of it, because we have to legally, and we don't have an option.
Well, we've seen that in our different guests on the podcast talk about that too. We had people talking about packaging or anything that ends up product based. Is that a lot of them rely, Mammoth, for instance, would have a difficult time surviving without income from cannabis growers, simply because they have the money to spend on it, whereas a lot of other products don't, but can still get the benefit of all of the science behind it to be able to reproduce it themselves or use it in other ways. So in many, many, many different ways, cannabis drives the cutting edge just with the financing to be able to do so. In more ways than just growing, but like we talked about, packaging, IPM stuff. So many people end up profiting off of the knowledge and the industry in the cannabis world then gets distributed out into lettuce growers eventually. So it's a big driving force in agriculture, despite it being illegal for so long, which is kind of funny and sad at the same time.
Good point. That was the end of everything I had planned to talk about. I'm happy to chat some more. If you
We had a question from Chad. Is Brian, how can we get involved, more involved to help aquaponics move forward? How can they get involved? Say the work groups are getting more involved with the association and help be part of the solution.
Great. We do have memberships. It's a member-based organization. I think now we have around 150 members. It's growing gradually. Memberships are $60 a year. They come with a few benefits. There are individual benefits, like you'll get access to some resources and to our communications platform where you can interact with other members. And And then it also supports the association, which we do things like, represent aquaponics in the, the media and in the policy sphere. Admittedly, we do have a lot of work to do to get our members area and resources database and communications platform up to snuff. But these are kind of the ways we do our working groups. It's been almost 2 years. We've been trying to perfect like what we want our members area to be, where members can chat with each other and share information. We're finally getting close. Just a question of bandwidth. But yeah, just getting a membership. We even now have STEM teacher memberships for only $30 a year. Yeah.
Is that my end, or did you guys lose connection?
I thought it might be mine too. I'm definitely lagging.
I guess there was an internet hiccup there. I apologize. Any other good resources out there for people? You want to talk? Maybe mention the FOA or whatever it is.
Oh, yeah, the FAO Guide to Small Scale Aquaponics. I don't even know what. I mean, it's a lot of people have it free on their website. I mean, I think we have it in our members area. I think if you just Google FAO Guide to Small Scale Aquaponics, it's like a, I don't know, 200-page document. Pretty impressive, very, very detailed. I certainly have used that one, when I was starting out. And then another good one, this is probably a higher level research one, but Springer textbooks, MDPI Springer textbooks. Do you know that one, Steve? They put out a free textbook last year, which is like very high level content.
Oh, no, I hadn't had a chance to check that out. The last book I purchased on aquaponics was Commercial Aquaponics by Dr. Wilson Lennard, who will be on the show later today. But that was the last aquaponic book I purchased.
Yeah, so if you're beginning and just want to get into searching through some more stuff, those are two great free resources that are pretty to be trusted pretty well. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for taking the time to tell us all about that and tell us about the association that helps do a lot of stuff behind the scenes and about your conference coming up here in 2 weeks. So I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Steve and Marty. Talk soon.
Yeah, and how do people find the website? And, I know I have the link here in the description, but how do people find them if they're listening?
Good point.
If they want to get to the conference or get to the, find out more about the association.
So the conference is www.aquaponicsconference.org, and our website is www.aquaponicsassociation.org. And you can email us at community@aquaponicsassociation.org.
So much appreciated.
No, thank you, Steve. Okay. Well, I'll be hopping back on to view the conference. I've seen a few presentations so far. Thanks to all the other presenters. Talk soon.
Thanks, Brian.
Yep, thank you. Awesome. Well, that's a really awesome talk there that he gave, telling us about the association. It helps do a lot of the things behind the scenes. Let me make sure I have this next thing up I want to show you guys. So we've been working on something behind the scenes for quite a long time that we're going to share here. Thanks to the hard work of Jessie, friend of the community. She helped get us set up with a whole aquaponic cannabis store. We have t-shirts, hoodies, some pretty great designs. We have a conference hoodie if you want to check it out. I make a small amount of money on this that helps pay for all the stuff that we do. And then the company that the artist that did all this, she gets the other half of the profit margin, and the rest of it just goes towards fulfillment. So yeah, I appreciate everybody out there. And, you know, if you're looking for gear, check it out. She put a ton of work into it, and we'll have additional stuff coming. I know she's got some pretty cool socks and other stuff that's coming down the pipeline, but they got a bunch of cool women's shirts and, you know, different t-shirts, aquaponic farmers, some cool aliens and stuff like that. If you're looking for something a little bit different, I think this one was one of Marty's designs. And we
Yeah,
have
big
some
shout out there. Just want to say thanks, and don't forget to check out her other stuff too. She's got a whole other store of stuff besides aquaponic stuff that, you know, I'm sure we'll trend with different people. So great store, and just really hooked us up with tons of effort to and elbow grease to get all this done and have it available for you guys. So if you want some t-shirts or some hoodies, or shoot, put a ton of thought into it, ton of work. So I want to say thanks.
Oh yeah, I definitely love the smoking tilapia shirts, and she's got what is it, Chronic Mom or something like that. Let me find
Her
it.
Royal Highness, a couple good ones.
Yeah, a couple of really nice ones. Yeah, World's Dopest Mom.
Yeah,
Couple
I
of
like that
different.
purple hoodie too.
Yeah, yeah, Royal Highness or Royal Highness. Anyways, bunch of cheeky stuff. If you want to support the community, it helps me pay the servers and stuff. Yeah, costs us a little bit of money each year to host the show, a couple $100 to host everything. So it's
Remember,
just,
we're kind of on a lunch break right now. Our next informational talk will start about 1 o'clock, right, Steve?
yep. Yep. So, and then I figured I had like 3 slides left in my presentation. I figured I'd cover that too during the rest of the lunch break here, since our other sponsor was that was going to talk after Brian was having some technical issues this morning, and we had to kind of switch that up a little bit. So we'll get them handled hopefully on tomorrow.
Seems to be the theme.
Yeah. Well, hey, we've had a couple of minor bumps, but all things considered, I think
Yeah, it's gone pretty well.
we're going great. So, but yeah, some cool little stuff there, and she's got some other great stuff for kids and stuff like that. If you want something neat, that's not aquaponics or cannabis or anything like that, especially if you're Canadian. So, anyways, and the link for that is in the description as well. Alrighty, well, let me go back here to the other presentation. We'll finish off the last few slides while we're waiting for our breeder Steve to connect here. Let me make sure you're all good to go. Marty, did you have anything else you wanted to add while we're transitioning here?
No, I just really appreciated Zenthanol. I thought that like his slides and level of presentation was just top notch, and you know, obviously he's been on the podcast before, so his knowledge is no surprise. If you guys haven't checked that out, definitely go check out that episode of the podcast where we were able to spend a little bit more time with him. But the slides and information that he provided in his deck was just great. So big shout out to him, and really appreciated his time.
Oh yeah, we've had a lot of people really come together and help us out, so much appreciated. All right. Well, this was a project I had done with a gentleman named Nick Arnold. It's him in the corner here, doing mushroom cultivation and using mushrooms for boosting CO2. The mushroom chambers here, along with adjacent mushroom incubation chambers, provided high enough CO2 levels for us to grow, increase plant growth, to the levels that we were wanting. It takes approximately 50% of the grow, a mushroom size of grow of a mushroom grow as it does your canopy space. So if you have 10,000 square feet of cannabis, you need 5,000 square feet of mushrooms. So, it's scales maybe not the greatest, but you can certainly make quite a bit of profit and move to a fully sustainable model if it's something that you want to do. And this design here at the bottom, you can see he's got the fish tanks across the bottom here. And that's where the tilapia are. Those actually are sunk down further into the ground below that. And then these chambers are above where these columns hang. This allows them to take advantage of the high humidity in here and open these panels up to harvest while allowing the CO2 to build up and then be periodically vented off from there, and the incubation chambers, which are on the other side of the wall behind where he is. So they had CO2 sensors in a set of ventilation that allowed that to build up and then vent off into the actual grow area periodically as needed. So it was kind of trick, just something different. And I want to show you guys kind of what's possible. You know, you can think way outside the box and really incorporate some things that maybe you just never dreamed you could actually incorporate with an aquaponic system and benefit from, you know, actually make money from your CO2 usage instead of having it be a cost and things like that. It's another great thing that I've been using for a couple of years now and really kind of went public with here in the last couple of months is Super Labs, what I affectionately call Super Labs. It looks beautiful, nice blue color. But this is using lactobacillus ferment to break down spirulina and kelp into phycocyanin isolate and other plant essential nutrients and compounds that the plants really love to utilize to boost both terpenes and improve overall plant growth and help with plant repair. If you have a damaged plant, a hailstorm, something, I don't know, something's getting munched on or just whatever. It's really good for healing a damaged, stressed out, or otherwise screwed up plant and getting it back to normal as fast as possible. Again, you want to use around 4 gallons of milk. You want to inoculate it with kefir, inoculate it with your lactobacillus inoculant, and then add 4 cups of spirulina and 2 cups of kelp. Mix it all together and then let it sit with a lid on it for, you know, anywhere from 7 to 14 days, depending on the temperature of your room. Generally 10 to 14 days for most batches, and you'll end up with this beautiful blue liquid that is neon blue, just a color that you can't really hardly fathom with your eyes. You can also use this beautiful blue, which is the phycocyanin isolate, as your dye. If you're into tie-dye or you're just into natural food dyes and you want to dye your clothing and things like that, this can be a great option for you know, blue dye in particular. Is a wonderful, wonderful compound. Now we strain off the blue layer. You'll have the cheese at the top. You'll have a blue whey layer right below that, and then below that you'll have your regular whey layer. You're going to siphon off that blue whey layer and utilize that in a 1 to 750 to 1 to 1,000 dilution rate for your you know, either direct dosing into the water or into the soil or as a foliar inoculant. The other thing I was going to touch on too, while we still have a few minutes left, is plant labs. So plant labs utilize, in the same way that we did lactobacillus here with the kelp and spirulina, you can use plants. So you can use stinging nettle, you could use horsetail, you could use kudzu, you could use whatever, comfrey, you could use whatever is growing in the area, and ferment them in a ratio that would unlock significantly more minerals and compounds and terpene precursors than you would with other methods. And you know, this is just one great example of some of the stuff that you can do. No one's really fleshed this out. This is kind of a direction that, yeah, you have some people doing some compost teas and stuff like that with different stuff, and that goes, you know, there's a pretty storied history of people doing that with natural farming and things like that, and sustainable farming and you know, DemPure and all that stuff, but not so much trying to hybridize it with KNF and the different fermentation methods and methods of breaking down nutrients. So by using things like the dynamic accumulator list you can find on Build a Soil or through Duke University's website as well, you can utilize things like this as cheat sheets for how to unlock nutrients. You can see here that lamb's quarter is incredibly high in potassium, and you know, stinging nettle is high in sulfur, but it's also high in but so is purslane is high in sulfur. But for silica, stinging nettle is the highest for silica. and magnesium as well. So again, just goes to show stinging nettle really across the board is really awesome. It just kind of goes to show what is your menu, what is your palette, what are my bottles I can choose from for making nutrients, or what are my mineral compounds for making my nutrient solution. And this is where some of these existing dynamic accumulator stuff can kind of be used and taken from it, and you're going to unlock different ratios by using lactobacillus instead of an FPJ, or maybe even some of the other methods that you use to break them down. You can again further utilize these to unlock things that you never had. So think of KNF more as like a machine that you can input inputs into, and all those different methods are different machines in the factory that can then convert plant inputs into other types of plant outputs that can then be utilized as fertilizers. So just something to think about in that way. And then we talked a little bit about this before, but just the nutrient subscription service, if you are having problems, I won't touch on it again, but we do have that available. All right. Looks like Breeder Steve has finally joined us here. Do you want to start a little bit early, or are you still getting set up over there? Looks like his microphone.
Audio is still connecting.
Looks like his audio is still connecting, so we'll get him sorted. Does anyone have any questions? Well, we still have a few minutes, so we're getting him sorted out.
Hey, Steve.
Yo.
There we go. I think we got your audio working now. Hopefully.
Who's that? Me? Or who?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, I just had it on mute while I walked upstairs. I wanted to make sure I was logged in early.
Oh, no worries. Just making sure you're all good. So we had a question from chat. Is that water kefir or milk? That was milk kefir I was referring to, not water kefir. Milk kefir actually does a better job than lactobacillus in terms of breaking down different plant nutrients, but also in terms of unlocking a much wider range of vitamin B. If you want to have a much bigger range of vitamin B complexes for your plants to grow faster, you'll get a much better response out of using a milk-based lactobacillus than to using just a straight airborne lactobacillus culture. So great way to help further improve your labs. Alrighty, thanks a lot for joining us, Steve. Do you want to start a little bit early?
Oh, if I'm not, didn't want to jump in on anything that was happening before. I just didn't want to be late.
We came in from the lunch break, so one of our sponsors was having little connection issues, so we had a little bit of an open 15 minutes that Marty and I were filling, so we can get started
Sure, absolutely, man. Whatever you want to talk about.
Sure. So a lot of people don't know, Breeder Steve was the first person to put anything in writing on Aquaponic Cannabis way back in 1996 or 97, way back on overgrow.net. You were using net cups with hydrogen that you were putting the fish waste on. And I remember reading that and going, oh, we can totally use this for that. And it totally got me on this whole crazy train. And here we are all these years later, and I'm talking to you on a conference of it. So it's kind of funny how that all.
I appreciate, so much how far you've taken it and shared with so many more people and made it more common knowledge. It used to be what, and now people know aquaponics. So, they've heard of it, but before they hadn't heard of it. The first time I did it was in '94 when I first moved to Vancouver. I went to a grow store that was a friend of a friend's, and I was telling them about this aquaponic system that I wanted to try out and I had wicked flour with me that I'd brought from outdoors in Ontario that buried BC Hydro. Like, people were just like, what the hell is this? Where'd you get this? And this is from back of a cornfield in Ontario. People were like, no, they just couldn't believe it. But anyway, so I had some credibility with the flour in my hand anyway. And these guys like, well, what are you looking to do out here? I said, well, I'm really keen to try out aquaponics. I've read a lot about it, but I've never seen anybody do it with cannabis. Makes perfect sense. I got to try it. So they said, well, tell you what, you build us a system in the shop, and you can take the equal amount of parts home with you. So I got to go into their shop and build the first cabinet and set them up with that. And that was out in Burnaby. And then I was able to take, the exact same materials home with the fan and the lights and everything, pumps and hoses and sprayers and whatnot. They didn't actually have sprayers because nobody was using them. They had them for aeroponics probably. But I remember that first one, all I did was put the pump, a small pump attached to 1/2-inch hard plastic line going into the bottom of the box where the roots would grow. And I just put a few slits in the thing with the razor, and that was it. They would just spray into the box. And one of the things I found easiest, the very first times I did it too, I didn't even use hydroton. I literally just had a 6-inch pot, regular 6-inch pot with a regular organic soil mix in it. But the trick was, the first times that worked fine, but then I realized there's an easy way to get these things really moving quick. And I've always done it since, was to cut 2 lengths of rope that you could feed through the bottoms of the pot and have 4 tails coming out. So those 4 wicks would hit the bottom, and you'd have 1 inch or 2 of water left there with a little plug above the drain. So there was always a bit of water there. And I'd put a little air hose fizzing away on the bottom too, just so it wasn't stagnant. And that way, if the pump went down, those things, they still had a 6-inch pot. They're not dying because I got that alone. But these huge roots that ran down, because those 4 wicks would turn into big fat white carrots really fast with just huge clumps, like brooms of roots off them. And pretty soon you just couldn't lift the little pot out of the lid anymore because the roots were twice as wide as the pot. They would be growing into the pot beside them. And I did the first ones with 4 plant spacing and like per light. And then I tried them with 36 beside it in another light. And obviously it just depends how long you veg is the main thing there. But if you're doing 4, you might want to do the screen of green. But if you're growing, which I love, is those long tall ladies, and just put them, I would even root them like sweet skunk, rooted on 12 hours so that it's already thinking flower before it goes in there. I don't want it stretching into branching in that. I just want it to be one long cola. So those I would put 36 to a light under a lid. And the same thing, even those would be in 4-inch pots with rocks. They would have those wicks going down, and they were going down, depending on the big tables I started building later, they would be about 2.5 feet deep at the deep end and maybe 18 inches to 2 feet deep at the shallow end. So there was always a bit of a slope in these big long tables. But you got a picture, even just coming out of a 4-inch pot, if you've got clumps of roots, like just coming out like that, you have a spear on top, really a spear. So that was my setup for them initially. Was really, I like the redundancy of having the wicks, and they just were a perfect guide down to that pool. And they would wick water, whether the pump broke or not. And then the pump would create the mist when it turned on and sprayed in the box. And then if I had the hybrid system with the soil pots on top, I could just hand water those too. And later on the bigger tables I did with hydroton, I had a separate spaghetti line to the top feed. And that spaghetti line ran off of the return pump that I had water flow from the aquarium into the flowering table. Then it would drain to the mothers, and they kind of catch anything coming out of the flowering tables. And then just below the mothers might be on risers, maybe 6-inch. And then on the floor, there would be a catch return bucket. So that bucket, I would put 2 sump pumps in, and one of them with the switch a little higher than the other, but they went up and joined on the same return pipe. And that return pipe to go up and over to the aquarium also had a little pipe coming off of it, which did the drip lines or the spaghetti lines. They weren't drippers, they were pissers, let's say. And So they ran off the return pump. So they got a little top watering about every 20 minutes or so whenever the return pump kicked on. And then the aquarium, I had at that room had a 3,000 watts over a 4x12 table. I'm thinking of the one in my shop. And then the 4 mother buckets, and then the return pump. And that was off a 90-gallon aquarium. And I had a float level set about a quarter of the way in. So the timer I had to come on roughly every 20 minutes for about 2 minutes, whatever it took to spray down, give it a good soaking out in the spray box, and then it would turn off. And that took it down about a quarter of an aquarium every cycle. So as the water drained out of the table through the mother buckets and then to the return, then it would get pumped back. Say 90% of it would get pumped back to the aquarium and 10% would go back on the table. And the returns I put in pipes around the top of the aquarium, and I had those pipes drilled like every inch or 2 centimeters, so that there was 80 little holes. So when that sump pump kicked on, it just shot water in like 80 little jets straight back into the top of the tank, just frothing it with air, really pulling 1,000 times more air than having a little bubbler at the bottom of it, right? It just churned it from the top on every return, so like 3 times an hour. But if the water level started to go below that quarter that was used up on a watering run, then it meant that there was some evaporation happening and you're losing some water. So the float switch there was just like you'd have in a trough for horses. And it was hooked up to a hose 24/7. And for about 3 years, I never had to physically water those plants. It wasn't until I sold that place that garden got torn down. But man, it would have gone on forever, all you had to do was go work with your plants. You never had to carry water. You never had to carry soil. You'd get the things, pull them out of the rocks, like over some Rubbermaids or something, shake the rocks back out. Usually you'd have to cut the pots apart because the roots were so grown into the wicks and the mesh pots. There was really no way to save that. I was like, what could we do? Like if they were metal or something, you could have burned them off or something, but they were just they would literally destroy the pot. They would be ripping it through because the roots are bulging out so much, right? So you'd have to cut the plastic pots off. That was the only waste in it, because I'd recycle the rocks right away. They would just go back into new pots, fresh wicks, and they would go back in the same system. It's not like you stop and clean up the tanks or, the tables. You want it all alive. It's working. You just leave it, right? So it was really a hoot to run that system, and it blew a lot of people's minds when they came in that shop, because I had the aquarium set out of the room. So it was a glassed-in grow room, and it was dialed in with digital CO2 monitors and the whole thing, and the air-cooled lights, which were the big thing at the time. And people would just sit there just stunned and look at it. And the first thing people would think of aquaponics was, well, I heard it's just good for lettuce and it won't make any weight. I had beefsteak tomatoes that were ripping the vines, just falling off them, like, well, forget about that part, because look at this, right? And you could totally pull the same weight you'd get out any other way. And it's not even all about the weight, as you know. Like back then, people were really, weight was the thing that growers talked about. It always had to have quality enough for bag appeal, basically. But other than that, how many pounds of light, right? So that was all people would talk about, as long as it looks good enough. And then there were definitely heady people that like to grow special things for themselves. But your standard commercial guy, even if it was 8 lights or whatever, half of them didn't even smoke. They just want to grow something. So the people that didn't smoke, they were just going to stick to the General Hydro and Rockwool. They got no incentive to grow something that much tastier, because the most their guy pays is 24 a pound or whatever. So they're not trying to do it for their head. They're not changing really, So there was a lot of a standard mentality, let's say, or mediocre mentality. And for me, it was really about flavor and head. I was total head stash grower for the 5 years before I even thought about moving into the commercial side of it. And at that point, it was only because the hobby seed breeding I'd been doing turned into massive demand for the seeds after I donated some. So I said, well, boy, oh boy, I should really be making rooms full of seed. That's the best thing to get everybody growing. And I started making Spice of Life seeds in aquaponic systems, you know, so that's those early seeds. I did them a lot in soil too. And over the years, probably more in soil, but off the get-go, I was doing them in my aquaponic system. Lots of fun. And I would always do it aquaponics unless there was something in my way. So sometimes it would take, okay, well, I can get the soil in real quick, but all the fittings I need to plumb this warehouse, it's going to take a little bit longer. So I might run a place for soil for a bit while I got everything I needed, like the big aquariums, even the big custom ones. Man, nice stuff. But I was really irritated when I had to leave Switzerland, where I chose to, because things were getting awkward there, let's say. But I had just got everything there to finish off the warehouse in full aquaponics with a big custom tank and everything. I did have a tank there, and I used the sweet water for watering the organic soil pots. But the big recirculating system I wanted to build this whole area out of, I just had all the fittings there, and after that summer's greenhouses, I used the warehouse to dry all the greenhouses, and then for the fall, I had everything there to start setting up. And then in like October, things got weird, so I split. But I sold the warehouse to Shanti actually, and but I had left everything sitting there to make the kick-ass aquaponic system that I'm sure never got done. So I was a little sad about that. But live and learn.
So someone asked, what's bioponics? Because you mentioned the word bioponics.
Yeah, that's what I called my system when I was building it. Because there's, you know, aquaponics is widely known, or not widely known as far as grass goes. And you could explain it to people as aquaponics. But aquaponics was really growing them without soil. And because I did a hybrid system often where I put soil pots in the top, I just said, well, I can call this something new. I'm just going to call it bioponics.
Awesome. So tell us, you're doing some really cool stuff down there in Colombia with some bioponics on a massive scale. So tell us a little about what's going on down there and what you got going on with the coachas and all the different stuff down there.
Well, it's taken a long time because the regulations are massive uphill battle, and it's really been a struggle, but we've kept it going and really exceeded as far as getting anywhere in the regulatory front. So we were the first company to register or characterize genetics, which you have to do a characterization of the genetics you've registered before you can use them commercially. And before you can use them commercially, you have to get a quota for every plant you put out. So you apply for the quotas in January, they might say, okay, you wanted to plant 20,000 Santa Marta gold seeds, you can plant 20. You know, but they don't tell you till May, you know, so they drive you nuts as far as the research stuff. And if it's under 1% THC, CBN combined, it's non-psychoactive. There's 1% the cutoff. So then it doesn't need field or security or quotas. But we had the largest THC quota in Colombia this year, a little over 100,000 plants. And I have 60 acres or 24 hectares fenced for psychoactive with 24-hour armed guards there, and you know, military grade security system. Really, it's pretty intense, and we do some phenomenal quality there but it's strictly a medical program, and it's you can't sell flowers in Colombia, so everything's got to be milled if you're selling it to another processor, or you extract it in-house. So the value we can do there is pretty exceptional. And I've kept it totally bio from day one, and really struggled to do that. You know, first we'd be buying pallets and pallets of back guano. There's Colombian guano, but now we've got bat boxes all the way around the periphery, you know, and we starting to collect our own bat boxes. And under the bat boxes, one of the other motivations for putting up the bat boxes was underneath them provides the ledge that wasps need to make a nest. And because there's lights there in the vegetative areas to keep stuff vegging, you attract every moth in the jungle, right? because we're in the boonies and there's no lights around there. Even the town doesn't have street lights. I mean, or maybe one or two if you're right into it, but not a lot. And it's, you know, very, very rural. So if you've got, you know, a football field of lights out there, you're getting insects coming that you've never imagined, right? So it's quite interesting to have those. I thought, well, we get the bat boxes going, they'll have lots to eat, but also the moths lay caterpillars, budworms in your buds, as you know, and those are totally brutal. And you'd see, I've got to get a good picture of it still, but you can see quite frequently while you're walking in the fields, wasps grabbing caterpillars out of buds and flying away with them. It's like, yeah, you know, so you're like, I want those things everywhere. So if you don't like wasps, you will not like my field, because my field is virtually protected by wasps at this point. But if you see them eating budworms, you become fast friends, you know. But they don't eat them. What they do is, and I actually just posted some pictures of these, but they take them and then they sting them, paralyze them, take them away, and they wrap them up in dirt and make these little cocoon balls, and they've laid their eggs inside the caterpillars, and then they bury them. They make these cocoon balls, so you get like these series of balls along plant trays or under tables or wherever they can find a ledge to stick them to. And there's wasp larvae growing inside these mummified caterpillars. You know, they totally desecrate the budworms, and we do not like budworms, do we? You know, so to water this place, we've dug a 3 million liter reservoir and stocked it with native, you know, fish, plants, crocodiles, birds show up. Obviously, you don't have to bring the ducks; they'll find it, you know. But it's big enough that you could go jet skiing in it. It's huge. The pump station in the middle is like an island, right? There's like a little floating island out there that you can get to on a dock, and that's a pump station. And then it pumps to, you know, a man-made hill. We're in the prairies there, so it's totally flat. So we've got, you know, from a lot of the excavation, we've got the big ledge at one side, and at the top of that we put, where was it, 10-15,000 liter reservoir up there. So if the water coming out of the pond gets pumped up to this reservoir, and then from there it's gravity down to the different blocks within the first 60 acres. But that reservoir is going to be big enough to carry the 800. I've got a total of 2,000 acres to work with there, but only secured for THC 60 acres. So it's 24 hectares secured out of the first 89 we have. And then we've got an option to expand in 2 400-acre perfect rectangle cornfields, basically. So as soon as I have my seed ready and I'm not transplanting clones, I'm going to hit those other fields of 800, the other 800 hectares. So that's something to look forward to. But I wanted to build that reservoir so big that I didn't need to build another one too soon. I'd rather have one really big one and try and sort of feed the whole farm from that. And, you know, it's somewhere, there's not a lot of beaches around here. It's in the dead center of the country. So once we have everything tickety-boo there, I'm going to get a bunch of sand dumped in the one spot so we have our own playa. It'll be a hoot. But I swear you could bloody kite surf in there if you're good enough to go back and forth. It's just, it shocks me still. I just giggle and laugh when I look at it. Like, I never, ever dreamed I would have built a reservoir this big for aquaponic use. And it's not all recycling, but the stuff from the greenhouse is being set up so that the greenhouse areas where there's some propagation, but also some seed production and that those areas will feed and drain back to that reservoir. But other than that, everything's directly sown in the fields, and the lines down the fields just put that sweet water right in the earth, and it just brings so much life to the earth. In the dry season, the water gets extremely green, like a shamrock shake. And I've grown plants there without even using anything else, no castings or compost or anything, just straight in the crappy local soil, which is garbage. It's like 5.5 pH, but still, just for fun, you can stick stick a seed or a clone in there and just take that green water and put it on and watch it grow. Like, it's ridiculous. That water is so rich in the dry season. And then in the rainy season, it can get quite clear because there's just so much fresh water coming in all the time. So it's interesting to see it. And I can't wait to have you down there. You're going to dig it.
Oh yeah, super excited. So what are some of the pest management methods aside from the wasp army? One other thing I was thinking of is I could just imagine some dudes coming in to steal stuff, coming in like totally like get decked out like to head to toe with like all the latest guns, and then just getting mobbed by the wasps and none of it matters, right? Like
Yeah.
kind of a funny scenario, but
Oh
I'm
man.
sure you're in a safe area. I didn't mean to imply
Oh
that.
my God. No. Yeah. There's just, the chances of anybody getting at that field without getting shot are extremely low. Like, there's like ex-special forces guy, 2 gates, 2 fences before you're anywhere near that field, you know? So if you can make it through those 2 checkpoints, you can have it.
If not, you catch them, they get stung by the wasps and you feed them to the crocodiles, right?
And if that's it, if we get them, they're going to the crocs, right?
They become plant food, part of the system, right?
Yeah, that's what I always said. The best thing to do with rippers is feed them to the piranhas, because that was before I had crocodiles and we just had piranhas. And then you could always take the bones and teeth and run them through the rock crusher to make great bone meal. So
There you go. You can make WC.
you grind their bones to grow your bread.
Cook it down, make your water soluble calcium. Anyways,
There's everybody's got something good in them,
right? We gotta make a Halloween story about a very proficient.
Maybe just nutrients, but everybody's got something in them.
Jason Voorhees takes up natural farming, right? Anyways, so what type of pest management methods are you using out there at that scale, especially with the jungle and everything? What is some of the stuff that you found that works, or maybe some stuff that you found that definitely doesn't work?
Well, that's an excellent question. And our go-to for plants in the greenhouse, especially, because in the dry season, that greenhouse really is too hot. It's not that well cooled, and it's hot anyway. So, and it never freezes. So you've got spider mites outdoors there, which in Canada really aren't a problem because it freezes every winter. Maybe in Vancouver or something where it doesn't, but most of Canada, you wouldn't see spider mites outside really. But down there, they're a problem, and especially in the dry season when it's extra hot and dry is when they thrive, as you know. And I get them to spray ahi aho, which is the garlic hot pepper spray. Obviously, we can grow our own garlic and hot peppers, which we've been doing, and then follow that up with diatomaceous earth. So that greenhouse, once, I don't know how often, maybe it's probably not even once a month anymore, but probably once a month before, they would get a day with the ahi aho spray and put that top and bottom. There are a couple guys walking through with sprayers, getting it everywhere. And then we would come in and just hit diatomaceous earth into fans and the puffers and just fog it so it looked white with diatomaceous earth stuck, because it's only veg plants, right? So you're not too worried about, I wouldn't do that to bud, period. But if it's all mothers and juveniles, who cares? They can be covered in DE and washes off in no time once they go out, right? But that keeps them super clean. And but they would spray with the garlic hot pepper more than use the DE. The DE would be an occasional thing. There's also some Bovaria getting sprayed. We've had root aphids is one of the nasty ones we've had, probably come in with the rice hulls, because we'd use rice hulls in the soil mix there. It's very common local, perlite substitute, which I don't like perlite. I mean, people say, oh, perlite's great. I think it works great, but you get this fine dust that is bad to inhale, and you don't really want that everywhere. It's not like it's just come out of the earth like that. Even with DE, I'm like, whatever, it just washes back down, harmless to people. But perlite dust isn't really harmless to you. DE, you still want it. You don't want to inhale mass amounts of it. You got to wear a mask if you're handling it, and goggles. You don't want it in your eyes. But I just think it's used in such a less volume than a medium is. So perlite's so ubiquitous and it does work awesome. I totally know you can put the perlite in the tray and root your clones straight in it, you know, that's fine. But coconut chips, you can do the same thing. And those are nice, but they're also a little more of a specialty item. Whereas the cascarillas, the rice hulls, they're just totally common. They're for sale up and down the highway all around us, just other farmers. And they're so
Great.
cheap, right?
Great
And
source of silica
it's the
too.
most local thing.
Great source of
that?
silica too.
Yeah, that's right. So that's a big part of our soil mix. And we usually use cocoa that is coir and strand. So, and then we have our own little worm castings, compost areas, and make some biochar. I don't know if they're still doing bokashi. They were bringing in some bokashi from a friend of a friend. I don't know if that's still on, but I haven't been down all 2020, right? I came back. It's like getting up to a year now that I haven't been able to go to the farm, which is driving me nuts because I have a really nice selection crop going on right now, and I don't get to smell the plants. I can see them, have them measured, have them analyzed, have them weighed, whatever, but I can't smell them. And it's driving me nuts. So my guys will take the camera through and show me what's going on in the field with the side-by-sides. But I think some of them will still be going in November, and I'm going to try and get back down there. I think some of the earlier ones will be down before then, but the things flower extra fast there. Like things I picture taking 8 weeks, they take 6. I can't believe it. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it myself. And I've seen it repeatedly. It blows my mind. But the light is really intense and the flower is really intense. And luckily, one of the things that was a draw about Colombia is people are allowed in the Constitution to have 20 plants. So that is better than Canada, which people are only allowed 4, and that doesn't even stand in all the provinces. It's bullshit. And 4 is a joke anyway. How could you pick 4 flavors, you know? But in Colombia, at least there's 20, and there's no restrictions like if your neighbors can see them or they're 2 feet tall or whatever. Canada had some real dumb ideas about how they were doing it. But in Colombia, you can have 20, trees. It's and you can finish the flavors that you just don't get in higher latitudes and indoors. Hardly anybody does the exciting narrow leaf plants indoors. Hardly anybody. You get a few people, and it's understandable. They're pencils, but if you can grow those pencils where they're supposed to be, boy, oh boy, they just have aromas and tastes like the kids that never see anything that wasn't kosher cookies. They just don't understand what they're missing yet, because it's not plants that you're going to grow in North America, really, unless you're totally fanatic. Like I had some in the 90s in my room in Vancouver, but they would sit there at the sides while I did 2 crops of something else. Like I could do 2 crops of grapefruit while I had 1 Santa Marta cold finishing, because there were 16 weeks and these were 8, So it was okay. I didn't care. It was just, I was keeping that for myself. I swear I didn't even share that stuff with my friends. Those pencils were so sexy and tasty. They smelled like that cherry pie filling. Like if you opened a can of cherry pie filling, it was like that. It was just like, oh, it's just so candy. And I never really, I always had a sweet spot, a sweet tooth, let's say, that I always loved the ones that had a proper sweetness to them. And it's not so much that the Santa Marta Gold was really sweet like that. It was just the high notes in the perfume and just this exotic aromas that were so like floral, but things you didn't know, things you couldn't describe. How would you describe ylang ylang and jasmine if you'd never smelled ylang ylang and jasmine, right? So it was blowing my mind. The cherry pie filling was the first thing I remember thinking about that stuff. And I've just really had a strong love affair with that plant. And then all other equatorials excite me too, generally, whether it was Angolan or Nigerian, Congo or Thai. I really get a kick out of these equatorial plants. And that's fine, just to have something different. I'm sure if I did nothing but hit those for a year, I might miss a hit of some strong kush or something, but maybe not. I really like the narrow leaves, but having a variety is everything. So being able to swap them up and switch them is great. Having variety is what it's all about. So the But for pest treatment, in a circle, I come back to a really pretty straightforward garlic, hot pepper spray mainly.
Yeah, and that heat, those narrow leaf cultivars really are key. I see a lot of people in Oklahoma and to a lesser extent when I was in Zimbabwe trying to grow like super wide leaf stuff and just they're scorched. You know, they're not made for that heat. Those leaves are just roasting and it's not made for that.
They don't get the airflow around them, you know. They need to not just to cool down, but to dry off. And the tropics are notorious for heavy duty water. When it comes down, it's torrential, right? You don't get a light rain very often. When it rains, it seems to be like a waterfall's passing over. And I remember the first time I had big plants out down there in my personal patch, and I'd been away for a bit, and I came back down, and they were small when I'd left, and they were 9 feet tall when I got back, and I was like, oh my God, these are gorgeous, big, sexy beasts. And not in the licensed farm, but just in the personal patch. And one night it poured rain so hard, it was tied for the hardest rain I've seen in my life, which was monsoon in Hong Kong. And it's really just like a lake falling out of the sky on you. It's just so thick, the water. And I thought, oh, those beautiful plants are all going to be just plastered to the ground tomorrow. There's no way they could survive this. And when I went out there the next day, couldn't even tell it rained. That it was so hot and sunny already, the ground was starting to dry out. Like, it was firm, it wasn't dusty, but it was like the plants, nothing, not even, you know, a branch out of the place. I couldn't believe it. I was like, yeah, if these weren't these plants, they would have been in trouble probably. You know, a lot of types would have been too stiff, but these were just like bamboo, and they go with it. And so you got to pick the plants for your site. But I do try everything there. And the surprising thing for me is that in the dry season, I can finish absolutely anything I take down there. There's no plants that won't finish there in the dry season. But in the rainy season, I thought, you know, probably only 20% of the plants will work in the rainy season, but it was 80% of the plants I would try there. If I took 100 different seed lines down, every time almost, I would try about 100 different seed lines. And this is the 4th year we've been doing it. And it's amazing. Only about 20% doesn't finish. And the first ones to rot were the sweet tooth, so they never get planted there again in the rainy season at least. But lots of other things finished. And some of them were surprising because they were also, you know, very tight buds that you thought, well, those are so tight, they're not going to like the humidity. But they were so tight, they were impregnable, and the water just ran off them like a duck's pack. They were just like an oiled golf ball or something. So those were nice. So you find some plants that have dense, heavy, modern hybrid nugs that are, you know, really, really rock hard. And they don't have any problems with the mold because the water just doesn't get into them. But if you have ones that are at all spongy, they're toast. You know, those usually are toast. There's the exception of those if they survive, but just that structure doesn't do well. If it's a lot of fingers, it doesn't do well too because it has too many places to trap dead bugs, I think, so that when they get wet, inside all the little fingers, all the foxtaily fingers, if you have ones like that, they'll get bugs in them and the bugs die or poop or whatever, so they'll start to rot sooner than other things too. But either the long skinny fingers, which are my personal favorites, or the really rock hard tight ones that just shed water. Those are your best bets in when the rain's coming. And when it rains there, it's traditionally, it was different this year with climate change, I guess, or God knows, but the weather's been shifting, they say, quite a bit. Like I've talked to friends with their fathers and grandfathers, they'll say, you used to always see this plant flowering April 1st. And they really have the seasons down, you know, because they've been around so many of them. And the traditional rain reports, when I looked on this area, it was 80% of the rain came in May. So I'm thinking, well, that's not so bad. You get all the rain at once, stock it up in your reservoir, and then you got pretty dry fields after that, and that's ideal. So the rain, you get some in April. There's a pretty wet shoulder season in June, but then usually you can get a couple of nice months like July and August, and then September and beginning October, they'll get another light rainy season, they call it. And then by middle of October and on to November, December. December is the hottest month of the year. December and January, but December is really considered the hottest month. But the rain wasn't 80% stuck to May in the last year, and it shifted a bit. But even from the first year, it probably was, and from the historical records, it was. But we've been getting it spread a little bit longer, but maybe not all as much in May. So it is what it is. You work with it, but you're farming in a field, so rain isn't always a bad thing. Like I really count on rainwater to veg those plants for quite a while, you know. And then in the dry season, boy, you better have water going or you could be in trouble. But it's so dry that there's grass fires around. So we don't have grass fires within the fence because everything's cleared and cleaned up pretty well. So but you see them driving to work sometimes, and you just laugh because I'll be talking with people on a show or something or online, and they'll say, "Yeah, the growing in the tropics is terrible because it's so wet all the time." I'm thinking, I've got fucking grass fires right in front of me right now. What are you talking about? You don't know anything about growing in the tropics if you think it's always wet all the time. There's a rainy season and a dry season, and in every area, it's very variable. There's some areas where it is always raining. You go to the Darien Gap or something, and it is raining all the time. But it's not the whole. There's also deserts on the equator, so you've got a real range to play with, and especially in Colombia, there's 11 climatic zones according to agricultural mapping, and we're in the Orinoquia, which is the Orinoco River Basin, which is the one north of the Amazon. So the Amazon basin is just below us. And you get a lot of the same migratory birds in that there. It's actually one of the things, it's not a well touristed area, but one of the things people go there for is for bird watching, because there's really, you see some spectacular birds passing through sometimes. And I always have to ask my guys what they are, and only one of them really knows that. The rest of them are like, I don't know, blue, it's a big azul, But I get a kick out of all the wildlife because it's stuff we don't see here. And we just had those big ant bears, the tamanduas. We just had one of those make it in, and I don't know how he got in because those fences are not nice. And he must have come through the grates we've got a stream, but I mean, he was noticed inside the security perimeter. So I'm thinking he must have come through the grates in the stream because they can't dig under the fence. We've got a meter concrete base of the fence around 60 acres. Like, it's just a ridiculous fence. And then you come in and there's another one inside that. So there's no way he went under the fence, and I really doubt he came over it because it's all barbed wired too. And they're not really a spry bear, those ones. So, but super neat with the big long snouts. Yeah, I always get a kick out of all the flora and fauna. Colombia is really a special place for that. And it's worth going for anybody that is interested in nature, because anywhere you go there, you have such distinctive environments and climates. There's the Cocora Valley. We've got the world's tallest palm trees that look like they're straight out of a Dr. Seuss picture. Like there's the closer to me, there's a Caño Cristales, which is a river of rainbows, and is in the rainy season. You got to see it, and it's all colored up. And if you hit it in Google Images, Caño Cristales, you'll be like, I have to go there, and it's just, I haven't even been yet. That's somewhere I want to go still. But when I get down there, I'm always working, and it's not as the crow flies, it's not that far, but by roads, it's really too far. So you have to plan on taking a little plane because time is always of the essence. And I just haven't made the effort yet, but in the right time of year. But I'm definitely going to do that. If anybody wants to come with me, that'll be an epic one, because that is somewhere, it is such a magical looking place that I feel like I have to do a pilgrimage there to just gobble mushrooms and swim in that river. And so you're all welcome. Please join me.
Awesome. So what are some of the differences you've noticed with aquaponics cannabis versus soil grown, or aquaponics versus other traditional methods? You've done a lot of comparison growing, especially at scale. What are some of the differences that you've noticed?
The number one thing I noticed is the texture of the smoke. And this doesn't hold true for all aquaponics, because just like hydroponics, some of it's done better than others. And if you just feed it pellets, I've seen guys doing aquaponics where they had fish pellets floating around in the reservoir long after feeding time. And you know that they're just making pellet tea, I call it, you know, where it just, then the pot smells like fish food, which is not an attractive smell. It's horrible. If you're using pellets or flakes, and you open up some goldfish flakes, think how nasty that smells. So if you just let those steep in your reservoir and you put in so many, the fish can't even finish it, your weed's gonna suck. It's gonna taste and smell like that fish food smell. But if you keep a healthy reservoir that's, you know, more real food, particularly, um, the less processed, the better. And you know, I've gone as far as throwing cheeseburgers into the reservoir, but that's another story, really. But usually, I would use, you know, feeder goldfish or feeder guppies and have them eating live food when possible, or frozen brine shrimp and stuff like that. But really, I came to see, especially once I had big Oscars in there, I just fed it like a garbage disposal. Like I could throw in, you know, anything and they would eat it. You know? But one of the easiest things to get nutrition out of the tank is simply light on the water. So over a 90-gallon, I would have a 400-watt halide, but you could also have sunlight hitting it, because you'll have algae growing. And it's really the start of everything, is when the sunlight hits the water and there's some air on an aerated rock where it's wet and dry. Boy, oh boy, stuff will start growing on that, right? And I would make a log of Steve's special blend and put that in, which was a dry mix of all kinds of organic components. And when the sun, with the either lamplight or sunlight hitting that log, it just grow into a log of algae like overnight. And it would be covered in algae eaters, because I had maybe 10, 12 different types of algae eaters in the pond, and some of them would eat the red algae, and some of them would go in the brown algae, and some of them like the fuzzy algae. And they all had the preferred algae, but when the log went in there with the dry mix, it just became this green log, and they would all sit there and just huff on it, just huff on it. But so if you can keep clean, you know, fairly natural things happening in there, you know, cheeseburger, it's real food still. It's not a flake, at least, you know, it's like, or a pellet. And the pellets and flakes are typically made of ground up fish, and they just smell like dead fish. And you don't want it to smell like dead fish. You won't get any fishy smell from an aquaponic system if you're doing it right. But the thing that sold me on it the most was the texture of the smoke done well. Is it's running at such a low ppm. There's no need for any flushing or anything, because it's just naturally ultra low the whole time, and the plant's taking what it needs all the time. It's always alive and available, but you're not force feeding it. So there's never that overfed excess consumption where the bud won't burn and it's harsh on your lips. With the well done aquaponics, the first toke, you know, you get that first toke taste down to the end. Like you want to be hitting your roach and it still tastes like the beginning of the joint. You don't want it to taste all tarry and nasty, which 99.99% of everything does, right? So you want this light texture of smoke where it's very airy and where the ash is white, not even gray. The cleaner it is, the nicer it is.
So is there any methods or techniques or things that you've figured out to solve problems in aquaponics that you've then later applied as well to your soil, in terms of methods or uses or anything like that?
I don't think so. I think the main takeaway was just to use the living sweet water on the soil all the time, rather than trying to mix up a tea. Like, it's okay to mix up a tea. I'll still mix up a tea if I want to for the soil plants. I'm not opposed to making teas for soil plants, but the living water that's coming out of the bottom of a fish pond or an aquarium, you just don't need much beyond that. Like it really puts so much, life into the soil. I can get away with perfectly delicious crops using nothing but water pumped from the bottom of a pond. It's that simple to me, I'm a very basic person. If I don't have to do a lot of calculations, don't have to carry anything, great. I like to set things up easy.
So, what are some of the other advantages you've noticed in terms of the plants? I know I'm sure you've had the same experience with the increased growth speed with the fish nutrients and the aquaponics. What are some of the other things, or that, and what are some of the other traits that you've noticed, I guess, in that kind of sphere?
There's not much beyond that, other than, maximum growth rates, like you're saying. I did lots of trials in, top end hydro, and it never exceeded, they would both, the plant reaches its potential either way. If it's perfectly healthy, it reaches the potential either way. So the yield is kind of a non-issue to me, because you can get a yield either way. It really comes down to it's easier because you don't have to monitor quite as much once it's established. When you've got it cycling through, you don't really have to do a lot in the way of monitoring. Like I said, I had a constant float valve adding water to that reservoir until they ripped the place down. So that means I never changed the reservoir. If you had hydroponics, you'd be changing the reservoir every now and then and flushing all the nutrients down the drain to help out with your algae bloom in your local lake or whatever. And with aquaponics is more eco-friendly because you're never running it to waste down the drain. You're just recycling that water when it's a closed loop. And if they run to waste, it's running to a field where it's not really waste. It's just doing its thing. So for me, it's an eco-friendly choice. It's a lazy man's choice because I don't have to add the water or change the reservoir. And I just find such a general health. There's no burnt tips on the leaves, it's just the shiny green. And if the plants are happy and I'm not doing extra work because of it, it's awesome, right? So I like to set it up so I can sit back and watch it for a while, not have to be struggling with it all the time.
So I know you did the million seed search and have grown lots of different types of cultivars in aquaponics and in soil. Is there any particular cultivars you found really excel in aquaponics, or any type of background of plants that seem to really excel?
No, I've never found any that didn't. Like it just, I know what you're saying is lots of times when you do selections, particularly from seed, if you ran, say you started 100 seeds and you took a cutting from each plant and you put one into soil and one into rock wool, some of them will do better in soil and some of them will do better in rock wool, right? That's generally the case. Sometimes you'll have the same favorite in both selections, but more often than not, one of them will shine better in one environment than the other. And with the aquaponics, it wasn't so much that, just that any accession that I used, there was none of them that went like, oh, I don't like it here. They were all doing well. So I couldn't say I had a favorite. It's I would try any accession, under any environment, and you may come out with a better selection from a population if you started the seed in one or the other. But if I'm not finding any difficulty with any plant, like, oh, I just can't grow this one aquaponically. Never seen that.
So what are some of the cultivars that you've really been working with, I guess, in the last 6 months to a year? What has got you tickled pink, or what are you really focused on with your programs right now?
Okay, out of the local stuff, which I like to cross everything with, is predominantly Santa Marta Gold or Punta Rojo. Those are my favorite of the equatorials in Colombia, really. I'm not a Mango Biche fan, really. So we've done some crosses with it, but I've never been a big Mango Biche fan. It's just something I don't like about the smell of it. And I find it's a much weaker plant. The other two are stronger plants. And the Mango Biche, at least where I'm growing it right now. And in it's more highland Columbia, and I'm more lowland. I'm not totally sea level. I'm at like 370 meters, I think, but that's nothing there. I've seen plants there up to just over 3,000 meters altitude. So 37 or 370 meters where I am that's quite low. It's considered, you know, a hot zone. And so that a lot of things, if you want to bring some, you know, high latitude CBD plants down, they might not really be acclimatized to that yet. So you're going to have to do a little crossing to hybridize them until they're more comfortable, you know. But of the modern hybrids that I've taken down, I've got a few classics going, like the Skunk Big Bud, Matanuska Thunder, and some of the other ones, Moby Dick. Those ones were from a Spanish seed lines. You know, I know that Matanuska Thunderfoot's not from Spain, but that's where the seeds came from for that. I can't remember the name of the seed company actually that those ones came from. And then from the US, I'd say the most impressive ones I've had in the last year or two have been from Sin City Seeds. So I've never met those guys. I don't know them, but I was impressed with some of their lines worked really well down there. Some of them not so much. But the ones that did really shone, there was the Platinum Delights and the Slime Cookies, the Blue Lime Pie. Blue Lime Pie, a very beautiful aroma, and it does really well as far as quality plant goes, but it's a floppy plant. So it's no good for me for production. So I can't use it in production because I need plants that are erect and stand up on their own. And the Platinum Delights and the Slime Cookies were two that were really nice high potencies. They were repelling, particularly the Slime Cookies repelled spider mites. Like they won't eat it. I had two lines that the mites wouldn't touch. And I had some of their other ones in lines beside it. There was a Treasure Island and Thunderstruck or something around it. And they were our CBD crosses, but the spider mites loved those plants and they would tent up because in the selection crops, I don't spray anything for bugs. In the selection crops, I just let them feed. And I want to see what plants, because often I find the spider mites will go straight to the sweetest plants. And then I know, oh, this is a really nice one. So I'll find the plants half the time because the mites will lead me to them. Whereas then I'll find like, wow, there's a whole row there with no mites on it and everything around it's got mites. What the hell is that, right? So then you go and check that out. So we find some really neat things when you just leave them be, you know? And if they're going to production, of course, then everything is kept as clean as possible until it goes out in the field. And once it goes out in the field, we have occasionally there might get a spray of the garlic, hot pepper, plus Bovaria sometimes. And we've got a guy with a backpack sprayer that's got this huge boom on it. Like they're just ridiculously long. It's comical. So he can walk down without taking tractors or anything in the field, and he can just go and mist Bovaria over the whole place, you know, just before it starts to flower. So we try and keep out a bunch of you know, all kinds of biologically active inputs, but at the same time trying to do more and more of them, you know, from within the farm. You got some weird light thing going on there.
Yeah, trying to get this going here. I'm having a little bit of a delay on the thing there.
Totally makes you look like a white guy.
Let me see what questions we have here in chat. Let's see here. What's the easiest setup you recommend for a beginner growing a single plant?
For anybody for their first plant, I would say just get a pot of soil, you know, and mix up some organic soil mix that's very light. And the lighter the mix, the faster the roots can grow through it. You know, if you're somewhere really, really dry, sometimes a little heavier mix is nice because it, you know, doesn't have to be watered as often. But I find for most people, their number one problem is overwatering. So if you make a light mix, you'll probably be all right. That's the best I can tell you. Keep it organic. If you can get some nice super soil, I'm sure, you know, anywhere you're allowed to grow herb nowadays, whether you're allowed or not, you still should. But when they're selling super soil, and I can't tell you which brand's the best or anything. I haven't tried any of them, but I'm sure they're all good. I mean, I really don't know. But I've always mixed it up myself. But for your first plant, if you want to just keep it super simple, I would say buy a bag of super soil and get a clone from somebody that's got good herb that you trust, that they have something special. You don't want to waste your time growing garbage your first time out. You can waste your time growing garbage once you've grown all kinds of stuff and you're just constantly looking at new stuff. But then even if it's garbage, it might be interesting just to see that it's garbage, but you're not brokenhearted because it's your one and only plant. You don't want to fuck around. You want to make sure you're going to have a nice one at the end of the cycle.
Someone asked, what's the strangest issue you've run into growing cannabis?
You leave out the human angles. That's a good question. That is a good question. I think most of the strange stuff that happens growing cannabis usually has to do with, the hassles around it due to the legal fictions that surround us. And if it's not them, it's the bloody thieves, right? So if there's not a lot interesting happening when you're doing cannabis, it's a very peaceful, quiet endeavor. I think I haven't really run into, I don't know, maybe I'm forgetting something, but I just find it zen. It's like a meditation time just to be around all the plants. And yeah, it can be a lot of work, especially when you're harvesting, and planting is a lot of work and harvesting is a lot of work, but in between shouldn't be. That's the way I look at it. I like to set it up so that they don't require a lot of daily attention. I like to set it and forget it. And I know most people like to be in there every day and sucker everything. And it's like, when I started growing, we just didn't want to get caught. That was the number one thing. So it was plant to plant, cover, I would dig a hole on a south facing slope and, just out of the reach of the average hiker or whatever, and gorilla plant. And I would put 1 to 3 plants in an area. And even if there were 3, you wouldn't see one from the other. They would just be close, but not that close that you could see one from the other. And I would dig a hole, fill it in with the good mix, and I would have no pot with me when I did that. No seeds or anything. I'm just an idiot with a shovel that likes to bury expensive soil in the bush, so fuck off. And then I would come back later or the next day with the clones or seedlings or whatever it was and stick them in the holes. And then I would take the native soil and grab it, and the grass I dug out or whatever weeds I dug out, I would just plant them back around the base of the plant and smooth it all over and try and make it look really natural. So it just didn't look disturbed, because I would see other people's and you could tell like they dug a hole and dumped in soil mix. They didn't cover it back up. So the black soil just stood out like a sore thumb with the sparkly perlite and vermiculite in it. You're just like, you're not even trying to hide it. Like, smooth it back over. And most of the drama was from just trying not to get caught. But I like to plant them. It was such a good deep hole and so much good soil that I'd give them one good water and I was gone. And I would often leave those plants and not come back until the 3rd week of September when I expected them to be ready. And I would come back with, garbage bags and a hockey bag and cutters and take them down. So I would just plant them and then I wouldn't come back to them until it was time to harvest them. So I always kind of kept that in my head going forward, is if I have to manage the crop every day, I haven't set it up well. If I've set it up well, I can just come back to harvest it. And that to me is just such a metric for efficiency. Can you plant it and just return to harvest it? If not, maybe you couldn't do more to set it up better, because if you have to hand water them every day, that's really labor intensive, and that's labor intensive sucks just from a labor effort. But when it was illegal, it was like, if I went every day, I would have got busted. It just wasn't even an option. So if you can make enough water holding capacity in a big enough hole, and you're somewhere where it's not absolute desert. Like if it was totally dry, I would never have got away with that. But in southern Ontario, you could count on through the summer getting rain 2 or 3 nights a week. There'd be some thunderstorms and that. So I would say you know, I did have plants that I would go out and see. If it hadn't rained in 2 weeks, I would go out and see some plants and take them water. But I had most of the plants I had were all a couple hours even out of town. I wasn't going back to them to water them. I was just going back to harvest them. That was it. Plant them, come back to harvest them.
Awesome. Any other breakthroughs or interesting things that you've noticed? Or actually, here's something. Do you want to touch on before we wrap up your seedless stuff at all, or on some of the work
Well,
you're doing?
sure. We have talked about the seedless stuff and the fertiles. The thing that I'm chasing right now, which I haven't done yet, but I'm working on, is I would say pretty much just as interesting, is with the apple mixes to get them to self-seed without pollen. So you trick the egg into doing mitosis instead of meiosis. So then you have a seed form. It is a seed, but it is genetically identical to the mother, the same as a clone would be. So it's not like you're selfing it, and mostly they'll be like the mother. This is the mother as a seed of itself. So it's a clone in seed form. So that's I think there's not a lot of people working on that right now. So that's something that's fun to explore. And I'm sure I will have inspired 20 more of you to try that right now. And there's different forms of the apple mixie, and the one that I have seen that we can is already a done deal. I've posted pictures of it. And that one's got bulbules. So instead of making a seed, it made bulbules, they're called, and they look like a little sprout. But the whole bud, instead of looking like a bud, it looks like a cluster of sprouts. But they don't have a white tail like seeds. They're like a curled up green ball. They're the size of a small pea. So they're a little bigger than your average seed. They look like they're like the size of a small pea, and they're curled up leaves like this on a little stalk. So you can literally take those out as little tiny cuttings, like from what looks like a bud. But those can be encapsulated as well. But that's not really the goal. Those were just flukes, really, you know. So you find bizarre mutations when you start messing with these things, right? But the apple mix is really going to be a fun one if we can make that work. I haven't seen it work yet in cannabis to seed, but it's done in other grasses. So it's the plants that it's most common in are grasses, and we call it grass for a reason, right? So it is a grain crop. And I'm certain we'll get it done within the year, I would hope, and that'll be really fun, because then it's easier than sending a clone, right? So if you have a clone only, and say, you know, I had the delicious sweet skunk clone everybody's been growing that knows it from 96 it came out, 95 or 6, I think I'm gonna go with 6, but the early 96, I think. I'm just thinking of where I lived when I planted it or made it. Anyways, that one was a recessive plant and really delicious. Everybody, you know, that liked it was welcome to a cutting and share. I say, the seeds wouldn't give you the same plant. I want everybody to have this plant because I want to see that weed everywhere I go. So I give it to anybody that wanted it and say, just promise me you'll give it to at least 6 more people, you know, and get it out there. And this apple mixes gives you the ability to take anything that's clone only, reduce it to a seed form, and still send it out as that clone. It doesn't have the variation because there's no meiosis, right? It's the same plant through mitosis. So that's my new one for today.
That's so cool. Always interesting to hear about different mutations. Oh, I didn't realize I hit the wrong button there. Always interesting to hear about different mutations and weird stuff, and super excited to see more pictures and learn more about your operation down there in Colombia. I know you got a lot of work and a lot of no one's really else doing it quite on that scale, so I'm pretty stoked.
It's fun. You know, it really, appreciate your appreciation and look forward to having you down there whenever you can make it.
Oh yeah, super
We'll
excited.
we'll time it because that million seed search is an ongoing process, obviously a lifelong endeavor. But I'm trying to arrange an annual invitational that I call the Living Library, and I'm aiming to have it for every year at the last week of November, so that anybody that's contributed a million seed search, but also any industry people or researchers that want to check it out are welcome to come down. And everything that we've got from across the spectrum in the gene pool, we'll stagger the starts of them so that they're all finishing right around December 1st, so that they should all be timed to start at December 1st.
Awesome, super stoked on that. So, alrighty, how do people find you if they want to learn more about what you're doing? They want to try and get some bud or whatever from you. How can they?
They can't get bud from me, but
I don't know if
I've started, maybe in the future, but at this point, I've got a website, breedersteve.com, that I'm just starting to put a little more content and updates on and keep people posted into what's going on.
Awesome.
Thanks a lot for having me, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming on and talking to us. We'd love to have you on again sometime.
We'll do it, Have a great day.
Cheers.
Bye, everybody.
Well, that was awesome. Always love to talk to Breeder Steve. He's always got so many good things to say and such cool stories to tell us about all different types of funky stuff. I do apologize about the Facebook beeps in the background, trying to juggle speakers and coordinate everything, but on the back end, sometimes I accidentally have that open on the wrong section. So Chris Trump's going to be talking to us now on KNF. Before we do that, I'm going to do a quick giveaway. We're going to give away some iron from True Aquaponics. So if you need some iron from True Aquaponics, you got about a minute to tell us about, to type in I need iron in the chat. And we're going to introduce Chris Trump while we're doing that. So Chris is kind of the king of KNF here in the United States, certainly the English-speaking king of KNF for sure, after Master Cho. And he knows more about KNF than anybody else that I certainly know. And he's going to talk to us about all the different wonderful ways you can use natural farming methodologies that might be relevant to it. It's going to be kind of a two-part series. He's going to talk about some stuff today, and then tomorrow at 11 a.m., Wendy Kornberg's going to talk about some different methods. So super stoked on that. Anything I missed there, Chris?
No, that sounds great, Steve. Thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, he also does a wonderful set of courses on naturalfarming.co, I believe is the website. I have it in there in the link. I might have, let me double check that. That's your website, correct? Yeah, naturalfarming.co. So definitely check that out if you're looking to take a more in-depth classes. He has wonderful week-long classes that are just incredibly informational. So, alrighty. Let's go with Jason Wooten. You just won yourself a pound of iron from True Aquaponics. Email me at potentponics@gmail.com and we will get you the iron. All right, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on. So yeah, aquaponics is something I love and got to play with a good bit. And Steve, am I on your screen?
Yep, yeah, you're center on the screen. When you're talking, it cuts to you.
Cool, sweet. So yeah, I have been out of aquaponics for about 6 years, but built a commercial aquaponic system and played with natural farming in a commercial aquaponic system. As far as natural farming and aquaponics, the way we'd like to split it up over the next 2 days is Wendy will jump in and really talk about applying some of these foliar nutrients in an aquaponic system, or just how to apply the foliar nutrients. And I'll talk a little bit about the theory today, the theory of why you would apply some of these inputs, which she'll reiterate a little bit tomorrow. But I'll also talk about ways you can, I love talking with Steve about aquaponics and the dual root zone, because that was something that we played with kind of on accident in Hawaii, and really cool and effective for growing all different kinds of things that might be more challenging to grow in a traditional floating or deep bed kind of aquaponic system. So we'll jump into kind of the different versions, or my version of dual root system, and then talk about sometimes why you would apply some natural farming things, and what you wouldn't apply in natural farming, because there's some great natural farming things for soil that you don't want to touch to your aquaponic system with the 10-foot pole. So yeah, it's fun to be able to merge these techs, and at the same time there's some pitfalls and good things to know. So we'll jump into to all of that. Steve, do you want to do are we doing Q&A at the end, or is that
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
not
we've
a
been
thing?
wrapping up about 5 or 10 minutes early, and then if we run a slightly late, that's okay too.
Cool. So that's about an hour or 45 minutes, you said?
So we have so you're good for an hour. So
Okay.
you got 55 minutes, and then we just maybe stop 5 or 10 minutes early for Q&A.
Awesome. Good stuff. So one of my favorite additions for aquaponic systems is lactic acid bacteria. One of my least favorite additions with natural farming for aquaponic systems is IMO4. With the natural farming technology, we use IMO4 for soil processes, and it's really important. It's 80% of natural farming, but in an aquaponic system, it's actually the wrong microbes for your water system. It's all terrestrial microbial life, terrestrial soil food web, which I'm sure you've heard Steve talk about. But it just really is not only not effective in natural farming or in aquaponics, I think it's actually can be detrimental in aquaponics because you can mess with the balance of your microbial system. So the thing to stay away from is adding IMO4. Believe me, I've done it. That doesn't mean though that in a dual root zone aquaponic system, you can't top dress with IMO4 in your soil layer. So I think there's definite merit to that, and that's worth exploring and playing with, depending on your system. But LAB is a facultative anaerobe, and it's great for clarifying and cleaning up. They're incredible trash collectors for, excuse me for the noise for a second. But they're incredible trash collectors for your aquaponic system. So all that kind of fish poop that kind of builds up in different places, it's incredible to get a kind of colony or a way to boost your lactic acid bacteria population periodically in your system. And I found that helped to cycle nutrients. If I was trying to get that latent calcium, I often used coral sand as a calcium that just sat on the bottom of my fish tank, and then it got pulled into solution as needed, or as it was needed for balance, which was a typical practice when I was learning with some of the people I was following on how to do aquaponics. But Steve probably has better ways to get that calcium into the system. But when we're using LAB, I found that you had something to say on that, Steve?
So, I mean, there's other ways to do it, but you absolutely can use WCA as long as you don't go totally crazy.
No, I don't use WCA. I put calcium coral sand, calcium carbonate into my fish tank, and it just sits latent as kind of sand on their bed. They play with it. The fish go down and play with it on the floor of the fish tank. But then as that nutrient's needed, it gets pulled up into solution to balance the nitrogen.
So if
That
you're gonna
was
do that on
something
an
we did.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go for it.
If you're going to do that on a larger scale, you want to make sure you put it in like a sock or a pouch, something that can be removable later, because after a while it'll leach out most of its available calcium and it'll start to absorb phosphorus over time. So it's not something you want to say add to your media bed mix, but it is something that you can add, as a hanging column and say a sump tank or something like that.
Genius. I love it. So then you can remove it out when it kind of loses its vigor and put in a fresh amount. Perfect.
Exactly.
Better application.
Add it to your compost after that, or whatever else.
That's perfect. So one of the ways when we add LAB to aquaponics system, one of the most important things that I found was to activate it. And so LAB in its jug is pretty active. You got a lot of living organisms in there. But what you can do is you can take it 24 hours before you want to use it and add it to a bucket of water, and then add some brown sugar to that water. And, for 24 hours, let the LAB sit in there with the sugar and the water, and then apply that solution that's kind of jumped, because they'll process on that carbohydrate and multiply like crazy and just kind of jump in activity. So when you're adding it in, you get the most bang for your buck for that LAB that you made, because that is a bit of a process and you don't want to just be blowing through that. So being able to add a smaller amount of LAB, 1 to 30 or 1 to 1,000, a pretty big range, and then getting it to kind of process on that sugar. And so some people aerate that sugar bucket with the LAB. Some people just let it sit, uncovered overnight, and it's enough. But I found that addition of LAB for clarifying, for cleaning up my water, especially for leafy green plants. I was growing lettuce and root ginger. That kind of processing of nutrients that the LAB do, and in a good aquaponic system, you have tons of LAB. It's latent in there, but giving that boost, that kind of jump, kind of almost overpopulation for a short time, I found was really valuable for the whole system and the clarity, the nutrient processing for the plants. I just saw a lot of great plant response to that addition of LAB. So yeah, feel free to ask questions on that if you want to play with that. That's something I really enjoyed, having that technology to use on the aquaponic system. I'll talk quickly about how we grew root ginger in our aquaponic system. We had a deep trough system, not a dual root zone system. We had a bell siphon on a gravel. We used lava rock in our kind of gravel system, our kind of waste processing system. So right out of the fish tank, it would go into this gravel system that was full of earthworms. I know some people have done vermiponics and played with it, and it's, they use the earthworms exclusively and even feed them with sometimes gnarly stuff, feeding them with manure slurries or whatnot, and the worms process it and make it plant available, and also deal with a lot of the pathogens that kind of manure can be. So not necessarily recommending that, but I know that there's some people that have great success with vermiponics, and worth a rabbit hole journey if you want to look into it. But the deep flow systems, those deep troughs, were not good for growing root ginger, just hands of ginger that you buy at the store. We grew it in Hawaii in our aquaponic system, but we had to do the dual root zone system for it to work. And so what we crafted were 4x4 baskets out of PVC, 1.5 inch PVC, thin wall PVC mostly, as it was lighter. It didn't have its own weight, but full strength or Schedule 40 PVC works too. But we made baskets with handles at the top. So it's about 18 inches, 12 to 18 inches deep of a basket, and then 4 foot by 4 foot square. And we lined it with black plastic mesh, kind of about the same size as hardware cloth, but it's a black square mesh. It's sold by aquaponics stores. Great material, held up really well, held up in water systems, holds up really well to sun. It's UV stabilized, and then filled that with cocoa and vermiculite or perlite. We like perlite better. It was a really fluffy mix for the ginger, and we filled those baskets, put an upside down pot in kind of towards the bottom, so the bottom of the pot was touching, kind of wasn't on top of media, and then planted our root ginger right on top of that pot, and then buried it with more of the cocoa and perlite. And we got about anywhere between 250 and 400 pounds per 4x4 square. It went ballistic. And so what we did is we'd start the media about 2 inches in water. So it'd soak up, it'd wick up into the cocoa, all that moisture. And that's what popped our ginger seeds. And then as soon as those ginger seeds created roots that went down past that black mesh layer of my 4x4 square by a foot to 18 inches deep, as soon as they were coming out that bottom of that black plastic mesh, we'd lift it up, support them with 2x4s that we'd screw into the side of the trough. And the entire media of that growing bed would be completely suspended out of the water, not touching at all. So it got nice and dry. And all the fibrous roots, all the feeder roots of the ginger would be down in that flow through water, pulling in all that nutrients from the fish system. And what we got from that was super clean, beautiful ginger, super easy to harvest, hardly anything to wash out, except some perlite that get caught in a joint or a crack where it grew. But we'd pull in Hawaii, we'd pull a 70% shade cloth over our ginger. It was a Agribon cloth, a 70% shade, or I think it was less than 70%, maybe it was 30% shade. Sorry about that. But ginger likes shade, and so but it would hold the canopy, all those leaves of the ginger would hold up that Agribon, and we just weighted on the side, so it would be like a floating skirt. But with the weights, it wouldn't blow away, and it was held on, it was supported by all the foliage. And it was literally, we planted once in the spring and we ignored it for an entire growing season. Ginger's planted in the spring and harvested in the fall. And we didn't have to do anything. There was zero maintenance, zero tweaking or messing with it. Once it was up out of the water, it just went. And the growth we got in that ginger, we were looking at it as a crop diversification, potential crop diversification for our macadamia nut orchard. But the system we built, though it was large, kind of a commercial size system, it was too small for the economy of scale necessary to be profitable in Hawaii. And it was kind of an experiment for us. So we loved it. It produced a bunch of food, but in the end, natural farming applied to macadamia nuts was our 20% increase that we needed to be really profitable. And it was a lot easier than creating an entire other business centered around like baby romaine lettuce. But I real quick want to talk a little bit about how we sold that baby romaine lettuce, because it might be helpful for some of you trying to market your products. What I did when we were starting out is I didn't have an idea on what the best thing for our market was as far as what I should produce. I could produce all kinds of beautiful things in those aquaponics as far as vegetables and greens go, but I didn't know what would be the highest dollar per square foot for my growing bed. And so what I did is I bagged up in nice new Ziplocs, bagged up and labeled everything I could grow that I thought were my best things. And I took it to 6 produce vendors and just dropped them off with samples on my card. And I said, hey, here's what we can grow. We can produce about 100 pounds a week. You know, what are you interested in, and what would you like to pay for it? And I got calls from all of them. And one of them was, you know, we're thinking about it. You know, we have a lot of producers, and, you know, we might be able to fit it in, and we're interested in your baby romaine, but we're not really sure exactly how much we can take just yet. And then I had another one offer me money for it, a dollar amount, like $4 a pound. And then I had another one call me back, and they all wanted baby romaine. And the third one that called me back wanted it all that I could grow for $6 a pound. And that was great. But that kind of way of letting the buyers give you, you know, I would tell them, I'm just going around to a few produce vendors in town, and this is what I can grow. I'm local, etc. And so they knew that they had competition as soon as they were looking at my product. And so they came back with a competitive price, and I went with the best paying. And obviously I wanted to make sure the relationship worked as far as flow and getting them the product. But I went with the highest paying buyer. And I let them do that. I didn't have to do that work of trying to sell it or market it as much as let them taste it, see it, touch it. And then I had a really easy time selling it, because I just said yes to the one that was the best for me as the grower. And so I think that way of going about marketing your product plays in a lot of different industries. But find the buyers in your industry, or if you're growing vegetables, find the chefs and the resorts, and give them a sample, show them what you can do, and see what they'll offer you for that. Because I think that can one, save you a bunch of time running around trying to sell your product, but two, it can help you maybe get a higher price than maybe you were expecting or would have initially asked for. So I had fun with that. In the end, if we had expanded aquaponics, we would have expanded ginger, because it was so easy to grow. I think that dual root system for growing a lot of things is really viable. We could have grown turmeric in it. In Hawaii, there's a big market for kalo, or what's the English word for kalo? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Born in Hawaii, I don't even remember English words.
I can't remember either.
Taro. Thank you. Which is a tuber, a carbohydrate, kind of like a potato, but it's a staple in Hawaii. We could grow that really well. Again, kind of dual root system worked the best. And so those root vegetables, if you're looking at incorporating them, the dual root system plays and is highly effective for growing those things. Even if you wanted it as a companion plant to some of the other stuff you're doing, I think it's super nice to have beautiful organic ginger to share with your friends. So jumping into, Wendy's going to cover the application tomorrow of some natural farming things. But what I wanted to talk about is a little bit of the theory of why we would apply certain nutrients in an aquaponic system, or just to a vegetable or a cannabis growing system in general. What are we looking for? How do we decide what of all these natural farming components to add? And so would a whiteboard be helpful for this, Steve, you think? Whiteboard might be helpful. I have one made up.
Whatever works. Whatever makes it easy for you.
30-second break.
All right. Chris is a really great wealth of knowledge. If you aren't familiar with his YouTube channel, be sure to go check out Chris Chump's YouTube channel. He has tons of long format guides on almost all the KNF inputs that are very well done. So definitely a great place. If you're wondering what some of the stuff he's talking about, is a great place to learn how to make all of them.
yeah, super easy to follow, great videos, shows that like literally every step of the way. Um, so definitely, definitely check out those videos because they're probably the easiest to follow for, especially for newbies. So really appreciate Chris and all of his free content.
All
All
right.
right.
Thanks for those complimentary words.
Professor Chris is back.
So, you know, though Wendy will cover a little bit of this tomorrow, it's a lot to swallow on first hearing. So I think talking a little bit about the theory could be really helpful for some people that really want to try this in their aquaponics system. So I am going to actually make the whiteboard center screen and move it close, and we're going to talk about it a little bit. Is that all backwards and inverted, Steve?
No, you're
You
good.
see that straight? It looks backwards on mine.
Let me
Okay, cool.
The whole thing turns yellow.
double check here on the
We'll
live.
be good.
No, the
All right.
live it's the right way on the live. You're good.
Great. Okay, cool. It's just inverted in my camera, which is fine. So, sorry for the quick writing, but this is a series of natural farming ingredients. We're going to start here. So, the nutritive cycle theory is about giving the plant the right thing at the right time. A sheet like this is just something I made up based on theory from Master Cho, Cho Han Yu in Korea. But the idea is that your plants go through a vegetative growth stage. They change over between vegetative growth and reproductive growth, and they have a stage in that changeover, and then they're in reproductive growth stage. So most people are familiar with that cycle in plants. One of the ways we teach it is we overlay it on human growth stages because we understand intuitively human growth stages. So a child, an infant, a child, and the nutrient needs of young children or adults, teenagers, they all vary. We know that intuitively as human beings because we live it. But sometimes we don't associate those stages of growth with plants. We don't think of it in the same way. But if I were to ask you, hey, what do you think of feeding, pureed steak to a 2-day-old infant? You'd say that's ludicrous. You don't feed heavy foods to infants. Well, in natural farming or in the theory of nutritive cycle, we would have the same caution in overfeeding baby plants or seedlings. We'd wait until they had both their true leaves, and even then some after that, 4 true leaves or more, before we'd really move them into full feeding. And so in that early stage, we feed them a really light nutrient mix that we call maintenance solution. And maintenance solution is kind of your base nutrient component. So that is your FPJ, OHN, and brown rice vinegar. FPJ is 1 to 500, OHN is 1 to 1,000, brown rice vinegar is 1 to 500. And that's a balanced, basic, low nutrient mix. If we're popping seeds with that, we call it SES or seed soak. I have a video on that. And if we're applying it to young plants or just as a nutrient feed, which you can apply a nutrient feed throughout a plant's life cycle with maintenance solution, it's a really simple food. The FPJ becomes the food. It's like a liquid, high quality liquid compost. The OHN is your prebiotic or your plant immunity support. And your brown rice vinegar has a bunch of latent nutrients, and it balances your FPJ. That sour, that lower, that acidic pH helps to make this a balanced nutrient where you don't get susceptible to bugs or something because you're applying too potent nutrient in the FPJ. This can be applied once a week or more. But what's cool about this basic component, or this base nutrient mix, which we use in the other stages, is that you're not giving your plants signals with this. So you can apply it all the time, and you're not going to whack them out on vegetative or how they're processing the nutrients. You're just giving them kind of a health tonic with some food. And so we go on. Wendy's going to get more into this tomorrow. So we go on in vegetative growth to bring in nitrogen, which is fish amino acid, which you can apply foliarly in an aquaponic system. You don't want to pump that into your water. None of this is for pumping into your water. This is all for very light feeding foliar up out of the water. And then in changeover, we bring in calcium phosphate. Just like a pregnant woman sometimes craves those sour, she's craving the complementary nutrients to make that, to get ready to make that, infant or to feed that baby to the bone and go through that same kind of morning sickness stage, that shift from vegetative growth to flower or vegetative growth to fruit production. And then we get into reproductive growth. And sometimes when your plants are deep green and you want them to put on structure, you bring in a calcium to help them bounce all those nutrients they've been accumulating. And so that was a very quick run through of the plant nutritive cycle theory. But I'll jump back to it here. So this is a type 3 at the top here, reproductive growth. And what we have is the ratios to bring in that calcium with our FPJ, brown rice vinegar, and OHN. And we go over to changeover, we bring in calcium phosphate. And then type 2 is our vegetative growth food. And that's with FAA, has a bunch of nitrogen, again, to push them to put on those leaves and that plant structure, those branches for being able to carry the maximum weight for, if you're growing tomatoes or you're growing cannabis or other things. With vegetables, with like baby romaine lettuce, we stay in vegetative growth stage the whole time until harvest. We just want them to push on that weight, put out more leaves and lush up, and that creates a ton of flavor, and we have a lot less need to balance, because we're not letting them go to seed where they'd be in reproductive growth. We're keeping them in that vegetative growth, kind of reaching for the sky, pushing their weight as much as possible scenario. But this is a introduction to the concepts. Again, Wendy will get more into applying it, how to apply it, etc. But I want you to know in this talk that there are tools available to you to feed your plants foliarly. And in aquaponics, we're making in natural farming, we're making everything through fermentation or chemical reactions with like vinegar and calcium, or vinegar and biochar bones, or vinegar or water and biochar sunflowers for water soluble potassium. And they're, because of how we're making them, they're so micronized that they're highly plant available through the foliage of the plant, which is awesome when you have your base nutrients constantly coming through in that water system from aquaponics, but you want the ability to feather in additional nutrients without having to put the ratio in for your entire water system. You can just put a balanced nutrient into a spray bottle and come through in foliar and get that plant's response you're looking for with some of these materials. And so, like Steve said, I'm not obviously going into how to make all of this right now, and it is a bit of a rabbit hole if this is new to you. But I do have a YouTube. If you just search Chris Trump on YouTube, you can find some 20 videos on how to make all this stuff. And then I have a website, naturalfarming.co. And that you can get some downloads for what materials you need to get on hand to make some of these materials, as well as you can get stuff like those sheets I showed you today. So if you want to jump into natural farming, the best way to do it is take a 5-day intensive class, or I guess for the first time, I'll let you know that next month there will be an online 40-hour class. I've never made that available before, so I haven't talked about it actually anywhere else other than here just now too. So that's fun. If you want to dig deeper into this, there are tons of options available to you. The YouTube's all free on how to make this stuff, and then just that quick explanation, even though it seems super fast. And with Wendy's information tomorrow, you will have what you need to give this a try. And because you're not making IMO 4, which is kind of the most complicated of the natural farming inputs for aquaponics, you can make LAB, which is crazy simple, and these nutrients, and just add to your aquaponics game. So if you're clicking along, but you would like the ability or that kind of power to bring in the right amount of nutrients at the right time, which is kind of the concept or one of the overriding philosophies of the nutritive cycle theory in natural farming, then this toolkit, you can have it on your shelf, really easy to mix up a bottle at those ratios and apply it in a timely way to your grow or whatever it is you're growing in your aquaponic system. So I had a lot of fun with it. I had some failures when I put in IMO 4. I did not like the outcome for the aquaponic system. I think it skewed things for a little while, and I needed to get it out of there. So yeah, discouraged that particular part of natural farming being applied to aquaponics. But I know that Steve's playing with some, kind of using the theory of natural farming, of taking these indigenous cultures and applying them to our growing space. I know that Steve and I have been talking for a long time about getting aquatic food web cultures and being able to apply that into an aquaponic system. Right, Steve?
Oh yeah, I've been using inoculated. Well, right now I've been doing a combination of things. One is some bags of rice that we've been putting in the river or in a moving body of water. We try not to take from still bodies of water. That's one thing we kind of noticed definitely helps balance things in your favor, unless it's a large body of water. And then also doing sugar infused sponges, so taking sea sponges, kind of giving them an infusion of raw sugar or raw sugar water, and getting them nice and sugar rich, and then putting them in an onion bag or similar type thing to collect microbes as well. Again, for you're trying to get more of your vertical slice of your biosphere, more of your seed shrimp and little copepods and all those other things that play a little bit larger role in aquatic biomes.
Yeah, and those play nicely in aquatic biomes, and because you're getting that aquatic food web, it won't have that negative effect I'm describing with this terrestrial IMO 4. It'll should move right in and play nicely as it strikes the balance with your system. So that is definitely how you can do an IMO collection. I love the sea sponge and sugar idea, Steve. That's a great concept. You could probably even soak it in some rice wash water with that sugar mix. That would be fun. Get a little more of the complex carbohydrates. Yeah, it's with the concepts in your head, if you can take the time. I love talking with Steve because these natural laws, they're there for us to partner with, and Steve's great at understanding the complex, the way these natural laws play with each other and how we can partner with them in our commercial systems. We're still trying to be farming for income, but we can use the way nature already works to shore that up or to push those yields and prevent diseases. So I love playing with that, and I love talking with Steve Raisner about it too, because we have good fun.
Oh yeah, I was just talking a little bit over the lunch break about how people should look at their bioaccumulator lists they use for some of their other types of composts and stuff like that as potential FPJ inputs for sources of data on hey, what actually is kind of high content of X, Y, and Z in my yard. There's a lot of stuff out there that's maybe people say is higher than it is, or isn't as high as it is and people think it is. I know stinging nettle really is one of the best things that you can ferment that I've noticed in terms of just nutrients across the board. But they can use a lot of existing data and hybridize it with KNF to really unlock a lot more potential out of their garden and what they already have to work with as far as inputs.
Definitely. I know Wendy loves stinging nettle the best, but she might be a psychopath because she likes the stings that she gets from stinging nettle. And I guess it's like this 20% of people like to be stung by stinging nettle, like it's some sort of positive feeling. It wasn't that way for me. So yeah, stinging nettle is a great accumulator. Comfrey is a great accumulator, but you got to be careful too. So when I tell people to select for FPJ, I discourage them, especially initially, from looking for bioaccumulation, and rather to look in their environment for what is hardy, healthy, and vibrant that grows with no help, and the bugs don't bother it, and it thrives through the drought and the rainy season, because that plant is doing a excellent job. By its appearance, you can tell it's doing an excellent job at pulling nutrients from that environment. And usually you can find free things that do that really well, things that are growing in your environment. I'm out here in Colorado working with a client, setting up a whole natural farming lab, and it's going great. And it's fall. We're moving into fall in Colorado. So what's available for FPJ? It's not the best time to be looking for FPJ things to harvest. But driving around, we identified two things that are still lush and vibrant even at this time of year. And it's this type of sagebrush that's local, that's specific to this area, that before it hardens off and gets brown is lush and green. It's like a succulent. And then there's amaranth, which grows like crazy. And so even though we didn't pencil out the bioaccumulation in those two plants, those ones are lush and green everywhere. All the wild places in this sandy soil, they're able to cycle and process nutrients. And so those plants are going to be nutrient dense. You have a great material to gain diverse nutrients for your system. But that bioaccumulator page that Steve's talking about, I've really benefited from. Steve shared it. I think it's a study by Duke University, and they listed a beautiful list of bioaccumulation and the nutrient density, or these kind of minerals that are dense in certain plants. And when I learned natural farming, I learned to make water soluble potassium, which is with tobacco stems, which in South Korea are extremely abundant. They grow a ton of tobacco. You can get tobacco stems all year long, really cheap, really free, nearly free. And so for them, it's a great source of potassium. But in the mainland US, we don't have access to a ton of nearly free tobacco stock. So I actually use that Duke bioaccumulation tool to source or to identify in nature the highest potassium accumulators that we have readily available in the mainland USA, and how to use that instead of tobacco stems is something I've just taught in the last couple of years. I didn't need it on my farm because we had a bunch of potassium from our byproduct from our farm. And so composting that and reapplying it, we were great on potassium all the time. But since I got here, people need it, especially for cannabis. It's a huge input for cannabis. And you just make that by biocharing the heads of sunflowers, those fresh growing flowers or new growing tips, or big giant full flowers full of seeds, and you throw it in a Dutch oven if you want just a simple, easy tool technique, throw it into the Dutch oven and start a fire. And as soon as the syngas stops coming out, syngas is the kind of as the organic molecules break down in the biochar process, as you're not allowing oxygen into that system, all the kind of juice or goodies of the organic bonds in that plant burn off or go through a chemical change because of the heat, and that comes out, it seeps out because of internal pressure through a Dutch oven's lid, and it'll light on fire because it's a flammable fuel. But then you're left with this super crispy, like glass sunflower heads. And those you soak 1 part sunflower head biochar. I usually use like a nut milk bag or a paint strainer, and I soak those in water for 10 days. And what happens is that mineral rich material just seeps like a tea bag, like making sun tea, into your water, and you have this highly micronized, highly plant available potassium. And so I don't have a video on that, so hence the little further explanation on how to make that one. But it's good fun to have all this free material available to you. I'm working with a client right now, and they're tripping out on how easy it is compared to the salt program they were running before. Go ahead, Steve.
I didn't mean to cut you off. We had someone asked, how would you process tobacco stems? The one thing I was going to add to that is that I would be very wary of using tobacco nightshades or squashes because of viral transfer being there's so many viruses that can transfer that that can be a problem. But I also know that
mosaic virus.
Yep. But you've had good luck with treating at least the tomato version of that, haven't you?
Yeah, we treated mosaic virus in tomatoes with 100% success with liquid IMO. We've also dealt with powdery mildew in multiple industries, wine grapes, cannabis, with liquid IMO with great success. I think you might get away with a foliar liquid IMO if you did it in a light amount, so you weren't putting a bunch of water into your system. If you were dealing with foliar diseases in your plants, a liquid IMO, then you'd have to get into the IMO process. You'd have to learn how to properly make IMO 4 or IMO 3 at least, and that's a bit of a journey. But yeah, no, we just where I'm working here today, I arrived 1 week ago to a pretty solid powdery mildew problem in the entire 700 something plants, and we're now 7 days later, and there's 0 powdery mildew. There's a couple hanger-ons that we didn't hit very well with just our physical application right on the end of a row, but the entire room is PM free with 2 applications of liquid IMO, and it's just the microbes that you're applying win that space. They beat out the small powdery mildew microbe for the leaf tissue space. They'll actually consume the powdery mildew, and it becomes a food for them to thrive. And so, yeah, definitely a thing to do. I don't know if there's an aquatic food web version of liquid IMO that you could make up and apply and get the same effects. That might be a fun experiment, Steve, we could play with. Yeah, as far as foliar diseases or viral diseases in natural farming, especially if we're growing in the ground, we're not worried about those at all, because yeah, I have lots of stories of remediation of bacterial wilt, fusarium wilt, and mosaic viruses and stuff like that, and a bunch of different crops, and we haven't had a failure yet as long as you're making good liquid IMO. If you start with crap, then you'll get crap, but if you're doing the process right, it's really simple to deal with those problems. We got time for some questions, Steve?
Yeah, one of the questions that somebody asked in chat is, is it dangerous to spray like an FPJ? Or first off, can you do FPJ with cannabis, or do you recommend that or not recommend it? And then the follow-up to that was, does making a ferment with, say, males, should you not use that on females, and vice versa? Is there potential problems or increased chance of harming by putting those hormones on those plants? What, to your knowledge, is the depth of that?
Yeah, I would strongly advise against using your cannabis as your FPJ material. Juice it and put it in ice trays or something, and use it for nutrition, or compost it. But as far as FPJ material, you're pushing those plants so hard, in kind of a unnatural way, which is okay. It's what you're doing because you're commercial farming, or you're farming for weight. It's not just, oh, it's nature, we're just going to let it grow however it wants. We're kind of pushing on those plants. We're pushing on them in their growth cycle. We're manipulating that a little bit, and as a result, I think you're constantly trying to get the right amount of nutrients in those plants. They're not going to be as nutrient rich as the random weed that's growing outside that nobody takes care of and you can't kill with a brick. That is going to accumulate a better nutrient density in its foliage and be a better food for your cannabis than some male plant, even if it's healthy. And then I would definitely be concerned with all the male hormones. If you're constantly applying male FPJ, you definitely do have male cannabis auxins, biochemicals and growth hormone present in that solution. So I would definitely be cautious of applying just a male FPJ all the time. That's use at your own risk. I know it's a plant material you have readily available, and some of you don't have a ton of wild space to go harvest things, but make it a once every 6 month trip where you take a trip down, you load up half a truck bed of everything you need for FPJ as far as plant material, and you don't have to make it all the time. Just make it once, set it on your shelf, and use it as you need it. But yeah, I would say that as far as standard operating procedure, using male plants for your FPJ is probably not the best conceptually. I think you're going to do better with just a good bioaccumulator in your area, something that's always healthy. So good question, and I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, I know. I've often done FPJ with the fan leaves just because we have so much of it. It's easy to fill 55-gallon drums and seal them up, and you can make FPJ pretty easy as long as you have the sugar around, right? So, but
no, it is convenient. I totally get that, but I think a worm farm with your male material, or just a good composting process, you would be able to top dress with that later. And get as much benefit as that can give you. But as far as FPJ is such a valuable thing, and it's so effective when you apply these concepts we're laying out of looking for your most lush in your area, your free product. That works really well, and I haven't seen the same effect with male flowers. And the people that have been doing natural farming, provided they've been doing it in soil or indoor, so I don't know of a lot of male FPJ being applied in aquaponics, so there could be something different happening there. I have limited data on that, but yeah, as a general rule, I would avoid that as your main source of FPJ. That doesn't mean you can't make it, doesn't mean it's not interesting, but yeah, I discourage that strongly. Any other questions for us, Steve?
yeah, sorry, I
We
forgot
just
my
talk
mic.
about nerdy things for a few minutes.
Right. We could go on for hours on this stuff. So I'm trying to find some other
Our
good,
own private conversation while people are watching.
right? They seem to watch it though, especially the previous one.
It's fun.
How do you charge biochar with KNF, using KNF or Jadam?
Good question. So caveat, I don't believe biochar is necessary in a system where you have decent organic matter. I think it's a waste of your time. If you have decent organic matter in your soil system, biochar is something that's highly effective in a very early. If you're kind of taking over some land that's void of organic matter, it's been torched or in poor use for a long time, and you just have sandy soil. I think biochar can be huge and really effective for helping you kind of jumpstart that soil. But if you have a ton of organic matter already, biochar is just not necessary. I think it is a waste of your time and energy. But if you were going to make biochar and you wanted to charge it, then putting a bag of biochar or like a paint strainer full of biochar in your liquid IMO system and just letting it sit in there and seep while you make liquid IMO, that could be highly effective for charging your biochar with a bunch of microbes and nutrients. I'd strongly recommend that particular technique if you are going to use biochar. Again, it's something that I think has a very nuanced or limited use. Beyond that, I think you can waste a good bit of time. Biochar is fun though, really, really fun. I made a 55-gallon drum of biochar out of the macadamia nut shells, and I had all these perfect shiny black marbles full of made from a high carbon material. And I could take this marble, this perfect black sphere, and drop it on the ground and shatter like glass. I loved playing with biochar, but in the end, I just think of all the things you can do on your farm, if you have organic matter working for you, it's just not that necessary. If you do want to look a little bit into biochar and you want to rabbit trail and some research, Master Cho did a project when he was traveling around in the Gobi Desert with tree farmers and farmers there, and he used biochar to catch the morning dew and slow release that moisture to these young plants. And they had a massive change to their agricultural community there in the Gobi Desert. So there's definitely some great uses for biochar. I just don't think necessarily that all the hype on the internet is what you need to play with.
So we had a question in chat: is your online class certified for level 1 for the KNF certs?
Definitely. Yeah. So to be a co-teacher and to come back and teach with me, to be a part of the Soilsmith Network, which is this growing community of teachers and highly skilled natural farmers, you do have to come to an in-person class. But as far as from Master Cho and CGNFY, as far as certification to teach an introduction to natural farming, yeah, as soon as you complete the online class, you have a certificate to introduce people to natural farming through classes, and it's strongly encouraged that you do, because the reality is we want to take over the world, and spreading the knowledge is how we go about that. There'll be too many of us to stop, so we'll keep sharing and keep leaving it open source so that you get an access to that, so it's not any copyrighted material. The only reason we charge for it is it takes a lot to put on educational material, to put educational material out there, have a website, and to put on the in-person class. I love the in-person classes. If you can come, the reason is I don't even care if you understand what I'm telling you. I just stick something in front of your nose and make you smell it. And because of where the olfactory sense center sits, it sits on our cerebral cortex. We remember subconsciously anything we ever smell, and the scenario, the place where we smelled it. And I don't even have to know, the student I'm making smell that doesn't even have to consciously know what I'm doing. I just keep putting stuff in front of their noses, and they leave with a Rolodex of all the right and wrong smells. And I just hijack their olfactory center to stick that all in them, and that's the best way I've figured out how to teach this, is smell, taste, touch. But you can get a ton from online, and there's people all over the world that have been I've been helping through the internet for years, and they're killing it. just with online information, and they figured it out, they played with it, they learned from doing. And so I think it's a great way to learn, especially if you can't get access. It's so limited as far as where you can go to get in-person training, that I think the online training is going to be really vital.
Absolutely. Anything else you wanted to share before? How do people find that class? What you know, where do they go if they want to find out more info about you?
That class will launch in November at the latest, but I'm giving myself till then, just because I've launched a light class, a nutritive cycle training class. It was light and not highly comprehensive, and I want this to be far more comprehensive. It's going to be nearly 40 hours of video with supporting documents, and so I just want to make sure to polish it a bit more. Last time it was just, I was encouraged by friends, just release something. You know, people want to support what you're doing, and this one I really want to see the success that comes from that education. I'm in it for the stories, you know, the farmers saying, look what we did in a year. Aaron, one of my students and a great long time cannabis grower, came to the regenerative conference in Humboldt this January, and she'd been natural farming for just over 3 years at that point. And she reported on the same land with the same genetics a doubling of their yield. They doubled their yield over a 3-year period, and now they're experiencing it again this year. And so that's a big deal. You know, they decreased their cost of inputs and doubled their yield. You know, you can't sniff at that. And that's not me trying to, you know, make somebody do something, or because I'm super, you know, homer on natural farming. That's a farmer's story. That's just their story. You know, you can go look at it, you can pick it up, you can weigh it. It's just how it worked for them. And so I love those stories. So yeah, the class is geared around more of those stories. We want the power in the hands of farmers, and I think that'll shift the paradigm. I have some fun news for you, Steve, when you wrap up coordinating at Mission Control over there. Talk to me in a couple days. I have a fun tidbit of information that I think could shift the way we understand nutrient density as a general public.
Cool. Awesome. I know we've been talking about all kinds of fun things behind the scenes and sharing secrets, and it's always fun to kind of have a small group of people you can have to kind of work together and R&D some stuff and flush it out, especially if you're onto something with people that are smarter, have different experiences in different directions. So it's always fun to have other people that actually understand what you're talking about too.
Yeah.
Well, alrighty.
Cool.
So thanks again.
We're can continue farming over here. Better get back to it. But thanks for having me on, man. And for those of you that really do want to get into the nutrients and how to apply them, Wendy's going to spend a lot more time on that, or stay focused on that in her talk tomorrow. But yeah, Steve, for your watchers, for your listeners, yeah, feel free to reach out. I'm at Soil Steward on Instagram, and my email is chris@naturalfarming.co, and I'm building people whole natural farming labs, and they're starting from, you know, day one after I arrive, with a 6-month nutrient program and the ability to make it all themselves after that. And I'm kind of enjoying that, and the stories are good. So yeah, if people want to reach out to me, you know, or even just ask questions, I answer. If you guys have reached out to me on Instagram, I answer probably way more questions than I should be able to. So keep it coming.
Especially IMO. Is my IMO right?
There's a lot of them.
All righty. Well, thanks again, man. I really appreciate it. If you guys want more information, his info is in the description.
Cool. Thanks for having me, man.
Again. Cheers.
Yeah, talk to you later. Hang up now?
Yep. Cheers. Next up, we have Dr. Wilson Lennard. He's going to talk to us about aquaponics down there in Australia. He's working on a whole bunch of cool stuff. I know he's definitely going to talk about some interesting things today. Thanks a lot for joining us. I really enjoyed your book, and I'm happy to have you on again.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Everything's good?
Oh yeah, I know it's quite early over there.
No, it's not too bad. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. So we just had a time change last night. So I got an extra hour's sleep. So it's all good.
Oh, that worked out perfect then.
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah.
Well, wonderful. Well, thanks a lot for joining us. For those of you guys that don't know, he's quite the accomplished aquaponic expert and has many awesome books, including Commercial Aquaponics, which is one of the most in-depth, top to bottom books on commercial aquaponic system design, especially, and a great source of knowledge. So definitely check it out. All right, thanks.
So I'll get into it.
Yep.
I'll share my screen. Let me just get this going. Okay, is that good for everybody?
Yeah, it's displaying on as if it's a second screen, so we can see like your notes and stuff. It'll work.
Right.
I think you see what I'm saying.
The
display settings there. Yeah, maybe hit. There you go.
Can you see that yellow box in the middle?
Yeah. Huh. Weird.
It is weird. Oh, hang on. It's going away. That's good.
All right.
All right. So, thanks for having me. It's nice to be with you all the way from Australia. Looks like that yellow box is going to come and go, which is.
I'm not sure why it's doing that. We haven't.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Well, strange.
Just turn that on. Anyway, it doesn't matter, does it?
Oh no, it's perfectly fine.
Do you want me to?
That's fine. We'll deal with it. I'll work on a solution while we're going.
I'm not sure. Hang on. What if we just look at it like that? Is that better? Is it okay?
Yeah.
We just look at it like that.
Yeah, either way works. It's not that distracting. So.
Okay. Well, we'll look at this. Right. So, thanks for having me. My name's Wilson Lennard. I come from Australia. I'm in Australia at the moment. I'm in Melbourne. I'm in lockdown. Have been for 9 weeks. So getting a bit of cabin fever, but that's okay. I have a background in science. I'm a scientist. I studied biology, got an honours degree, and then went and worked for 10 years in the freshwater ecology industry. And it was that prompted me to go towards aquaponics, because I was seeing the results of what nutrient outflows from farming has on particular environments. And I also had a background in aquaculture. So I decided to try and combine the two, and that's how I came across aquaponics. So I did some broad reading and found aquaponics and thought it was a good idea, mostly the work of Jim Ricosi in the Virgin Islands, and moved on from there and went and did a PhD in aquaponics. So I studied the nutrient dynamics of aquaponic systems. With the direction of saying to myself, At the time, with the UVI system, you needed a lot of fish to grow the plants, and I thought it could be done a little bit more efficiently. And that was born out of an economic approach, which said that if you can lower the number of fish, then you'll save on your capital outlay, you'll save on your operating expenses in terms of keeping fish, and you'll concentrate more on the things that actually make the money, which is the plants. So I went and did a PhD for that amount of time, 3 or 4 years. Passed, thankfully, and then built a small aquaponic farm about 30 miles out of Melbourne in the hills, and ran that for 4 years as a business. And in that time, I started to get people coming to me and saying, can you help me do this? So I started my consulting company, and since then I've been providing consulting services for people that want to build commercial facilities, and I've also have done a fair bit of teaching around the world. And I work in a lot of other areas as well of aquatic sciences. So I design wetlands, and I do water sensitive urban design, grey water treatment systems, black water treatment systems, anything to do with water that requires some science and is associated with natural treatment systems, I do. Okay, so let's get into the talk. So we're going to look at growing cannabis using aquaponics. I do have some experience with this. And am actually helping to design a farm at the moment, a fairly good sized farm. So, right, so as most people know, aquaponics is the integration of fish culture with hydroponic plant production. You can use a variety of different aquatic organisms to do aquaponics. So it's not just restricted to fish, but so you see things like freshwater prawn, what we call yabbies in Australia, which are a freshwater crayfish, red claw. I think you have red claw in the US. You see those things being proposed as used, but really the best animals to use for aquaponics are fish. And that's simply because of 2 main reasons. Fish produce a lot of waste when you feed them a little bit of food, and they live 3-dimensionally within the tank space. So most crayfish will live in 6 to 8 inches of water, no problems. They don't need a large water volume above them, whereas fish will swim up and down in a water column, and so you can pack more fish into a smaller volume of water than you can with crayfish or other decapods. Okay, so the aquaponic method or approach is well resolved now. It's been around for a fair amount of time. It's well proven that it works. But the caveat on that for me, being a scientist, is that it works well and it's well resolved if you use a known and substantiated method that you're applying in your design and your management methodologies. So there's 1,001 ways to do aquaponics apparently out there, and the internet substantiates that, but whether they actually work well or not is another matter. So I concentrate on substantiated designs that I know that work well and that have a scientific basis and have been proven in science. If you use the right method, then you can get productive rates of fish and plants that equal and often better those that you get in the 2 standalone industries that are related to aquaponics, which is recirculating aquaculture and hydroponics. And advanced aquaponic production really does rely on a sound and good knowledge of how aquaponics works, both in design and management. Where is my next slide? Why is this not working? Sorry, I'm having troubles with this. I'm gonna... Sorry, technology issues. Hang on a tick. There we go. Sorry about that. So I work in the space of commercial aquaponics. I don't work in the hobby scale sector or anything like that. And commercial aquaponics, like all agriculture, is moving to larger and larger facilities. So I'm working in the large facility space now. I have done and still do smaller commercial size systems, but mostly it's moving to larger stuff. And commercial aquaponics is built, of course, around producing fish and plants in commercial quantities, and so that you can make an income from them. And that you can sell those products to a market and actually make some money out of it. And for me, commercial doesn't mean anything unless you're making an income from it or a profit. So aquaponics is born out of hydroponics. A lot of people say that aquaponics is a hydroponic method, and it is to some extent, but there's similarities between the two, but then there's a lot of differences as well. In a cannabis context, a lot of the cannabis production facilities that I see at the moment use hydroponic methods, and the reason for that is, you know, everybody knows hydroponics is far more easier to control than soil-based farming. That's not to say that soil or substrate farming is not, they're not good things. Of course they are. It's just that a lot of people use hydroponics for cannabis from a historical perspective, but also because it allows that control, especially of nutrient delivery. It also allows the plant available nutrients to be directly delivered to the plant. So hydroponics uses nutrient sources that are directly plant available, and allows the other flexibility in hydroponics is that you go through several stages when you produce a cannabis plant, and hydroponics allows you to stage that and to tailor those stages so that you can get the most optimized production out of the plant. So you have things like seedling stages, which come after the cloning, vegetative stage, flowering stage, and you also have pre-harvest stages. And I'm sure you're all aware of this, so just throw in a picture or two. So in standard hydroponics, it's well-established technical approach, and you get excellent plant production outcomes, and you can do it now at commercially competitive production costs. The major thing about hydroponics is it relies on feeding plant available nutrient forms directly to the plant. So these are what are called ions. They're charged atomic particles. They can be one atom or they can be several. But the point is that they're pretty much the nutrient available in its rawest form. It's a charged ion and it's tiny, and that makes it eminently available to the plant. And the plant has uptake and metabolic systems that have evolved to uptake these, to use these sorts of nutrient forms. And so direct delivery makes it highly efficient. It also relies on stopping any sort of colonization by pathogenic microorganisms. So in most standard hydroponic systems, you see some form of sterilization applied. Very much so in larger facilities, large commercial facilities, you see sterilization is standardized, and that's usually either a form of UV or ozone sterilization that's applied. This is done because there's a lot of what's called biological space in a hydroponic system. So you have water, it's full of nutrients, and you have another life form, which is the plant growing in it. And if you have those three things put together and no sterilization system, then microorganisms just see it as something to exploit, and they come in and exploit it. And generally, pestilent species that cause problems have a higher potential for immediate migration into a system than anything else. And so they get in quickly and they take over and dominate, and that's when they cause big problems in terms of compromising production and system. In recent years, probably the last 10 years or so, in commercial hydroponic production, there's been an increase in the addition of what are called biological supplements. It started off with simple things like humic acids. It moved on to other things like plant hormones. And now it's moved into the phase of assistive microflora, which is basically adding microbiological species that do a lot of good stuff for the plant, whether it's help the plant to increase its immune response, whether they're microorganisms that actually assist the plant to uptake nutrients, all of those sorts of things. So aquaponics, whilst like I said before, aquaponics is known as a type of hydroponic production system, I actually find or think that it's got more in common with a soil-based organic culturing system than anything else. So it really is the aquatic equivalent of soil-based organic culture. And this is because it relies on supplying nutrients that come from aquatic animals, the wastes, and from fish, there's two major sources of waste. So it's a little bit different to how an organic system works. Most organic systems work in the soil, work off adding a solid waste product from an animal. Aquaponics uses gaseous waste products from fish as well as solid waste products. So it's a little bit more in depth. The important point is that most of the nutrients that a fish releases are actually not immediately accessible to the plant. So one set of nutrients are the nitrogen that a fish releases. As soon as it's converted from the ammonia that the fish releases to nitrate, which happens via a microbiological process that's always present in aquatic systems, and so it happens very quickly and efficiently, that nitrate's immediately available to the plant, just as it is in a hydroponic system. But most of the other nutrients are locked up in the solid fish waste, and the solid fish waste, when it's released by the fish, is actually not immediately available to the plant. And even if it's broken down into smaller particles, it's still not available to the plant. And I guess in an organic sense, the ultimate breakdown is when you've broken that solid fish waste down into a whole lot of organic macromolecules. They're still not available to the plant. You need something else to break them apart to make them available to the plant so the plant can uptake them, which is exactly the same as it happens in a soil-based system. You add raw manures to the soil. You rely on microorganisms in the soil to actually break those down and make them available to the plant. It's the same in an aquaponic system. You rely on developing an ecology of microorganisms in the water or on surfaces in the system that actually break down those organic macromolecules and turn them into the ionic forms I showed before that are used in hydroponics so that the plant can get access to them and use them to grow. So the other major advantage of aquaponics is that rather than adding biological supplements, which a lot of hydroponics do now, we actually rely on the available microflora and ecology in the system that's actually there because we need it to be to do the work that's required to make the nutrients available to the plants. So those microorganisms release a whole lot of other things outside of the nutrient services that they provide that assist the plant. These things have evolved with plants, and so plants release things that microflora like, and the opposite occurs. Microflora release things that the plants like and help plants in particular ways. And collectively, all of these microflora are referred to as growth promoting microflora, or PGPMs. And there's a whole lot of research going into this now because this all happens, like I say, in soil-based systems as well. So people are looking at the extent of the microflora, understanding how it develops and associates with plants and soil, or in aquaponics with the plants in the water, and trying to understand that so that we may use it to assist our growing. A few pictures of aquaponics. These are pictures from my farm, except for the fish. It was a very small farm. I grew specialty herbs and sold them into an area that was close by because there were a lot of wineries in the area and they had restaurants attached to them. So I could sell herbs at a pretty good price and fish as well. The fish is a Murray cod. It's not extensively known around the world, but it's an iconic species in Australia. It's the fish that I grew, and I was selling it for the equivalent of about $15 a pound. So when you compare that to about $1 or $2 a pound for tilapia, you need Murray cod in the US. So what do I see in current cannabis culture in terms of aquaponics? Because there are aquaponics facilities out there growing cannabis. Most of the knowledge that I have on it, and I'm not saying that I have extensive knowledge on the aquaponic culture of cannabis, but most of what I've been exposed to is that some fairly standardized aquaponic approaches are being used to grow cannabis at the moment in a commercial context. I'm sure there's people tinkering with a whole lot of different things at a small scale, but in a commercial context, it seems that most people are using standardized aquaponics approaches, and by far the most common one that I see is deep water culture or floating raft. Polystyrene boards on an open water body, and the plant roots grow into the water body and access the nutrient. My take on this is because this is most likely because deep water culture is probably the most common form of aquaponics that you see at commercial scales. And this means that in terms of buying aquaponic systems straight off the shelf and just having someone set them up at your facility and getting stuck into it, they're the most common available. So you will see some hybrid systems that have got some media beds associated with the deep water culture, but still most of the growing area is deep water culture. So I guess that's why you see them mostly. You can get production success with deep water culture. My take on it in a normal vegetable aquaponics context is that deep water culture is good for one set of plants, and that's plants that we grow for the vegetative growth, like leafy greens, lettuces, those sorts of things, fresh cut herbs. It has its limitations in terms of growing fruiting crops or flowering crops. So you don't see too many tomatoes, capsicums, or bell peppers, zucchinis, aubergines, or eggplants, those sorts of things in aquaponic culture, just because it's far more difficult to grow those sort of plants, and there are compromises when you use deep water culture to do that. And the biggest issue is due to this is the fact that controlling nutrient profiles in deep water culture can be quite difficult. So if you don't know what you're doing, there are ways to do it, but it's got its limitations. So don't take any of this as truth or anything. This is just a couple of pictures I downloaded off the internet where I found people growing cannabis with an aquaponic system. The picture on the left is indicative of what I'm talking about in terms of standardized deep water culture systems are being used. That's an off-the-shelf system that you can buy, and so it's completely understandable that someone would adopt that to grow aquaponically, and the crop looks pretty good. So, you know, it's obviously working. So, the logical method for cannabis culture is hydroponics. It's well established. It has a long industry. It demonstrates that the most appropriate growing methods are variations on standard hydroponic substrate culture. So for cannabis, you know, most people grow it in a substrate, whether that's clay balls or rock wool or coconut fiber, coir as we call it. There's several other substrates available. The reason this is done is twofold, but cannabis plants, like a lot of plants, like to actually get their roots into a substrate or a medium. That's what roots are designed for. They're designed to push their way through a substrate, normally the soil. And so when they do it, they like it. So sometimes some plants, when you just put them over a water body and there's no substrate and you're asking the plant to grow its roots directly in the water, it actually doesn't like it as much because its roots aren't doing any work. And that's what they were evolved to do. They were evolved to provide the work of moving and finding a pathway through a substrate. So if you replicate that in a system, it seems for some plants they like it more. And in my experience, cannabis is one of those plants. Also with hydroponics, as we all know, the beauty of it is that you can customize your production stages in terms of the nutrient profiles you deliver to the plants. So you can use vegetative mixture of nutrients, and you can use a flowering mixture of nutrients. You can finish the plants off by doing a freshwater flush or a slight saline flush if you want to. So, and that's just built around changing nutrient solutions over, which if you have a correctly designed system, is very simple to do with hydroponics. So it's what builds the flexibility into the system and makes it handy. And at the moment, hydroponics leads to the highest yields, whether it's cannabis or even any vegetable culture. You get far more product produced per square foot of area than you do it any other way. So my approach to things is not to reinvent the wheel. My approach to things is to look at them deeply and say, if that's a successful method, then how do I adapt what I'm doing with some small variations so I can keep the availability of the things within the already successful method at hand, and I can adapt that to my methods and therefore get the best outcome. And I say this because I don't see a lot of it in aquaponics. There's a lot of the I'm inventing something new approach in aquaponics that people seem to be drawn to. And so they try a whole lot of different things, which I'm not against. I'm a scientist. I like trying different things, but some of it seems misguided at times. And I like personally myself just to fall back on some common sense and use what's available and adapt that as best as I can, because that to me seems like the fastest pathway to success. So adapting aquaponics to substrate culture is perceived to be difficult. Like I said, most of the systems you see are deep water systems. Adapting a normal recirculating aquaponic system to use a substrate has some difficulties associated with it. There's no doubts about that. The biggest one is that the substrate will uptake some of the water and not make it accessible in the future. And so you need to be able to adapt for that. But the difficulty of adapting to substrate culture in aquaponics comes from the fact that people have tried it and have had troubles with it. And most of those troubles come from the two facts of design and management control. So most people are familiar with recirculating aquaponics, where you have water that's shared between the fish and the plant component. The water goes from the fish to the plants and then from the plants back to the fish and just keeps recirculating like that. And that's what most aquaponics is based on at the moment. And it makes a lot of sense because it's a recirculating design and it's very water efficient, it's nutrient efficient, and as long as you can get the balance between the fish and the plants right, it seems to work quite well. So a lot of people are attracted to it. As I said, though, whether you can adapt recirculating designs to substrate culture is another thing, and you've got to know what you're doing if you want to do that. So I look at things in terms of what's available to me in terms of methodologies or approaches with aquaponics, and there are two basic approaches available. There's your traditional fully recirculating aquaponics, which is the UVI system is a good example of that. And that's mostly deep water culture or floating raft does use media beds as well, often in small scale systems. But the other approach is called decoupled aquaponics. Now, both of these systems have different advantages to them. The fully recirculating approach is easier to balance in a hydraulic sense. So in terms of the water flows and the plumbing, once you get that correct, water flows quite well and in an efficient manner between the two components. It's also pretty easy to control nutrient strength in fully recirculating systems. If you have the right balance between fish and plants, and you build up the nutrients at the start with some fish in there only without putting the plants in, and then once you get to the nutrient strength that you want, you start adding plants, you can pretty much keep the nutrient strength quite level over a long period of time. These, especially deep water systems, nutrient strengths don't fluctuate much over a long period of time because the water volume is so high. However, with recirculating systems, it's far more difficult to manipulate the nutrient profile or the mixture of nutrients that are in the system. So you don't have control over things like nitrogen and potassium. Decoupled aquaponics is more adaptable to these substrate culture methodologies. And that is the attraction of it for aquaponic cannabis production as far as I'm concerned. If you can manipulate your nutrient levels to what you want for the particular staging of the plant, then it provides a palpable advantage. So the substrate culture method allows greater flexibility in controlling nutrient profiles. So fully recirculating versus decoupled, we've spoken a little bit about this, but which is the better method for cannabis? European research on decoupled aquaponics, so this is not necessarily cannabis culture, but European research for about the last 10 years has been arguing that decoupled aquaponics is better across the board. They say that it provides more flexibility in getting nutrient levels and mixtures correct, but the argument's a little bit flawed. I did a bit of a research project on this earlier in the year because I was in lockdown. I had nothing else to do. So when you're a nerd, that's what you do. You go away and look at 150 papers and decide what's going on. And when you look at the technical methods and the scientific methods that they applied, they were very poor. And the biggest issues for me is that in a lot of research, and this is not just Europe, but a lot of research scientists directly compare aquaponics to hydroponics. And hydroponics becomes the technical and aspirational standard for the aquaponics that they're looking at. And that's ill-conceived as far as I'm concerned, because they work very differently in terms of the nutrient dynamics in the system and the nutrient uptake dynamics of the plants that are involved. So I think they need to be looked at differently. And to my mind, hydroponics is not an approach that needs to be aspired to in terms of aquaponics. You need to look at it in a different way and say aquaponics has its own standards that it needs to aspire to. The other issue is that a lot of the decoupled approaches that are being developed in Europe rely on sterilization at the moment. There's various reasons for that, but it's not a good method for aquaponics because sterilization kills off all the good bugs that we need. Other people argue for fully recirculating systems in cannabis culture. Give me a tick, I just need a drink, sorry. And there's systems available and there's available knowledge, so that makes sense. So a good understanding of how both operate and a balance, along with knowing the correct design principles, is vital if you want to use either method. So here's a slide with some comparison. You can see on the left, you can set up fully recirculating systems in a number of different ways, but the basic thing is that the water goes from the fish to the plants and from the plants back to the fish, and it's constantly recycled between the two major components. You can have sludge treatment systems in there to release more nutrients, and you can have a whole lot of other things, but that's the basic principle. Whereas for decoupled systems, the water goes from the fish production to the plants and it never returns to the fish. Now, it can recirculate in the plant component for a number of days or weeks even, but it never goes back to the fish. So that's the major difference between the two. And again, you can add in a lot of different stuff. So what about nutrient control? So as we've seen, to optimize cannabis production, there's two basic stages that need some control. You have a high nitrogen stage for vegetative growth and you have a high potassium stage for flowering. And the question, I guess, is can aquaponic systems be designed and managed to control for a nitrogen or potassium stage? And my answer is yes, if you know what you're doing. You have two broad approaches available to you. The first one is you can use normal recirculating aquaponic systems and you can just have two separate systems. So you have one system to grow plants vegetatively and then you have another system to grow plants for the flowering stage. The issue with that is that you have to transfer plants from one system to another when you want them to go to the different stage, and that can be cumbersome and it's labor intensive. So I'm not sure it's the best approach. You can use a single system that is designed for nutrient control. And in this sense, the decoupled approach lends itself far better to this sort of methodology where you want to stage different plant growth phases and then customize the nutrient mixture for those different stages. So this is the sort of area that I've been moving into the last couple of years in terms of cannabis culture, is using decoupled approaches for aquaponic systems. So you need an in-depth knowledge to be able to design decoupled systems that they use different parameters than fully recirculating systems. So fully recirculating systems generally use nutrient dynamics as the control point for balancing and sizing of different components within an aquaponic system. Decoupled systems have some flexibility in the fact that they allow you to add external nutrients if you want to. So you can make up differences in missing nutrients, but you've got to be careful, because if you add too much external nutrient, then you've got to ask the question, is what you're doing still aquaponics? And that's a whole other rabbit hole we can go down in terms of trying to work out what is aquaponics and what isn't when you start to add external nutrition. The important point is that decoupled systems can be designed to use a minimal external nutrition if that's what you want. And I design systems that use either decoupled or fully recirculating that use less than 10% external nutrition. Often less than 5%. So the vast majority of the nutrients still come from the fish. And you can design decoupled systems where the one fish component can supply different nutrient profiles to individual plants. And you can do that in two ways. You can either have the one fish component and then bleed wastewater off it and then split that wastewater into two streams, one nitrogen stream, one potassium stream. That sort of approach requires you to rely on higher levels of external nutrition to be added so that you can manipulate the nitrogen to potassium ratio. And the other approach is you can have one fish component and you can have one plant component, but you can use a sophisticated nutrient doser device, which allows you to manipulate the nitrogen and potassium ratio that you deliver to the plant. Management for decoupled systems is different than fully recirculating systems. You've got to be able to balance decoupled systems both in a hydraulic sense and a nutrient balance sense to get the advantages out of it, and you've got to know how to manipulate nutrient profiles within an aquaponics context, which is understanding the chemistry of the system and being able to introduce methodologies that allow you to control things. But the outcome for me is that you can deliver both high nitrogen and high potassium nutrient streams from the one fish component or the one system. And it's the knowledge that allows full optimization of cannabis production. So if you can do this, if you know how to manipulate those nitrogen and potassium streams within the system, then that's the knowledge that allows you to optimize cannabis production and get higher yields and better quality yields. And often, in my experience, they can be better than traditional hydroponics. So thanks for listening. We've got some time for some questions, which is good. Just one resource, and this was mentioned at the start. I've got a book. It's an ebook, a PDF, and it goes extensively, 420 pages worth of extensive, into aquaponics and how to design systems from a technical point of view. The caveat on it is it's mostly about fully recirculating systems, but it gives you a whole lot of mathematics on how to size things, how to size pipe work, how to size filters, how to find the correct balance between fish and plants, the works. So if you want to build your own system, that book will give you the resources to do that. And like I said at the start, I provide services associated with aquaponics. They're listed there. And if you're interested, let me know. I do most of my work remotely now across the internet due to virus issues, but I can still do all of the work that you need. So thanks for listening to my talk. There's my contact details. And I think we'll go back to video and open it up to questions. Let me just organize that. There you go. Any questions?
All right. Let me see here. What have you noticed that's different about the aquaponics?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
One second.
That's me or...
what type of pest issues have you had in Australia that maybe...
Still can't hear you, sorry.
No, still nothing.
What's going on?
Can everyone else hear me? Or is it on his end? Is it mine?
There we go. I've got you back.
There we go. All
Windows bugs.
What type of pests have you had to deal with there in Australia?
Yeah, we've got a full suite of pests like everybody does. They're probably different ones, but some of them are the same, some are different. The biggest troubles I've had with aquaponics are leaf miner and aphids. Aphids you get a lot of when you do leafy green production because aphids love leafy greens. So leaf miner more so for things like tomatoes, stuff like that. I don't grow cannabis in Australia. There's different laws around that over here. So I've not experienced specific pest problems with cannabis, but I'm sure they experience the same pests as everybody else does. What we do have here in Australia is a highly developed integrated pest management approach because it's used extensively in mainstream agriculture. So there's more than several companies in Australia where I can buy predator insects from, lacewings, ladybugs. We also have an extensive list of native wasps that we can use as predators. So we've got a good amount of integrated pest management control available to us in Australia, and I've used those things in the past in my vegetable greenhouses.
Awesome. Have you had any issues with any of the poisonous Australian creatures in any of your time growing in aquaponics?
Oh, every Australian has issues with poisonous creatures. I think we're just more used to them, so we don't get as scared as everybody else. European people seem to be extremely scared of the poisonous creatures in Australia, but most Australians aren't. I used to catch tiger snakes and brown snakes when I was a kid. Brown snakes are probably the 4th or 5th most poisonous snake in the world. So it's what you're used to and what you're ignorant of, I guess.
I guess how quick you are too, right?
Well, that's why you do it when you're a kid and not an adult.
So it says for solids digestion, for decoupled systems, do you recommend aerobic or anaerobic digestion or a combination thereof? Or
so that's a really good question that comes up a lot. My preference is for aerobic systems, and the reason is that anaerobic mineralization or remineralization of solids will consume nutrients, whereas aerobic solids breakdown or mineralization doesn't consume as many nutrients. And so you get a better nutrient mixture coming out of the aerobic process. The aerobic process is far easier to control. So you don't have to get rid of the oxygen, which is everywhere in the air normally. So anaerobic systems required closed vessels to work correctly. And for the aerobic approach, I actually don't have to add any carbon source, whereas for an anaerobic approach, you need to add a carbon source like a molasses or a sugar or something like that. So I find the aerobic mineralization process and breakdown far easier to control and use, and have always done so. Interestingly, a lot of the people that were arguing with me about that 10 years ago in aquaponics seem to have all moved across to aerobic approaches. So I guess they're finding that it's an easier way to do things as well. The principal reason though is that it doesn't consume important nutrients like the anaerobic process seems to do. So, yeah.
awesome. Let me see what other questions we have here. Any tips you have for someone getting started and on making their aquaponic system?
Wow, that's another hour in itself. Look, my number one tip is that, and a lot of people don't like this, but be really careful where you get knowledge from for aquaponics. There's a lot of information out there, and like a lot of things on the internet, a good proportion of it is probably not that great. So be careful where you get your information. And look, this is going to sound stupid as well because I sell services in the aquaponics industry, but be careful who you buy services or equipment or system designs from, because in my experience, a lot of them don't work that well. And anyway, we'll leave it there. I won't go further into that. But
I agree.
My biggest tip would be, which when people come to me for commercial consultancy, if they've never done aquaponics before, I say go away and do it for a couple of years in your backyard and actually learn about the principles that are involved, because it's quite a complex system. You know, aquaponics is a funny thing. You can do it and get stuck into it and pretty quickly have success, and that motivates you on, which is really good. But to do it well is something different, and it requires a lot of knowledge and application. So I would say try and pick up some skill and understanding of it at a smaller scale before you commit a whole lot of your money or someone else's money to something when you don't really have the knowledge.
Awesome. One of the last question here, is it possible to control plant nutrition purely through fish feed? Sorry if this is a noob question.
So the idea of designer feeds has been around a while. One thing that I haven't mentioned is that I said in the talk, you know, everybody knows you've got a vegetative stage that likes high nitrogen, you've got a flowering stage that likes high potassium. you got to be very careful with the fish that you choose, because some fish don't like high potassium levels. So if you're going to use a fully recirculating approach and you want a high potassium concentration, you've got to be careful with the fish that you use. Yes, there's the potential is there to manipulate the feed source so that the waste stream that's coming out can be manipulated to a mixture that you like for the plants that you're growing. But you're relying on the fact that someone's going to produce that fish feed for you, and whether you can get your hands on it. And in this sense, I'm talking in the commercial context where you're feeding tens, if not hundreds of pounds of fish feed a day. So you've got to have something available to you that's practical. You can't just be feeding something that you've made yourself at that sort of scale, because it's a whole business within itself. So it can be done. It's easier to do it from the other end, though, I think, where you wait for the waste product to come out and then you manipulate that.
All righty. What fish species have you found work best in aquaponics for cannabis?
So the interesting answer to that is that the fish species doesn't really make much of a difference. You can use whichever fish you want. It's the feed that the fish eats that's important. So if that fish eats that feed and converts it efficiently and produces the waste nutrient stream that you want, then it doesn't really matter what fish species you use. So I don't think there's a limitation in terms of that. I think the limitation comes in what fish species are available in your country and how easy they are to keep in a tank situation at a middling to high fish density. And that's the major reason you mostly see tilapia used in aquaponics, because, well, you can pull one out of a tank and you can drop it on the floor and you can drop a brick on it and then pick it up and put it back in the tank and it'll swim away. So they're very easy fish to keep. A lot of other fish are far more sensitive, and it's a good test of people in aquaponics. If they can keep tilapia but they can't keep any other species, then you know that their fish keeping skills aren't that fantastic. So it also, I think, depends on the business mix. If your interest is making all the money out of the plants and the fish is really only a nutrient generator, then why not use tilapia? Because you're not selling them, you're not expecting an income from them. They're easy to keep. They produce a nice waste stream. They convert food well. They live in low oxygen. They can handle higher temperatures. So it's a good mix. So it really depends on what you want. We don't have tilapia in Australia, so I rely on native fish here, and we're very lucky in Australia. We have more than several native fish species that have been adapted to tank-based culture. So I've got a good choice. If you're in the, I guess if you're in the US and you want an alternative tilapia, go for barramundi. You can get barramundi in the US now. That's a Southeast Asian Australian species of fish, and they're very easy to keep. Got good genetics. They grow quickly. They eat a nice high protein feed. So they produce a lot of good waste. They're good converters, and they probably sell for 5 to 7 times the price as what a tilapia does. So.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot for coming on. Why don't you tell everybody again how to find you and how to find out again the website for your services and your book.
Yep. So the book, there's a link on my website straight through to the book website. My website is www.aquaponic.com.au, and everything else about me you can find there. Yeah, it's got my email address. Buy the book. The book's good.
Yeah,
and it's keeping me an income at the moment.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I know there's been a huge increase in interest in aquaponics with the virus and everyone being locked in, wanting to educate themselves. So super
Yeah.
excited.
Yep. Yeah. So thanks for having me on. I appreciate it, and good luck with the rest of your workshop.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, that was really awesome. First Australian guest. We have another one lined up tomorrow for the same time tomorrow. We'll have Murray Hollum on. So always fun to have people from the opposite side of the planet talking about what they're doing down there and just a different perspective, especially from someone like Dr. Lennard, who's written really extensive books on this topic. So very, very cool. We also have, I think we'll do another quick giveaway and thank our sponsors. Wanted to say a quick shout out to Mammoth Microbes, Spectrum King LED, Real Growers, Optic Foliar, FOOP Organic Sciences, FOOP Organic Biosciences, and True Aquaponic Store for sponsoring the conference and giving us products to give away for people. Really awesome of them to do that and try and help steer people towards products that are a little more friendly to their environment and away from a lot of the chemical stuff that's out there. So thanks a lot for doing that. Really appreciate it, and the community really appreciates it. So we had Rasta Jeff is not feeling well. I just spoke to him about 30 minutes ago, and so he's not going to be able to join us tonight. So we're going to have Wade Laughter and Dragonfly Earth Medicine are going to join us for the breeders panel. So I'm really looking forward to this. For those of you that don't know, Wade Laughter is the father of many of the CBD strains that you see out there, and he's done a lot of work with information and getting that information about CBD out to the masses, and worked with a lot of children on CBD and just lots of different things involving CBD. It's great to have him on the show. And then we also have Dragonfly Earth Medicine, who's kind of the king and queen of regenerative cannabis, and we're really grateful to have you guys on, and couldn't be happier. So thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you, Steve. Nice to see you, Josh and Kelly.
You too, Wade, and thank you, Steve. It's a pleasure to be here and to support you and to see you all and to be here today. I got stung by a bee, so my eyes kind of swole, as they say. I got good and stung up yesterday. So.
Oh no, that's not good. We were just talking about wasps earlier and on a different with a different guest. So it's kind of funny. It's been a recurring theme today. So hopefully you get better and it isn't too much of a problem there for you. What is the herbal remedy you've been using for it? I'm sure you have something, a stinging nettle maybe, or
chewing on plantain. One of the weeds in the yard is one of the first things I did, and make a paste out of that with your saliva and just put that on the eye. And so we made a poultice with plantain and and then a little bentonite clay, activated charcoal a little bit later, and
some Apis homeopathic.
Exactly, the Apis homeopathic right away. Sky went up and got that for me. Kelly had that set up, and
it was awesome. It was a big, huge hole in our field that was dug up by the bear probably earlier that morning, and the bear just found a huge, beautiful wasp nest. And Josh was filming it and got too close.
I went up to film it, and I just, usually the bees are chill, but I guess when you get your home ripped apart, it's probably not the best time to be filming. So I got told.
I'm sorry you got stung, but
it's a good immune boost.
Nice
it's
dose
good,
in nature.
Yeah, it's good for the histamine reaction and good for glandular flow if you're, don't have allergies to it. So, it's helpful for the immune response. All thankful to the wasps.
Very, very good. Wasps are great for the garden too, for getting rid of your caterpillars and other stuff that aren't so plant friendly. So definitely an ally in the garden for sure. I wanted to talk a little bit about plant breeding. A lot of people out there are wanting to get started with their own breeding programs, both soil and aquaponic growers out there, and cannabis growers all around. So I thought maybe we could start off is what kind of advice do you have for someone just getting started, trying to get into breeding? I guess we can start off with you, Josh and Kelly, and then we can rotate over to Wade.
One thing that comes to mind is just to know, you identify what you're looking for, what type of breeding you're going to do, what your environment is. Is it indoor? Is it outdoor? Is it greenhouse? And identifying, I think having an intention, in breeding makes a lot of sense, and knowing about the lineage that you're working with. I mean, it can be willy-nilly and you can make anything out of anything crossed, and there's always a magic to that, and that's the beauty of cannabis. But having an intention and knowing your varietals you're working with, and then using your environment the best, and if possible doing it, if you can do it in your backyard or in the ground and in soil under the sun and moon and stars, and do like a 1-season outdoor seed germination and breeding. That to me, that's a really beautiful way to do it and start, and just be kind of realistic about your breeding.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely incorporating and bouncing plants back and forth between your greenhouse and your outdoor to make sure that they're adapted to that local climate and getting the benefits of that local terroir and the local microbes that happen to be in your area, for sure. Do it using those IMO collections and things as well in your aquaponic system to help further mineralize things can be a great way to take advantage and really bring those things inside as well.
I also suggest a lot of us have like huge collections of seeds, and people give us seeds from all around. And if you're starting something and you've got like a whole lot of seeds, even if they're old seeds, I really suggest doing a crystal dowsing to decide which seeds that you want to plant that season. It just every year goes to show us, when we're doing the crystal dowsing with the plants, like which one is going to be the best varietals this year. It always tells us. This year it was the glazed ghost. Yeah, the glazed ghost, and the dowsing every time just went crazy over the seeds. We planted a whole bunch of them, and also, moon planting as well. When they do go into the ground, make sure that it's a nice water moon, and it's a waning. So that's helpful, waning water moon for planting best varietals.
Well, what about you, Wade?
A lot what Josh and Kelly said. I pay attention to the moon cycles and use the biodynamic planting calendar. I really liked Josh's observation about intention, because that's really been back when Harlequin happened, I realized that CBD plants were going to be of interest to people. And I also decided that THC was probably would be taken care of by many of the other folks that are out there doing this work. And part of what happened for me as I got to know people who actually truly needed cannabis to treat some condition they were suffering from, it really became important to recognize that when germinating seeds and putting plants in the ground and selecting plants, that my thoughts were often with those persons that I was hoping would see benefit from what we were doing. And I can't point to science that says that has anything to do with what you get, but it is my experience that it has something to do with what you get. It's really about what are you looking for? And then that's where, as Josh was mentioning, look at the lineage that you're working with. What are the genetics of the plant that you're using as the mother? What are the genetics of the plant you're using as the father? How might those genetics help each other? How might they be a contradiction to each other? And the thing that's beautiful is cannabis is so insanely elastic, if you will, in its genetics. You can create all kinds of versions of the traditional classic cannabis plant. I have to say that one of the things that is kind of sad to me as I've watched the breeding of the cannabis plant and the various expressions of it you find around the cannabis space is most people are either focused primarily on THC things or focused on just CBD things. And in working with people who really need cannabis to sustain them, we have found again and again that what we refer to as type 2 cannabis, or cannabis has THC and CBD and other cannabinoids in it, along with the terpenes, is where we really see the greatest benefit. And so, like many breeders, when I'm looking for females and males that I want to cross with each other, yes, when I can, I have access to lab results of what those plants are likely to give in terms of cannabinoids. But I'm also looking at the structure of the plant. How well is it doing in the environment that I can offer them? How does it smell? Is the plant happy in the circumstances I can offer it? And if it is, then that's a plant of interest to me, because one of the things I've realized is the different genetic expressions of cannabis can do really well in my garden, and other versions of cannabis do really poorly. And I think it has a lot to do with the environmental conditions and the soil food web that I can offer them. I've loved some of the conversation I've heard today about making your own inputs and how to feed your system. And so much of what was being shared really applies also to soil. And I'm not an aquaponics farmer. I've had friends who have done it, and I have a big wild nature pond on our property that has a bunch of fish and plants and all kinds of beauty going on. And we use that water to water our food forest. But the state of California has very strict laws about water and cannabis, and no, we can't use it on our cannabis. It's kind of fascinating. So that's kind of where I come from on the breeding thing. Is really I'm looking for things that help a child that has seizures, or a friend that has colon cancer, or multiple sclerosis, or the conditions. They're so varied and wide that cannabis seems to provide some benefit for. And that's really, I would ask more and more breeders to really think about that, pay attention to that. And of course, there's undeniable therapeutic benefit in the part of the cannabis plant that I most enjoy, which is the psychoactivity. It's really a beautiful thing. And THC has many therapeutic properties. And many people are scared of psychoactivity because, like many medicines, cannabis is very dose dependent. A small dose, or one puff on a joint, if you will, is going to give you a considerably different experience than smoking the whole thing all by yourself when it's top shelf flower. They're just really different experiences, and both are valid. It's really a question of which one are you looking for. And most people, a lot of people that I encounter, are interested in the therapeutic benefit of cannabis without the psychoactivity. And I try and educate them on the importance of THC. But what's true is any medicine that you might formulate for someone, it's up to them if they're going to use it. It doesn't do them any good sitting in the bottle or in the jar that you made for them if they don't use it. So you really have to find the preparation that works for the end user. And that's been a guiding principle in my breeding for a number of years now. So I'll stop. What do you got, Josh?
Nothing other than love. I have a lot of love for what you just said, and appreciation for, your approach and your wisdom and everything. So I'll just stoked to let that be. That was good. Important, wise words.
On that note, what cultivars have you found that have been very therapeutic for maybe a wide range of people out there that There's a lot of people watching this because they have a family member who's sick, or because they are wanting to get into this and start creating maybe their area newly legalized or their country newly legalized, and they want to be part of this. What are some of the cultivars that you've really seen that help people?
Well, historically, going back a number of years, Harlequin, of course, seemed to provide a wide range of benefits to a large number of people. It's increasingly hard to find. I don't have any Harlequin on my farm at this point. I know folks in the area who are still working with it. And she was a wonderful plant. AC/DC is one that's fairly well known, but is a really interesting plant because when you start talking about, there's so many benefits that AC/DC seems to offer, particularly for seizure disorders and neurological pain, peripheral neuropathy, those kind of things. And it has very little THC, so it's the psychoactivity is not much of an issue for many of the folks who use it. One of the things that's most interesting about AC/DC is it taught me something about the importance of environment for cannabis plants. AC/DC is out of Cannatonic originally, is my understanding. It was first identified on the Mendocino coast of California, where the humidity is typically 60% or more. Temperatures rarely get above 80 degrees. Fog is a frequent feature. And in those conditions, AC/DC grows really beautifully. It's a traditional, almost indica type plant. It's a cross of indica and sativas based on leaf structure and morphology of the plant. But when you bring AC/DC to my garden, I'm at about 1,000 meters above sea level in the Sierra Nevada mountains. Our daytime temperatures in the summertime get up into the 90s pretty routinely. Our humidity is in the low teens or even single digits. And in these conditions, AC/DC grows like a fern. It can barely hold its own weight up when you flower it. So, and I just thought, oh, it's a symptom of this, it's a characteristic of this plant. This is just the way it is. And that was the first 3 years I grew it. But then a friend showed me some AC/DC that he had growing indoors. And his climate control was mimicking what's available on the Mendocino coast. And so the last year I grew AC/DC, we put up 60% shade fabric structure over four little cuts that I put out in around June 15th. They were about 6 inches tall, and lightly watered, misted the deep ground mulch that we had. And we've been doing lasagna bed type regenerative practices here for a number of years. So they had a good place to start. And we kept the soil top layer mulch pretty moist through the summer. So there was relative humidity inside that shade structure. They were getting enough light that they got to be 5 feet tall and 6 or 7 feet wide. And we got, I think it was 16 pounds, like 7,000 some grams out of those four little plants. And we took the shade fabric off in September. And yeah, it grew like a more traditional cannabis plant. So if you have high humidity and low temperatures, AC/DC is a great one. We've had some good luck with some of the things that Lawrence Ringo did. Harley Sue, Sour Tsunami. His conditions in southern Humboldt were similar to our own here in Nevada County. There were a pair of cultivars that came by a couple of years ago called Remedy and Therapy that both did real well here. Both high CBD, low THC with some other what are known as minor cannabinoids, if you will. Medihaze out of Rosin Seeds in Spain. back in 2012. We got some seeds from them, and one of the batch they sent was referred to as Medihaze. It's a similar cannabinoid profile to Harlequin, different terpene profile, and dramatically effective for some of the kids dealing with seizures that we work with. So that's right off the top of my head. What I love is there's lots and lots more of high CBD type 3 or hemp plants happening with wonderful cannabinoids. What I'm really looking forward to is some of the cannabis farmers integrating their high THC things with the potential high CBD things to start generating more of those type 2 cultivars. And I really think, quite honestly, that we've driven the breeding around THC so far down the THC path. There's a lot of potential consumers that don't really enjoy modern cannabis. It's too much for them. And I know that at least according to the prohibitionists, back when I first tried cannabis, most of the cannabis you got from Jamaica or Mexico or wherever had CBD and THC in it. Most of them had more THC than CBD, but most of the land races, like Breeder Steve earlier was talking about Santa Marta. According to DJ Short, back in the 60s when he was going to school in Mexico, Santa Marta had almost as much CBD as it did THC, and he really loved it. So I really think what's coming, the next thing, if you will, in the cannabis space is cannabis that has enough CBD to feel good for the user. Not to blow the top of your head off, not to lay you out on the couch all afternoon, but to just feel good, to have fun again. And Lord knows, with the way our culture is unfolding at the moment, all across the world, we could all use a little fun. And I'll stop there. I love you guys.
Thanks so much. What about you, Josh and Kelly? What are some of the ones that you've seen a lot of people have good luck with in terms of more therapeutic stuff, like good one-to-ones and other things like that?
Yeah, definitely the Harlequin. We got the Harlequin, just to go back on a few of the same things that Wade said was, and we had the Harlequin early on as the clone we got from a friend in Portland, and grew that up for Kelly's mom at the time. And that was really useful. And that was sort of the beginning of our journey into CBD and understanding what it was, because it was all really so new at the time. And it was just a really beautiful plant with really, just good growth and mid-range leaves, and not too fat, not too thin, but nice in between. And then we got some of the CBD, got connected, with AC/DC, and grew a good amount of the AC/DC up. A clone that we got and brought it up to our environment up in British Columbia, which hearing Wade, you saying that about it being a good coastal strain, it did really well up here. So in the part of British Columbia that we are is an inland rainforest, and it's definitely a wetter environment in general. So it turned out really like it was a very rich bud, and flower. The AC/DC was for us.
Really heavy yielder. And it seemed like when we bred it back into sort of its Afghan roots, which was we bred it back into our mothership, which has like a purple tie and a real original Afgoo, it just was a marriage of forever, and it created an incredible one-to-one.
We created a strain called the Healer from that. So, and a bunch of the family, pure certified family down in California are growing it, and in Oregon.
And it just seems to have a one-to-one. No matter what you do with it, it's got, no matter what seeds are produced from it, if you breed it back into itself, it's always a really high one-to-one.
Extremely flavorful, really good for hash making. I think it crosses over into hash making a lot more. The healer does. It's
Yeah.
a really good one.
And you were talking about it helping with neuropathy. I think that has been, as far as the patients who we work with, you know, in studies and research or in making products and medicines, really seems to be helping with neuropathy issues. Any kind of maladies with neuropathy, migraines, any kind of nerve ending pain, anything like that. It's been phenomenal for. And also sleeping, an incredible sleep aid, that ACDC, and then to marry it with something that has those same, you know, Afghan wide leaf, sort of purple when it gets, you know, cold varietal, you know, that heavy nose of like myrcene and grapes. It's really nice.
And
It
linalool.
seems to really work out.
And then we started getting into the Harlesus and some of the, those were a lot taller, at least the ones we got. The Harlesus were very large, good sized, you know, flowers, and a little thinner leafed, and really beautiful flavor. We really liked growing that. We had some Ringo's Gift, which we got the last few years, which had an incredible spicy flavor to it. And the spice in the Ringo's Gift last year was one of my favorite terpene profiles, and we didn't get those terps tested, but it was a really, really spicy. It just had I don't know how to explain the type of spice that it was, but it was very rich and it was wonderful.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to touch on, you know, 1-to-1 is so healing on a real curative, you know, very physical body way. And then to be breeding for high THC, for emotional trauma, for PTSD, sometimes for people that are finding, you know, depression because their life might be a lot of blah, to have a lot of psychoactive compounds, you know, with the THC, the THCA in there, and, you know, maybe a lot of the uplifting terpenes is also so important to not overlook as far as healing, you know. And Wade, you were saying it's important for people to be happy. A lot of people who are already in the cannabis industry and who already consume you know, quite a bit of cannabis, I would say, you know, those super high, bright note, high THC varietals can really change a mood for positivity. And we've done a lot of breeding with that, you know, those really high notes, sort of, you know, thin leaf, large varietals with, you know, sort of the stacking thin cola buds, really bright notes of oranges and lemon, and that's been something that we just continue to have in our medicine cabinet, in our seed vault, because I think that's also important to be breeding for.
We also went to in, I think it was 2012 when Colorado went legal. So we went out to if I'm wrong, someone can correct us online or whatever it is, but I think it was right around there, the first year Colorado went legal. We went out there, had a booth, and we were right across from Elite Cannabis at the time, from out in Colorado, and they were working with, and I think this is right, Dr. Shackelford, if I'm right.
Yeah.
I think that was right.
Yeah.
He was, you know, from Israel. And there was a bunch of people from Israel that were there at the time, and they were really awesome. And they were talking about decarboxylating the herb in the oven and getting more potency out of it and making medicine from that. And they also were beginning to work with Colorado State University at the time. And I think that's when they created the remedy, and also the Shack Attack, I'm pretty sure. And those were like early high CBD varietals, which they're starting to come in above like 20. The original ACDC we had was around 19%. And again, that's just testing, so that could be off due to a lab, but they were high varietals. So we also started to get to know Centennial Seeds out in Colorado, and a lot of the early breeding that was going out there, and John and the 707 grows and all those families. So we started growing like the Otto and some of the cherry wines and some of the champagnes. And then we started, our pure certified group.
The Otto came from
the hemp
Cannabis.
Fields Farm was doing a lot of work with the cherry wines and different things out there. So we started to see how hemp was coming in as a source of CBD, and how some of the hemp was starting to become really flavorful and really move out of, the food and fiber hemp and really into more of the real juicy flavored varietals. And that was really cool to see. And then when Sovereign Fields and those families started making like the Kush hemp and started getting into being able to breed and isolate the CBD and getting into that was super interesting. And those families are, big up to them. They're really kind of, moving things along with genetics and stuff. So,
and I think as whether we're talking about high CBD or high THC varietals or stage one, or any of the 1-to-1 high THC or CBD, I think that just like you were saying, Wade, it's really important for us to continue to breed in full spectrum cannabinoids. Always needs to be some CBD in there. Always, if you're breeding for high THC varietals, have some CBD in there. You'll have customers that are just much happier with your breeding, with your flower. People are going to feel better. We continuously get the feedback that the full spectrum cannabinoid, it just makes people feel better, whether it's on the high CBD or THC varietal. So, and like Josh said, it's been so awesome taking a lot of these hemp varietals and, taking it into our traditional high THC.
Quick last thing is, in Canada, it's kind of technical because a lot of the hemp varieties up here are for only seed and hemp, this, Steve, are for like food and fiber, and they're only licensed seeds are only for hemp and fiber. So to be a hemp farmer and grow high CBD hemp in Canada really doesn't make sense right now because there's not approved cultivars. So in Planta, and Daryl Hudson is working on some really good breeding. A lot of the varietals that we're talking about down in South, and most of the ones we mentioned, like here in British Columbia, don't finish outdoors. They need a light deprivation in order to make medicine up here. So that's an issue up here. So in Canada, if you want to grow high CBD medicine or even across a medicine, you would have to get a THC license and then, provide those products through a THC license right now. So any high CBD, even total CBD, you'd have to use a THC license up here, which is kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's, as you know, it's a different scenario down here, but it makes no sense anyway. Hemp and cannabis are the same plant, as you know. One of the things you said really created a storm in my head in a pleasant way. But I forgot it. So, huh.
No worries.
Yeah.
So what type of traits do you guys look for in a male? I think a lot of people know what a good female looks like, or at least think they know what a good female looks like, but not a lot of people know what traits to look for in a male. I know one of the things that I really like to look for is doing stem rubs and trying to see what kind of preview on those terpenes I can get, and also, if I can, growing some a little bit ahead of time and letting them mature past pollen dumping and allowing those trichome heads to mature a lot more, again, can really help you really see what that potential is on it. What advice do you guys have for determining the best male for breeding programs? And then maybe in the case of maybe open pollination, where you're trying to take maybe the best 30 or 50% of the males, and then maybe in a more closed situation, maybe where you're just trying to look for an all-star. What are you looking for as far as traits?
Well, you know, we definitely will start all of our seeds the same because you don't know at first, and we'll dowsing them and we'll put them in our mouth and we'll do all the mood planting. And so it's important that the seed comes up in our environment, first of all. So the male has to come up in our soil that we started with. We're not using, you know, nursery soil or anything. We're using soil pretty much right out of our compost. Maybe it's not as rich as garden soil, but it's biologically active, and indigenous microorganisms everything's, you know, very active in there. So that seed will have wanted to, you know, come up really vigorously, and we'll kind of take note of the field of plants that we're growing with. I mean, it's nice to be able to ability in an area to expand your genetics through open pollination and using multiple males, you know, in an area that's far away from your garden. Then I think that's a really good thing for genetics, and it's an important and positive thing. So, you know, having said that, you know, to choose a male, you know, it is difficult. And maybe, you know, if you have a lab that you're working with or a field testing kit, you might want to test the cannabinoids in your male plant early on. So one thing would maybe be a field test kit or some kind of early tissue sampling of your male for specific genetics or specific chemotypes. So, you know, say in a way like what you was talking about was if you're looking for high CBD or say THCV or, you know, one of the CBCs or one of the ones that are new that are coming in, you know, you might want to grow a bunch and isolate the males through testing. And you already mentioned stem rub. Another thing would be just color, of course, in the stem. You can see colors in the stem and in the stalk. Node spacing and strength. To me, a male plant, and this is just, you know, a thought right now, but is a strong plant that can support itself. That grows, doesn't have to grow tall necessarily. And, you know, I would just look for something that, you know, can support itself and has a really strong flavor in a stem rub, and also creates a lot of flower at the top. Some males, you know, don't actually make a lot of flower. And I think I think there's magic to all breeding. So I even coming up with like things that I look for doesn't mean that there's still not magic afoot. So, and I love that about cannabis. So it's fractal medicine and everything's possible. But when you're choosing something, you know, and then if you're a regenerative farm and you're growing out in the field like we are, you know, a lot of our plants are in nurseries only for a short time and they may not show male, and then we might want to plant them in the ground. So there's like a technical thing there, you know. So it's almost a leap of faith. Sometimes you just grow a bunch in pots and you just take the best male out of the pots, you know, and you put it off to the side. Or in this case, this year, we dug plants up out of our greenhouse that we thought were I mean, it's kind of obvious when you find an amazing male, you know, because they're just really strong terpenes, you know, and the leaves, like, again, we like to go for a color, you know, and our glazed ghost, we got this beautiful reds and everything. So we have these red stalked, you know, things. So we're looking for that. And then we bring it inside, and then there's multiple ways to keep the male pollen from that point. And digging it up, it would just need to be moist and in the shade for at least a day or two, you know, like a week. It has to be totally in the shade for a week and very moist in the roots, and you'd want to like transplant it right into a pot. It will stay alive. And I think you want to let the pollen build as much as possible before you do that, and fill it up, but not contaminate your garden, and then dig it up and then bring it inside and put it on your deck or somewhere, you know, in the shade, but not so in the shade that it doesn't keep progressing. So after about a week, it's nice to get a little bit of sun on there so the plant like is stimulated to continue growing. So, and I'll let other people talk, and Kelly has a lot of things to say too, probably. But another thing is, so if you're gonna do cutting the top off your male, you know, is another thing. You could grow a bunch of males in your garden in the ground, and then right before the male flower is gonna is going to pop all of its pollen, you can cut the top off and put it in water and keep it in a vase over a glass table. And then that pollen will continue to progress, and it'll dump out on the table. So Daniel from Heart Rock has some amazing, work that he's been doing, because he made like 140 different varieties this year. And there's some people out there that are doing some incredible work with multiple males and creating male boxes that stack on themselves. Oh, shit. Hello.
That was
So
a beautiful summary.
male boxes that you can stack on. So there's lots of different ways to keep a male, and it is technical. Once you find a male that really does provide it, it can make a lot of sense to clone it. Some of the more heady elite varieties are done from a cloned male that you just know. Some of the chem dog, varietals, that you can save, or from the really incredible man that always made a really chem dominant plant. So if you find a male that translates into breeding, it can make a lot of sense to make a clone. So that's one. Those are some thoughts on males.
Yeah, all of that. I would just add to it, or reinforce what one of the first things Josh said going into that beautiful wrap was, know the lineage of the seeds you're working with. And then I loved the idea, and this is also what I do. I look for color. I look for the structure of the plant. I look for, one of the things I try and pay attention to is how quickly does this male flower compared to other males, because one of the things that I've been looking for is plants that will finish earlier. So my assumption is that a male that comes earlier than another male is likely to induce earlier flowering in the offspring of that plant. Obviously a stem rub to see what sort of terpenes are going on. And yes, I have at different points in the work actually kept males going, sent samples off for analytical testing, and found males that were of interest. But long before I got to that point, there was a whole selection process around smell and structure of the plant and vitality. And I don't necessarily look for tall things. I look for plants that have the right smell, the right color, and a certain kind of electric vitality. I don't really know. I've tried to describe what it is I look for in plants that become of interest, if you will. And there's a certain kind of vitality, a vividness in their growth. I don't know. There's a bunch of different ways that you could describe it, but it really has to do with, I think of it as sitting with the plants, really paying attention to each individual plant and seeing what he or she has to say to you, right? So, and then the other thing that you said that I like a lot, it's something that I'm playing with here in Northern California, is the idea of finding plants that seem to do really well in our environment and let them go wild. Let them grow in a standoff away from your cannabis garden where males and females can be together. Let them make seeds, let those seeds fall to the ground, come back the next year, see what's going on. And my take on it is, yes, you'll get a mad salad of different things, but you'll also get a seed line that is pretty well adapted to the environment you're in. And then I think you can start looking for stars in that group that you might then have analytical testing done on, and or do the old field test, flower a little bit of it and smoke it, see what it does for you. But yeah, the males, it's an interesting thing. Breeding, I think it's insanely simple to do breeding. It's quite challenging and time consuming to do it well. It takes effort and attention and time. So And I do think that there's a certain amount of, there's been way too much breeding done that wasn't very focused with the cannabis plant, which sounds like the exact opposite of what I was just saying about letting plants go wild. But I think we are, yeah, I'll stop there. Let's talk good news.
I know both of you guys have worked on different unique things. I know Dragonfly, you guys have been working on a very peculiar looking cultivar. Do you want to tell everybody a little bit about that one? Looks a little bit different.
Sure. We just had the ruffle plant come back. It was part of our, we'd seen it a couple times before in our old outdoor. It's cool that you're actually asking us about it today, because today it came down, the ruffle plants, you know, and that was really exciting. Beautiful harvest of the ruffles. And yeah, that was a long lineage of our outdoor white grizzly, which was some Lasqueti Island mixed with some inland BC varietals for early finishing.
The white grizzly.
Yeah, white grizzly. And then we had seen it, but it wasn't something that we were interested in keeping because it was just didn't really make big flower, you know, it was really small. It might have gotten shaded out by all of the other really tall plants that, you know, we were working with at the time. So it wasn't anything of interest. And then when it came back, we thought, whoa, it's really amazing, because we sent the seeds down to Oregon, gave it to our friends who are the Peace Seedlings, great family down there. And they bred it with a couple of different varietals. They called it some papaya strains. And then we got it back from them after them working with it for like 10 or 12 years.
And they got some varietals out of it too that were also interesting leafed, and it just started kind of showing itself.
Yeah, so out of maybe, I don't know, 30 seeds or something, over half of them were showing some really interesting leaf patterning. And yeah, so
it's not a really vigorous plant. I mean, it's extremely beautiful, really interesting, grows really short. The males are not vigorous. We had a really hard time keeping the males and getting pollen from them. So breeding them it's been really difficult. Like, we'll see if we even get through this generation this year. We only had, I think, a total of 5 plants this year of them. So even for us, they're super unique. I mean, it's not going to be a thing where we have a bunch of seeds available or anything like that. Like, it's sort of like this wow thing. This year it has made a really amazing fermented papaya, really fruity flavor. I mean, it really does. You know, some papayas have that kind of bile, rancid kind of flavor. I mean, it does smell good, where sometimes bile's bad, but it has a really nice papaya flavor. Yeah, so that's the ruffle plant is what we've been calling it. Kelly's got some leaf patterns of it right there. And it's really beautiful. So it's been fun. You know, we grow a lot of seeds every year, and we have ever since, you know, 1999 was our first year growing, you know, hundreds of seeds, and every year we've grown hundreds and now thousands of seeds. And so we see a lot of things, and this is one of the most unique things we've seen.
Mm-hmm. So, and that's been really fun. And also, you know, not only does it, like Josh said, that it's got an interesting terpene blend, it really does. So as interesting as the leaves are, is as interesting as the terpene profile is on it. Really quite different.
Weird. There's other plants out there that look like it, and it's just cool to see you know, what the plant does, you know, it's just genetics, you know, it's just.
And
they
we're
do
gonna
things.
get it, we're gonna get it tested this year. So that's really exciting. So we're gonna do some wide testing with it and see if we can see anything that has come up differently. But I'm sure that the terpene percentages are gonna be really high, which is exciting on that. And they are such lovely, beautiful, frilly plants that grow low to the ground. Like I could see them in just luscious landscaping and in and amongst, you know, flowers and suburbia or whatever. And yeah, and it seems that the flowering on them, I don't know if you mentioned this or not, but definitely is going, you know, well into 10 weeks or whatever. It was a much later flower for us, even in our light depth situations. So that was really fun to check it out.
Other breeding that we've been doing is outdoor, non-assisted, you know, genetics, working with some auto flowers from Heart Rock, those lion claws and all those variations are just superb, and people should totally look up, you know, what's going on there. Also just mixing that with things that are happening up here in the British Columbian family and in our genetics, but we've been always making genetics. So we really do like to grow under the sun without, you know, assistance and still get those strong terps. I think sometimes the terpenes in outdoor grown cultivars here in British Columbia, maybe not quite as flavorful and as dank as you'd want them to be. So if we can bring more flavor into an early finishing cultivar, those are going to be our intentions if we're going to, you know, go for intentions. So bringing that flavor into the fruities and the foxy fruities and the different things that are happening up here are a lot of fun. Also, just the hash varieties that the Pure Certified groups are working with, and the raw hash dumping varieties, you know, are something of interest to us, and we're continuing to grow a lot of different varieties of that. Our big focus here is CBD and medicine varieties because of our myco canna caps and our, you know, medicinal mushroom cannabis medicine that we make. So that's
and also our decision to work with hemp up here in Canada. So that has been, you know, a decision that we've decided, you know, to continue moving hemp forward, and going towards that, you know, licensure is what we've settled on up here. So hemp seems to be a real focus. And what we were talking about earlier is a lot of the really beautiful dumping high percentage CBD varietals don't finish up here on time. So we've been taking those early finishing auto flower varietals, breeding them into the high CBD varietals. And now it's just going to be a matter of just testing to try to breed out that THC so that we've got a really early finishing, beautiful nosed, sort of everything that you want out of a cannabis flower that's CBD, but is still under the definition of hemp, which again, Wade, I wanted to recognize when you were saying cannabis is cannabis. And when we're talking about the word hemp, we're just talking about it under the 0.3% THC varietal. We are not differentiating the plants at all. We're only differentiating the percentage of THC.
Yeah, that's a thing that folks have to do in order to work in the hemp space. And, you know, from my point of view, the beauty of the hemp space is the opportunity to look at other cannabinoids that the plant can express. And because the only issue is THC. So, and as we've talked, you know, the plant is totally capable of expressing many things. This year, I have not done much breeding. I got busy first 6 months of the year in Utah, helping what's now the Utah cannabis market is the dispensary pharmacy that I helped get products together for and get it on the shelf, and did a bunch of work there this year, but did not have a chance to really get much of anything started this year in our garden. I got last year when we had the Dim Pure Hive gathering. Some of the folks, we had that little seed exchange going on there. I got some seeds from one of the families of Loving Laughter, I think it's called. And I started some of those in April. I came home for a few days and started some seeds and had somebody keep them going, and we got them out, and they're doing really beautifully in our garden. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the cannabinoid profile is like on it. The sample that I tried last year was really lovely. It's got some beautiful terpenes expressing. Looking forward to seeing how that works. Would love to at some point maybe hook up getting some of those healer seeds. That one-to-one thing that you were talking about sounds really magnificent. Because again, I'm pretty convinced that's the real need right now, is bridging that gap between cannabis and hemp. The other thing that I wanted to say is I do have a number of projects that I was working on last year that I'm looking forward to getting started again with this coming year. Yeah, that's all I got to say about that. It's been a really interesting year. I have a number of plants that got started as late as seeds that got cracked at the end of May after Memorial Day. And they're going to produce flowers. They're not going to be real huge plants, but it's going to be fun to see what they do. And it's really fascinating to me. We have, I don't know, 10 plants in the garden, something like that. And one of them, that was one of the ones we started in April, has gotten of a size that's more typically a seed sprouted in February or March when Pisces moon is going on. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what it is. It's a cross we did a couple of years ago of Valentine was the father plant, and the mother plant was something called Cashie's Honey. And I think Cashie's Honey is one of the type 2 CBD and THC cultivars of cannabis that likely will see some interest. And it's a fascinating plant to me because when I take it for analytical testing, the cannabinoids of THC and CBD are pretty low, both in single digits. But when I look at the plant, it's heavily laden with trichomes. I love the smell of it. And what I have found is over the years that we've been growing it, this is our 4th year of working with this plant, a number of the folks who have worked on the farm with us are veterans of those all expense paid tours that the Marine Corps is offering around the world these days. And some of them suffer with PTSD. And they, to a man, love this plant. They report they have appetite again, they're able to sleep. One of the fellows had a wound in his gut that the surgical repairs necessary to repair that wound didn't work out real well. So he has real trouble with his diet. He says he can smoke a joint and eat a meal, and it works for him. I'm pretty convinced Cashie's Honey is one of those plants that's producing cannabinoids we're not even testing for. And I think that one of the things that's most interesting about the cannabis plant, when we start talking about hemp or cannabis, the other cannabinoids, the ones other than THC, the science on this plant is so new. What's true is we don't really know what all these different cannabinoids are and what their functions are and how they affect our bodies. We know something about THC. We know quite a bit about CBD. We're learning more about CBC and CBG and some of the other ones. But there's cannabinoids that have alphanumeric names. They don't even have a name. They're just a series of numbers and letters that are showing great promise in cancer, for example. So to me, the real beauty of the cannabis space at the moment is in breeding. We're finding new things, but the key point there is folks need to be testing. You need to invest in analytical testing so you actually know what you've got. because yeah, this plant is in fact the healing of the people. It's a real thing. And the science is catching up with folk wisdom. That's really my take on it. We, in working with this plant, those of us who have worked with it for years, know the effects that it can have, including psychoactivity, which again, I love. But when I see some of the benefits that people with severe conditions can experience, it's just, I sound like a snake oil salesman here, but it really is the healing of the people. And I'll leave it at that.
And the healing of the earth. I'll just, continue with that.
And I think just to jump on what you were
Sorry,
talking
Steve,
about.
is it okay if we continue?
Oh yeah, no, I was just going to say definitely not snake oil. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that, we've always said, and I know a lot of us who are breeders are saying that we breed for cannabinoids that we don't know about yet, just like you had said, Wade. And I think that since we are breeding for cannabinoids that we don't know about, what we do know is that when the plant is in its ultimate potential health, then it has the ability to produce its ultimate potential cannabinoid profile, its ultimate potential terpene profile. So, I cannot stress enough that breeding, should be done with the thought first of the plant's health and well-being. How is the plant's health and well-being? Where is the plant? Let's really caretake this plant, because we want the next generation of the plant to be as optimal as it possibly can be. So deep soil, living soils, beautiful beneficial microbiology that create dynamic dispersion of nutrients and minerals, and give the plant an opportunity to uptake nutrients and minerals at its whim, whenever it wants to. We know that plant uptakes nutrients if it's feeling stressed. It might want a specific mineral compounds that it's looking for. It's not just like this NPK. Let's, when we're doing a vegetative has this. Well, it has a wide variety of food sources, no different than what humans, have. We're interested. Yeah, so it can produce a wide variety of cannabinoids, and that we know that interaction of microbiology underneath the soil, I do believe, has a tremendous impact on cannabinoid and terpene profiles and the medicine that it's producing, because that's what makes the medicine, is what it's being fed, and what it's being fed is underneath the ground, and underneath the ground creates this endophytic microbiome within the plant. And the more diversity that we have in the soil, the more diversity that we have inside the microbiome of the plant, which is the more diversity that we have in its medicinal compounds. It's pretty simple. So let's treat the plant really, really well, and then we'll get wonderful bounty out of it.
And if I can, I'd just like to say it's also a sentient being. And if we look at it from a plant medicine standpoint and a nature spirit plant medicine, as you're growing a plant, it's forming its medicine with you, in conjunction with your existence, in conjunction with your vibration and everything that you're thinking and feeling. So as you're growing and evolving in that year, the plant is growing and evolving with you, and it has the ability to make medicine for you. So every person being able to breed for themselves is probably the best thing in the world. So, for yourself, ideally, if you're growing your own medicine, maybe you're using some of your own urine or some of your own food scraps or some of your own maybe human manure or some kind of things that are of your body, of your DNA, the plant's going to uptake that and create medicine that's for you. So ultimately, you could grow your own healing medicine better than anyone could. So,
and I think that you know, and adding to what Josh was saying is that the seeds that are being made in 2020 are incredibly valuable to our human evolution. I cannot say that enough. We are in an incredible year. We are in transition time. We are in awakening, whatever it is that you want to call it. People are feeling it, whether you're feeling it in stress, whether you're feeling it in pure joy, whatever. We're all feeling a lot of things. So is the cannabis plant, because it does live and coexist with our human consciousness, that it too is uptaking an incredible, valuable amount of knowledge in this 2020 year. So those people who did breeding in 2020, it's so important to pop those seeds and get that medicine out, because these seeds have a plan for the human existence. They have a much higher intelligence that is more biological, that allows us to be able to uptake it in more of a spiritual resonance. So breeding is not just taken lightly. We need to recognize that this plant is a sentient being, that it does have a higher medicinal value for our collective consciousness.
I love what you just said. Thank you.
Alrighty, well, what a great way to conclude day one on that wonderful note. So thanks a lot for joining us. Why don't you tell everybody how to find you and your wonderful information there, Josh and Kelly?
You can find us at dragonflyearthmedicine.com, and our products are on dragonflyearthmedicine.com, or on Instagram, Dragonfly Earth Medicine, on Facebook, Dragonfly Earth Medicine. Also on YouTube, we have Dragonfly Earth Medicine YouTube channel, and there's a lot of different talks on there.
And dempurefarms.com is really important to go look at the Dempure group. Also, please follow the hashtag Dempure to see all of the amazing, conscious, community-bound, cannabis cultured farmers doing amazing work out there, educators, farmers. Yeah, so
and right, you know, and
also.
if we could just take very short moment to just recognize that a lot of our family members right now are scrambling right now to save their farm, and you know, we are all working together. Wade, we've all been in touch, Steve, and everyone in our group, you know, to see how we can mobilize, and you know, that what we can do, we are doing. And it's been really amazing to see how we've been able to support each other. And if Steve, you even reached out when the fires were going off in Oregon and everything. And I know you probably helped a lot of people. You know, these are amazing times right now. And, you know, what we have right now more than anything is to focus on community and supporting one another, because the government's not going to do it for us. And, you know, waiting for a bigger system to come down and save our lives is not going to happen, you know, and moving forward. So give thanks, everybody. Lots of love out to Nick and everything that happened with him out in Michigan, and you
Brett,
know, and Brett down in Santa Cruz, and
many,
you know,
many farms.
everyone else out there, you know, that's scrambling. Our hearts out there. Reach out to any of us if you need any help, please. And you know, we're happy to try and do what we can. Even from afar, we still feel like we're connected. So,
and a lot of people who are breeders who have been doing tremendous amount of life work have lost their entire seed collection. So those of you out there who are breeders, put together some love packets, get in touch with us. There's some breeders out there and people who have just been giving and giving and giving away their seed collections because of the fires in the last many years, because of raids, because of people being ripped off, because we, you know, are still standing strong for a plant that continues to be prosecuted in a lot of states. We are the holders of the medicine. So all of you people out there who are holders of the medicine, please hold on to this and share it, because it's not valuable unless you share it. It's not valuable unless those seeds are popped in the earth. It's not valuable until it has that interaction of earth, human, water, sun existence. So let's continue breeding. Let's continue coming together and doing away with divisiveness, like Josh said, bringing more polyculture into our lives of humanity, into our gardens, and into our seed collections, and as well as into our medicinal values.
And in preparation of fires, before you go and burn off all your sticks and burn off everything to save yourself from a fire, consider burying it in the earth. Consider taking all your sticks or any trees that you're taking down and chipping it and sequestering it in the earth and building a garden over it, because it can last a lot longer in the earth as as a rhizosphere.
And if there's anything I know that Wade is talking about and tricks that you've been talking about today, TenBroeck Collective is an amazing group to turn to over and over again. The regenerative group out there, even beyond TenBroeck. If we don't have the answers, I'll tell you what, there is some incredibly intelligent, connected, biologically intact brains out there in this cannabis industry that are here to save the world, that can get the right information to you. So reach out. We are also open to all of you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And
Cool.
what about you, Wade? What's your website?
Our website is available at houseofharlequin.org. And we have an Instagram and a Facebook. Those are both, the house part of it is spelled H-A-U-S as versus H-O-U-S-E, like our website is. And we're working on fixing that, but there it is at the moment. I don't know. There's a number of videos of me chatting out there. I'm working on an educational series with our local dispensary. They want a package of videos and interactive meetings where I can inform the end user about what do we mean by cannabis medicine. And I keep getting reminded that most people don't really have any sense at all of what we're talking about when I launch into my things about cannabinoids and the endocannabinoid system and clinical cannabinoid deficiencies and blah 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 blah. They lose it. So yeah, I'm really focused on trying to inform folk what it is that's possible and how they can go about taking charge for themselves to use cannabis as medicine. And in my curriculum vitae, if you will, my CV of accomplishments or things that I've done in my life, being able to join the Dragonfly Earth Medicine family as a TenBroeck farmer is, I consider, one of the highest awards I've received in my life. So much respect to you, Josh and Kelly, for what you've created and the family of people you have drawn to your work. Thank you for letting me be part of the party. And on that note, thank you, Steve. I'm loving the show you've done today. There was some great guests and some really big data drops going on there, some good information. So looking forward to being able to view the whole thing at my leisure someday when I have time. All right, much love.
And one more thing, Trix, I just wanted to thank you so much. You continue to information, you continue to spark this greater community, you continue to be an unbelievable voice for the cannabis plant, for regenerative, you're always pushing forward, you're always trying to get it. I just appreciate you and the word drop for people that you're just a gem in this world. I'm just so thankful for you. So we're really honored to be on today, and I'm just so thankful to have you in my life and all of that right at you too, Wade. Wow, you know, so much love for the work that you have put out and continue to put out into the universal flow. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for that, and thanks for all the work that you guys do. You guys really bring together more people than just about anybody that I know. So thanks again, and you know, you guys are part of the inspiration for this, the wonderful event that you guys threw last year. And I feel so blessed to be part of that. It was right before a big life event in my life, and it helped me through that quite a bit. So I really appreciate it.
Big respect to you. Yeah, thank you, Steve. We like to call him Tricks because he's got tricks up his Steve. So I'm just
So now everybody knows.
Just
why
so
we
you know.
call him Tricks. Tricks up his Steve.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate everyone taking the time to come on. If you like this content and you want to help us pay for the servers and everything that we use for the website, we do have a couple t-shirts for sale. You can buy them if you want to help support it. Other than that, everyone's link is in their description. I believe I have everyone's link to their websites. I think there's one or two I need to go back and add in over the course of the day that people surprised me on, and I'll make sure those are updated. This whole thing will be left online, and then I will break it down into individual videos just so that people can watch them on an individual hour basis, just so it's not quite a slog to find your favorite talk. But after that, I will take down the whole 8-hour or 9-hour broadcast. But until then, I will leave it up. So thanks everybody for watching. I know we've had quite a few people ask if they could go back and watch it. So thanks again, everybody. And we will catch you guys again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific. Take care. Cheers.
Thank you, Steve. Tricks.